super hook. Crazy ults, total chaos. Triple hook, recall hook, trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors. The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets. So swing those hooks. More kills, better hook. So wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors. The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Francos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
Welcome back, everyone, to MCT AMER South. We are rolling into day 8 of the Swiss stage. Every team is finding their rhythm, refining their strategies, and pushing harder with every match played. This is where momentum starts to build, and we've already seen explosive team fights, incredible mechanics, and game-changing decisions. We're expecting even more right here, right now. To take us into it, we have our wonderful casters, Private Dancer and Rico.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is day 8 of the MCT AMER tournament, and we are part of the South broadcast here to bring you all the action. And returning, got himself a little break yesterday, but ready to take on all challenges is Rico.
Yeah, no, I'm not Enrique Sebe, like just by my hair thing, but he's incredible, he's awesome. But it is so good to be back. Hi Xena, hi Private. So let's go, because today is gonna be wild. 2 more matches that is gonna be insane. Battle for the survival of the competition. Another one is going to they want to take a 1 step forward, so everything can happen today in MCT AMER South. Let's go.
Yes. Well, before we dive deeper, let's break down the Swiss stage. Let's check it out.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into 2 regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower-seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher-seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's final. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
Yes, teams go head-to-head with one another, holding the same record. So every round gets a little tougher. It's all about building that momentum and staying consistent, right, guys?
Yeah, especially what we just got through yesterday, a little bit of a taste of that, especially when it comes to the best of 5s, kind of working through a lot of these teams who have to kind of spend a little bit of an extended time through some of these series, and all of them looking for the perfect placement as it moves on to the playoffs.
Yeah, you're right, Private. And especially talking about the best of 5, that is different from a best of 3. And because we are talking about global ban system here. So it gives the teams not read the draft from the enemy, for example, but it gives time and chance to prove themselves.
Yeah, speaking of the global bans, here we go. Let's see what it's about.
We'll have the global ban in MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best-of-7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
I love the global bans. It leaves room for other heroes to be picked up, just like Atlas was yesterday, right? It was so much fun to kind of see the different dynamic and the strategies and drafts that we are seeing lately in these tournaments.
Yeah, it has been very interesting too, especially as I think what we've been seeing with the best of threes is kind of the extent of the current meta. But as we start moving on, match 4, match 5 that we were able to see a little bit yesterday, you can see where some of these heavier or not heavier, but lighter picks in the meta start sprinkling in to maybe formulate some of these newer compositions that we've been seeing.
Yeah, you're right. And that's all Global Band is about, you know, like a best of 3, best of 5, or a best of 7. Most of the people want to see the action. Most of the people want to see Layla, Mia. Where are you guys? Where are you, Atlas, Franco? So this is what Global Band exists so far.
Yes, I do enjoy these global bands. Just we're able to see. I can't get over it. Atlas was chosen.
Yeah, that's
Atlas,
a big one.
okay.
Tonight is a big thing for me. A big theme for today's teams is kind of that bitter taste of defeat. Every single one of the teams here tonight that's going to be competing has in one form or another during this season kind of tasted that bit of defeat. So here they're going to be looking to kind of take that step up, show what they've learned through the last week to hopefully come out with a victory in the series.
Yes, but before we move on, let us give a little shout out and make sure you guys follow us on all of our social media channels, okay? We at MLBB Esports. You can check us out. We're everywhere. Be part of our community, please. We're on Kick, Twitch, X, Insta, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, everywhere. You can find us in any spot that you spend your socials on, because I know not everybody's always on the same one, right? And remember,
Yeah.
and this broadcast could not be brought to you without the help of Runestone. They are a great place for you to get data. So make sure you light up your esports with runestone.gg.
Yeah, if you're looking to kind of step up your game, get a little bit more information as well, there's no place better than an organization that has the same love and intensity for the games like you do. And that's going to be at runestone.gg, who is a big reason why this broadcast is possible.
Yeah, you're totally right. So Runestone rocks here, guys. So make sure you can level up your gaming level on MLBB with Runestone. I'm so excited what is coming next, what is about to come next here in this Sunday day of MCT AMER South. We are going to talk about like the today's schedules today, but I'm really excited what about is going to happen today. Let's go.
Yeah, let's check it out. Right here we have Alpha7 going against Infinity with the best of 3, and then Black Sentence versus 9Z Globant with a best of 5.
Yeah, there's going to be some pretty intense matches for all involved. Like I said, each one of these kind of licking their proverbial wounds from some losses that they have taken and looking to put that best foot forward here tonight.
Yeah, especially the first one here, Alpha7 versus Infinity. Both teams with 1 win and 1 loss is going to be very interesting. But not so, not at least, I forgot how to say this expression. I'm so sorry about that. But not less important, we have Black Sentence versus 9Z Globant. Both teams here fighting for the survival, fighting for taking a breath in the competition. Because here, one team is going to still survive, other team is going to be the seed number 8.
Yes, these teams, Black Sentence and 9Z Globant has not been able to find a win in these tournaments or these matches lately. So hopefully, well, they're going to go against each other. So one of them is going to come the victor and they're going to find that. So
Yeah, this is the time for each team. Like we said, nobody's going to be getting eliminated yet, but it does kind of put you at a placement here that might not be as benefiting as being able to win one. And then you kind of walk in with like a little less momentum into the playoffs.
yeah, let's take a look at Alpha7's lineup. Let's see who's going to be on the lineup here today. So who will be playing? We have Hesu, a Flick, Frost and Eve. Yeah, I never remember that. Apatizzi and Pakitu today on the roster.
Yeah. Let's once again. Let's go.
And then we have a quick insight from one of the players here. Let's check it out.
Oi, gente, eu sou o Frost, mid lane da Alpha7 e vamos fazer uma brincadeira de respostas rápidas. É Frost, lá neve. 2016. Minotauro. Show. Super Frikes. Paquito. Lilia. A passiva da faixa. Batismo. New Beast da Lilia. Kalé. Kagura. Freya. Paquito. Flick. Super Friends. Rainbow. Kimi. Leite. Carrie.
All right, and now we're gonna take a look at Infinity's lineup here. We have on the EXP lane, Rusi, the jungle, DZ, mid lane, Lionel, gold lane, Zyblox, and then on the roam, Fanboy.
That's a good lineup,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, impressive lineup coming in from Infinity here as well. We've been seeing how a lot of these, even though they have taken some losses, some names that stick out to me has been Zabloch, who's been doing such a great job in that gold lane, even through some of their losses. Fanboy, been able to come up, even when it comes to that, especially when it comes to that chip gameplay he has, but sometimes I feel like if it's not chip, the roam picks that come out of Infinity can sometimes be dancing that fine line of outside the meta, but possibly maybe a little too far outside the meta. We're gonna see if finally Infinity can kind of put that together into a winning composition.
Yeah, makes total sense here, Private. And we're talking about like this this lineup that makes a lot of through the game from ZZ and Lionel. For Zablox gain the confidence to like in the mid and late game to gain the confidence to carry the game. So it all comes to ZZ if he picks a comfort zone, if he picks a hero that he can during an interesting early game or guarantee a safe transition for mid and late game here, and Lionel picking a very strong mid lane, it is a good chance to Zablox perform very nice in the late game. So it all depends with the early from ZZ and Lionel for Zablox shine in the late game.
Some interesting point toads out there. I want to say Alpha7 has been one of those teams. It's been one of my biggest complaints when it comes into the use of Marcel. Alpha7 is one of those teams who understands how to use Marcel. We've seen him successfully use a great composition that they were able to come out with. You can see them banning it out here, that first pick that's going to be going over to Infinity. And we've been seeing some shifts here lately, especially in the second week of what the first pick could be. We've seen the prioritization sometimes go to the jungler when Boxia's left open. We've seen it go to sometimes the marksman when Carrie's out there. But I want to say the big one is usually that mage pick where everyone wants to settle for that first pickup.
Yeah, the mage lane is able to go and roam around and make sure that help each and every lane, the EXP lane, the gold lane, the jungle in case something were to happen with an invasion. So it's very important for that mid lane pick for sure. They go ahead and banning the Kalia, the Gwen, the Carrie here, Phobius, Marcel, and
Boxy is open.
Zushin is also open though.
Zushin, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of options here for Infinity to pick to choose here firstly, but I'm thinking that maybe ZZ can prioritize a Harley, for example. So there's something that we saw in the last game, sorry. So maybe that could be a good chance here for like guarantee the jungler for Infinity in an early game with Harley, Private.
Yeah, and that's really interesting too, because I do go with the Boxia first pick. That's immediately going to be picked up. Are we going to have an answer on the side of Alpha7? You know, it's actually funny to me because I wanted to mention this before when we were watching the video. There was actually a lot of information put out by Frostlane Eve with that interview for little things that who makes the shot callings, who's going to be the first to tilt. He said Flick is probably usually the first one to get upset, a little frustrated. But in answer to the Boxia pickup, we're going to go with the Zushin and the Cho. I think we actually we looked into it. The Cho has he been successful thus far in the South?
No, I think you said it was 0, right? I think you were talking about, you were saying he was at a 0% win rate this time around. So
you're right.
I wonder if they picked the Cho because they didn't want something to kind of counter the Zushin, right? Because Cho kind of can go get her and stop her, right?
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, so I think that's maybe the reasoning here. I'm not too sure. Oh, they're gonna pick up Minnow and Bruno.
Yeah, I mean, despite a lot of information that we saw from Frostland Evid, I heard that one thing is for sure that his first hero was Minotaur, right? So that thing I didn't forget because Minotaur came here in this first game, and now we're seeing what is about like Frost is about to choose here for Alpha7. I was thinking about the Cho's pick here. As we were saying, as we were talking before the broadcast start, like Cho is with a 0% so far in MCT AMER South. Now they choose Xborg. Okay, we're seeing here now I think for Infinity that could be a very hard challenge facing Alpha7 because we have here two, at least in my opinion, we have two different styles of different play styles here. One team, Infinity, likes to take it easy, likes to calm down, likes to prioritize the game that they can control somehow. But Alpha7 is totally the opposite. Alpha7 likes to an aggressive early game, they like to play forward, and for me, even though we are seeing a 0% of win rate from Cho, Paquito feels very comfortable with this pick because we don't have Kalia. Kalia was banned by Infinity. So we have here Cho that is a way from isolate and target, isolate a strong player from Infinity. That could give Alpha7 a very good chance here for a pick-off right before objective or something. So for me, Cho here for Alpha7, it's a point of view that they are going to play aggressive.
Yeah, and you know what? From what we saw yesterday, Entity 7 taking on Octa Gaming, once Entity 7 was able to figure out a draft that really favored that early game, instant rushing, instant getting into their faces, there was very little that Octa Gaming could do to kind of rebound from that. So that's going to be a big, I want to say a big theory and a big theme for this matchup is Infinity going to be able to withstand that early game that's going to come from Alpha7? Couple of little things to mention too. Frostlane Eve said Minotaur was one of his first heroes. That's going to mean Frostlane understands Minotaur. So he's going to understand how he can try to work around him, which is going to be kind of difficult. If I'm a Cho trying to go in to try to get some of these pop-ups, trying to get those Way of the Dragons, Minotaur is going to be a big thing that I need to worry about because that can really offset a lot of the offense that I want to pull out there. But with the backup of a Zushin in there, I think we might have the correct recipe to try to make that successful. Dairoth going to be the first pick in the second ban phase for Alpha7.
What? Dairoth. Have we seen Dairoth being chosen in these tournaments?
I'm surprised.
You're surprised? Why would you be surprised at Dairoth?
I don't remember Dairoth being chosen. You know, and then
this will be the first Dairoth pick.
Oh wow, okay. He does give that bursty damage in the start. So this is a fun lineup. I'm kind of excited to see how this goes down.
Yeah, maybe one thing that I didn't get here because they have boxing in Infinity, you know, like this buff from stop healing versus a Dairoth here. Okay, they have a plan, but now we're seeing Brody. So many surprises only for the first game here. I'm shocked because
fun times.
I wasn't here yesterday, so I can't say that there was a Brody earlier, you know, like there was a Brody before. But for me, I'm so happy because I'm back, and I brought some surprises for you guys. I didn't want to tell you, I didn't want to spoil you before, but these are surprises here.
Surprise. Thank you for the surprise, Rico.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting draft. Like I said, I think I talked with you guys a little bit offline where I said, like, Alpha7, they feel like they understand the draft. They understand some types of counters that can come out there. And then other times we get some of these surprise pickups that I'm not too sure of. Like you said, Hesu is going to have a little bit of a rough time on this Dairoth competing with the anti-heal that's going to come out from the Boxia. 1v1, Dairoth pretty much can beat any type of laner that he comes into in the XP lane. He does start to fall off a little when it comes to some of those team fights. So we'll see how these type to coexist.
Yeah, we'll see everything here, my friend Private, because for the first time here, welcome to the Land of Dawn. The first game, Infinity versus Alpha7 here. Both teams with 1 win and 1 loss. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna take a step forward in a competition, my friend?
Yeah, like we said, nobody's going to get eliminated when it comes to these matches, but it's more for pride and seeding as we move into the playoffs. We talked a little bit about Alpha7's early game. You can see them doing a good job already, being able to zone out the rest of Infinity for this first Litho Wanderer.
Yeah, now we're seeing here Paquito like playing aggressive. He's with half an HP here, but he's using the green zone here, so now he's with a full HP once again. But now we are seeing the 2v2 here. That's gonna be very interesting, like this first minutes here in this game, because as we've seen, like Infinity trying to calm down and Paquito now trying to gain this info, trying to dominate the map. It's gonna be very interesting because the first turtle is going to appear in the upper side of the river.
Yeah, the upper side, and then you've got when it comes to I want to say like Rusi or Hesu, when it comes to the Yuzong or the Dairoth pickup, like I feel like Dairoth just has a little bit more he has to do to try to get to that back line or get to those squishier members. You see here Rusi, oh, he's actually taking a pretty decent amount of damage. Reinforcements coming in from behind there. Paquito bouncing around, looking possibly for a target, but does not find it. Some good grouping going on from Infinity to go ahead and protect that mid laner as well.
Yeah, both teams now, both junglers with the level 4, but now Paquito is trying to gain this info, but oops, Fanboy is heading up. Okay, but the first turtle here is started by Alpha7. Apparently, no fight back from Infinity, my friend.
Yeah, I think Infinity, they saw kind of like the little zoning that comes out. This isn't terrible. Usually I kind of get on some of the teams, like, because you're getting no value out of giving up a turtle. But here, Alpha7, they've got a pretty overwhelming early game. And I think it's good to sit back, get those items, farm up. You don't want these early fights just yet. You want to wait until you guys all get your level 4, until you guys are starting to transition from that laning phase. Those are the fights you're going to want to take.
Yeah, but now we're seeing the first turtle here for Alpha7. As in what you said, this makes total sense here, Private, because we're seeing once again like Alpha7 always prioritizing this early aggressive early game here with Paquito, with this comfort zone that show is even though that he has a 0% of win rate so far, but we see that even though like we're seeing like Alpha7 choosing a Brody here versus Bruno, for example, just like to not fully counter, but even try to have a good matchup with Bruno, especially with when we're talking about the range, as we know that Brody is a very high range from against Bruno. But I think that Infinity here with ZZ with Boxia, sorry, I don't know, because okay, Boxia has a kind of an ability, but to guarantee objectives, or even though trying to steal it, it is a very hard for Boxia doing that, you know, even with the Beyblade form. But Harley with the teleportation is a way much easier. But now we have Paquito here that, okay, just like, yeah, just like reporting the team, guys, they're here.
Yeah, definitely, and that's exactly what he needs to be doing, is kind of getting that information. I do kind of feel like Alpha7 might need to do just a little bit more here in the early game. I feel like right now they're just allowing Infinity to exist. I feel like there's a lot of very good scaling on the side of Infinity that we're gonna lose the advantage that we have in that early game if we're not maybe trying to press on to Infinity in the gold lane, trying to get him to Bruno. But now now Black Shoes haven't activated. That's going to be one ultimate down for the side of Infinity, and it looks like a Black Dragon coming out, and Flick still able to go ahead and get that big Petrify lands onto Paquito. So they do pay for that first dragon with the life of their roamer.
Yeah, they got the first turtle here, but the first kill was for Bruno, the gold laner. Well, that was a very interesting kill here for Infinity. Now let's see what the game is going to show us just a little bit later here for both teams. But now we're seeing like both sides. Okay, right before the turtle, we saw like the sides having some kind of advantage for Alpha7, but even though, oops, Paquito trying to find something, oops.
Yeah, he looked like he wanted to go in onto the roam for that kick, and definitely not something that you wanted. Zablotch actually at the bottom finds a solo kill onto the gold laner of Alpha7. Upatizi paying for that right now. You can see all the damage. Look at him launching boulders at that tower, and that's going to be one down. Paquito trying to run to the safety of a second, coming in from the side. Frost Lane Eve there to provide a little bit of support and clear a pathway for Paquito to get the safety.
Zablotch is on fire. I mean, okay, maybe it's not a good idea to trying to play a 1v1 versus Bruno, because we know that Bruno has a high DPS versus Brody. I think that Brody has to I don't know, at least maybe 2 or 3 items here with a power spike from Brody. So now he has to take care. He lost the first turret in the bottom side. Is advantage for Infinity, at least in the map domination. We're seeing here like the items. We're seeing the Has Claws for Bruno, the Heptases for Brody so far, but Bruno here 2 kills for Infinity, 2 kills for the gold laner.
Yeah, and that's another thing to mention too. You mentioned 2 kills for Zablotch. So all the kills going onto their gold laner there. And that is something I mentioned right at the beginning. Alpha7, they need to start putting a little bit of pressure onto that gold lane to make sure that Zablotch is not having the game he wants, and he's not comfortable. He's annoyed, he's frustrated. Now you can see Infinity starting on this next turtle, looking for an opportunity. Black Dragon going out, searching for a target, does not find it, but a clean turtle pickup for Infinity.
Oh, Way of the Dragon. Let's go. Oops. Okay.
Yeah, fanboy. Yeah. I was a little scared for it at the beginning, but I'm like, oh, that's fanboy on a Minotaur. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be all right.
Yeah, but now you see that this third turtle was completely different, because Infinity had the advantage, even in the map. Okay, he stole. Oh, but
Paquito came in and stole it with the I believe that's the emblem passive. He just stole that purple buff away from Infinity. So now we can see the scaling up of the annoyance, but Flick might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets taken down, Lionel with the damage, and Paquito still trying to come in. Way of the Dragon latches onto Zablotch, but not able to find the kill. Frostlane Eve very aggressive in the front, trying to put on that damage. Hasu coming in from the side, looking for some damage, does not have it, and getting away scot-free is Infinity. Flick goes down up at the top.
That was a good chance for Infinity here, though, like trying to play an aggressive. Upatizi almost taken down for the second time here. Like he okay, we're seeing Hasu here like trying to do this proxy, and now Paquito to try and gain info for Alpha7, but even the oops in the mid lane. Hasu, okay, he just has taken a damage here, forcing Leonel to use the ultimate, to use the dark shoes here from Lilia. But once again, now that Infinity has the goal lead, it is still for Alpha7. Okay, but now that's a huge difference so far. Sky Pierce for Brody, that's the second item, and Berserker Fury here for Bruno. But even but just because you said Private, we are not seeing Alpha7 at, oh my goodness, in the mid lane here, Black Dragon. Oh, okay.
Ooh, yeah, they used that Black Dragon. They were able to take down Upatizi again. Now they're going to go ahead and try to continue this fight while the Lord is out. ZZ taking a lot of damage, taking down to 40%, looking for an escape. A big Minoan Fury comes out to keep the team in it with some defense and some CC. ZZ taking a lot of damage, looking for a pathway out, while Alpha7 getting zoned out, looking for a way to get in. And just like that, the value you're getting out of this Minotaur continuing on on with the healing. Look at Zablotch, Lionel, and Fanboy topped up completely at 100% for this fight. From the side, Paquito coming in, looking for an angle, down to 10%. Flick able to find himself the game's first Lord.
The response here. Okay, now they're able to survive. I won't talk too much because the game now is so chaotic for both sides. But now here, Alpha7 guaranteeing the Lord, Upatizi. Oh, ooh. Okay. He was able to survive once again, but the Lord is for Alpha7. Infinity is trying to respond that aggressive way of play for Alpha7 so far. They still have to continue the pressure. They still have to maintain their response because with Alpha7, you can't play. Oh, Paquito! Oh, in the mid lane.
Yeah, he tried to go in onto Lionel, who I believe used a Purify to be able to block that way of the dragon. So still does have the black shoes up. Oh man, and that's just a crazy combo too. The amount of offense that you have to get onto this team, especially for the mid lane. You got black shoes to compete with, Purify to compete with, and then you might be able to kind of gank them. Now, a lot of damage coming in from Infinity onto that Lord, but Alpha7 wisely turning their attention toward the mid lane. Infinity looking to maybe be able to stave off this mid lane push, and it looks like they are successful.
Now Alpha7 play through forward, like they guarantee the second turret in the top side now, heading, trying to take down the turret number 1 here in the mid lane, but it is standing because Infinity was able to defend. But even though we were talking about the goal lead, yes, Infinity here is doing an amazing job not letting the goal lead here heading so far for Alpha7. But in the mid lane here, okay, everything is normal. Paquito is trying to isolate someone, but even though Infinity is aware about this kind of play here for Alpha7, but 4-1 here in the first game, Infinity is they are playing very good. They are playing very well versus Alpha7. They're trying to neutralize especially this aggressive outplay for Alpha7.
Yeah, and you brought up a great point that the gold lead's still in Alpha7's pocket, but Infinity's still kind of holding their own. Feeling like Infinity, they're getting just more value from the shop with the small amount of that they're not being able. You can see like over here, a 1,000 gold lead coming for Flick, 1,600 gold lead coming for Paquito, but Infinity's still hanging in it. So that just tells you about the value and the item prioritization coming over for Infinity. So they're doing a good job of maintaining it, getting the value, the most bang for their buck as we continue on from some of these fights.
Yeah, but now Infinity has to take care, especially protecting Zablocks here with Bruno, you know, like all the kind of roaming and all the kind of this macro game here, trying to guarantee more farm, guarantee more resources for Bruno to let him carry the late game. Another Lord here now is in the bottom side of the river. Both teams are aware. We're still seeing Hesu, but the Lord was started.
Yeah, Hess is going to have to climb his way from the top lane to come in just a little bit late right now. Fanboy does get a little bit of a pickup there from Frost Lane Eve. Paquito doing the best he can to zone out. Black Dragon is out for Infinity. Paquito in trouble. He got caught by the Lord's pop-up, and ZZ claims himself a Lord for Infinity. Brucey might be in trouble, gets taken out. Upatizi with a finishing blow there, but Flick still has the immortality, takes a little bit of damage. That's going to be a Lord for Infinity. But they do take a little bit of an L with that death to Rusi.
And I believe that it was a worthy sacrifice for Infinity here, like take down Rusi for guaranteeing the Lord. It's still the Lord actually here, because there was it was almost completely by Alpha7. But now the Lord heading in the bottom lane in favor for Infinity. We are seeing here, oops, they're trying to do something. Paquito!
Ooh, he did get that Way of the Dragon, but it's on the Fanboy, and that's just not the target that you want to be able to do the most damage, bang for your buck. If you want one of the squishy ones, because now Alpha7, they waste a few abilities to try to take down the Minotaur, and he's still up. And now you're minus some ultimates for that count. Now, at the bottom lane, we do take down a tier 2 tower, still yet to put a lot of pressure into that mid, which will open up the rest of this jungle. But but Paquito trying his best to try to get in there. I'm not sure if that was intentional or maybe he just selected the wrong target when he came in there and got the pop-up. And I feel like that is kind of the problem for the Cho. Even for great players of the Cho, there's just so much that you need to do perfectly to get that value that you want out of the Cho.
Yeah, but now we're seeing here in Infinity guarantee some turrets, like guarantee some map domination so far. The focus, oh!
Oh, Big Minnow and Fury comes out with the Black Dragon, mostly to zone out the rest of Alpha7 as they turn their attention to the tier 2 towers up at the top. Teasy able to get away with 10%. Poquito tries to come in with the jump. He gets stopped immediately by the Minotaur. Immortality proc, but Zablotch is right there to feed him a fistful of soccer ball right to the face, and Paquito is down. Rusi finds a kill onto Upatizi. ZZ takes down the tower, and Hesu is alone to try to protect as the rest of Infinity go ahead and disengage from the mid.
Infinity, ladies and gentlemen, Infinity here now with Alpha7 guaranteeing a very interesting advantage. Guarantee super minions in a top lane, but they don't stop. They're now trying to focus the turret number 2 in the mid lane here that can be taken down.
Yeah, you see ZZ trying to do the best he can to try to zone out the rest of Alpha7. And I feel like that's the big problem right now for Alpha7 is Infinity's got a lot of answers that they can do to zone out the rest of Alpha7, whether it's ZZ coming in with that roll, Rusi coming in with that Black Dragon, or even Fanboy setting down with a Minoan Fury that you don't want to get caught in. There's just so many answers that are going to back you away from the tower. Meanwhile, Zablotch can just throw mountains at your tower and get it down in about 3 seconds.
And now here comes another Lord. Alpha7 has to take care about the super minions in the top lane here, but now there will be a fight back for Alpha7. Will be, is that possible? Let's go.
Black Dragon is out. Hesu looking for an angle to get in here as well. Big pop-up lands onto the team. We do have a last insanity from Flick, able to help him take out the Lord, and he finds the blotch on the back end as well. Lionel finds a kill onto Upatizi, so they're able to trade it back 1-2. You see the immunity coming out. Lionel getting chased down. Frostlane Eve able to pick up the kill there too. Rusi in trouble, does not have his dash just yet, but he's sitting right next to Fanboy. Paquito comes in with a little bit of a pop-up there. 2 down for the side of Infinity, and a Lord for Alpha7.
Alpha7 lost the gold laner, but even though they didn't stop playing forward, they didn't stop to play aggressive. I think that they sold the Lord. I believe that Infinity was about to start the Lord here, but now Alpha7 is still putting the cards on the table. They are back in the game. Sorry, but now Infinity, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, now they're on their back foot there. That was just a well-placed last insanity from Flick. Came in there, zoned out the rest of the team as well with the last insanity, able to get the retribution onto the Lord. And that's just a good mix in the value you get out of an X-Borg when it comes to some of those Turtle and Lord fights that are so important. Even with Rusi, even with Fanboy, I think they need to line up. I mean, you've got a lot of CC on your team, a lot of ability to really upset the nature of a lot of those fights. But here you can see the pressure starting to mount. Minions at all layers and all lanes right now while the Lord is up at top. They do manage to take down the Lord, save the tower up at top, and all high ground still survive for the time being.
Yeah, even though the Lord here was taking down Alpha7, they don't decide to do anything. Paquito, it is up to something, but it's not that easy to enter here and try and isolate a target, because they have to choose right. The target has to be very specific. Maybe Bruno, maybe Lilia, but they have ultimates. Lilia can turn back in time with the Dark Shoe, so it's not that easy for Alpha7 trying to do something here, like to try a dive in the last line of defense. So they decide to play safe. They decide to head back because they know they were back, they were behind some minutes ago, but now they are like more comfortable, they call powerful, and Upatizi here now is on power spike, and he can carry the game.
Well, I want to say that Fanboy, when you saw Paquito trying to line up at the edge of the base there, Fanboy was right there lining up with him, making sure that if he tried to jump in with the Cho, Fanboy would come in there. I'll bet his finger was hanging right on that jump too. You saw it up at the top lane when the last push from Infinity came. Cho came in and Paquito immediately got popped up because Fanboy on the Minotaur was right there to go ahead and stop that way of the dragon. So he's going to be a little bit more cautious about doing that in the future. Here though, here is where they're having the most success, being able to take the Lord. See, Paquito tries to go in and he actually might be in a little bit of trouble. He is dragging them away from the Lord right now, down to 30%. Fanboy is there trying to kind of keep the situation under control. Now we're coming in here. Black Dragon is out. The Lord has been reset and down goes Hesu. Flick trying to continue on the damage. Lionel's gonna have to use those black shoes to get away. We do have Fanboy with a little bit of that healing coming out for
Look at the back door.
Flick. Now continue. Oh yeah, on the back side at the base, there is a little bit of a fight. The Black Dragon is out against Paquito, and he is able to clear it. So no side lane pushing for that Paquito. Lord has been reset, and they're looking to be able to take down the Cho, but Paquito doing a good job kind of being that annoying and slippery factor that Infinity is not yet able to get their grasp onto. Lord at 50%. Infinity trying to kind of keep the distance here. Flick looking for an opportunity for the last Insanity. He's not going to be able to use it. He doesn't have the armor for it as the rest of the team chasing him down. Black Dragon is out. Pop up onto 2 members from the Lord, and it has been reset. The rest of Infinity now looking to possibly put the damage onto Alpha7. No, this is probably one of the longest fights of my cast right now as they go ahead and reset the Lord again.
Hold up, my friend, hold up, you can do that. But now I believe that they decided to take a break, but Infinity is trying to do something, but Hesu knows that, and Frostblood never is pushing the wave in the mid side here. But once again, the Lord is getting started, but now he's get the reset. The both teams are dancing around this Lord, and eyes on Paquito, but he is too spotted. He is too marked. Infinity knows how to handle that problem that could be in Paquito's hands. And both teams now are studying the best way for a pick-off or a good team fight to finish the game.
Yeah, the one thing though is right now, I think you're about to kind of show their hand. Rusi's gonna show himself at the bottom, trying to take out these minions, and I'm wondering if that's where Alpha7's gonna try to come in. They don't have Paquito because he knows he has to go down there to kind of chase these minions as well. We do have a little bit of a split up from Hesu, so it's kind of a stall out at the Lord right now, as both teams don't really want to make a mistake. Hesu hasn't been the most useful in this just yet, so he's trying the best he can, but as a Dyrot, I think you run into the same issues that a Cho is running into. As soon as you go in, there's just some great peeling abilities. Speaking of which, Hesu gonna have to use that flicker to get away. 4 members onto him, Paquito and Rusi duking it out here at the pixel bush at the bottom. But I want to say both of them go ahead and split it off as the rest of Infinity and Alpha7 gonna go ahead, try to check in onto this Lord. Paquito comes in, but is immediately met by Fanboy. I want to say Fanboy doing a great job of watching all of these angles, making sure that if anybody comes in, he's able to get the great protection he needs to protect Lionel, to protect Zablat. Ooh, a little bit of a kick down here at the bottom. Paquito comes in, Minoan Fury is out, and Paquito gets away with 30% health. Now an ultimate coming out from Frostlane Eve. That's going to be 2 ultimates down for Alpha7, but 3 ultimates down for Infinity, and I wonder if that's going to have a huge effect. Flick still has the last Insanity, so he's going to be able to kind of come in there and try to steal up the Lord. And I feel like that's the biggest problem right now, is that ZZ does not want to lose the Lord again to a last Insanity. You never want your jungle to be at a 50-50. Speaking of which, last Insanity is out, and it does a miss, and they are able to get away from it. Black Dragon is out. He has Frostlane Eve in his clutches, but he is able to go ahead and flicker away. Immortality Immortality procced. Down goes Upatizi. Finally, a crack in the armor. A way forward as Rusi comes in with the Black Dragon, trying to put some damage on. Flick turning around to put that defense and that flamethrower onto the rest of the team. But now Infinity gonna turn their attention on to this Lord. A great job by Rusi to go ahead and scout out those bushes, make sure that Paquito is not gonna be a problem here as we continue to move on to this. Flick is still right there, so this is not anybody's game just yet. I saw an Abyssal Strike come out. Is that gonna be enough? Zablotch in trouble. Frostlane Eve able to find a kill. Flick's Immortality has been procced. Rusi right there. Frostlane Eve finds a kill onto Fanboy. 2 down for Infinity, and the Lord has been reset again. Rusi in trouble, tries to dive over, and he is caught. Immortality procced as well for Rusi, but he is going to go down. That is going to be 3 down for the side of Infinity. Alpha7 with a very successful elongated skirmish.
Ladies and gentlemen, and this is only the first game here. Infinity versus Alpha7 after a very strong and chaotic fight. Once again here, turning immune. Guarantee one more kill for Alpha7. Yeah, I was trying to help you, my friend, because I see that you are like pushing hard. But now here comes the victory for Alpha7, my friend.
Yeah, another last insanity going out. ZZ might be in a little bit of trouble. He's trying to use that Tortoise Boostance to try to clear out some of the wave. He goes down, but Alpha7 victorious here. They don't even need the Lord. Game 1 is in the books.
25 minutes here in the first game of Alpha7 versus Infinity. What a game. What a match, Zena.
Yes, what a back and forth that was. And long-winded fights, but it started off slow. They were not fighting much in the beginning, but after that it started being a back and forth push, a struggle between the two, getting lords left and right, and then Alpha7 taking it all. Like, I thought Infinity was gonna actually take it at the at first, but the fact that Bruno had a leg up and he usually is a beast at the end and all of that, but that turned it around. Alpha7.
Yeah, it was very interesting here too. I feel like there was so much peeling ability to protect the back line coming from Infinity, but the biggest problem came during those objective fights because there was just always the threat of a last insanity coming in to scoop it away. So they were always kind of being very slow-footed when it came to like, are we gonna take the Lord? No, they kept on trying to bait out Alpha7 to kind of come in here. We're taking the Lord, come on, so we can try to get a fight. And every single time they tried to push forward, Alpha7 did such a great job of pulling back, making sure to try to kite them back, always making sure too that the jungler was always safe, always secure, always a threat for them when it came to being able to take it, to the point that once they were able to get 3 down, they didn't even need the Lord.
Yeah, it makes sort of sense because we were talking about that Infinity was doing a good job in the early and mid game here, like pushing Alpha7 to the limit, guarantee objectives, you know, pushing the map domination, taking down the turrets in number 2 so far versus Alpha7. But in some point, I think that Infinity was like, okay guys, so we have to do something more, because okay, they were trying to do something interesting, especially forcing Paquito to move out every time in the bottom lane to respond the minion waves from the gold lane, the Rusi, sorry, from Infinity. Every time he was forced to head back, he was forced to respond these minion waves. But the fact is, Infinity didn't take this chance to like lead the advantage to guarantee the lords, you know, because they had Boxia and they had like especially Rusi that coming out with the Black Dragon to gain this high mobility and trying to secure these objectives, you know, and even have the patience to wait a flick using the ultimate from Xborg here to lose the Frogger armor and have more chance to guarantee the lord. But even though I think that they at some point they hesitated sometimes to push forward, like to push the limit for Alpha7. And Alpha7, you were talking about Alpha7, a very strong team, a traditional one. They know how to handle that difficult situations here, even though we are not seeing Upatizi shining in this game. So Infinity, I think that at this point, Infinity say like, okay, we know how to do that. We know how to push them to the limit. All we have to do now is continue the pressure, continue dominating the pace, and finish the game. So it is a good chance for game 2. We see something similar, and we see Infinity winning this game.
Yeah, it was very interesting too. Hesu, I even remarked that he was kind of not having a great effect on a lot of these fights. But right into that last fight, I think he was able to finally land a great abyssal strike onto 3 members. I think he only got 1 kill, but it put them down long enough for the rest of the team to kind of be able to scoop it up.
Yes, and the one player that rose above the rest this match was Frost Lane on that Zushin with a 503 KDA, 110.1 total damage, 519 golds per minute. Doing an amazing job keeping that CC for the team.
Yeah, the guy with a lot of information here. So Frost Laneve was the MVP with the Zunshin. Once again, we're talking about like the win rate from Zunshin that was not like very high, even though that she was like prioritized or being banned or being picked. But we are seeing here once again Frost guaranteeing MVP with the Zunshin.
Yeah, her win rate is actually kind of abysmal for how popular of a pick she is. I feel, especially here in the South, a lot of people are feeling very confident right now when it comes to Zushin. She's been out for a while now. She's at a point where I feel like a lot of the teams are like, we have a plan. We don't have to worry about the Zushin being picked up. She's just like any other type of hero out there. She has her counters. I'm not as confident in that, just because I feel like even when she's on the losing team, she provides such an offensive ability that it makes things like 1,000 times harder. And I feel like, I mean, it's just worth a ban. Put her on the ban. We don't have to deal with it. I think anything else would be easier to deal with in the mid lane as well. But yeah, right now, I think we're at a nice little sweet spot for them. Zushin doing a great job, especially, I don't think there's ever... When Zushin wins, it's always like a great game for Zushin, so.
Yeah, Zushin has always been a dominating factor in each team, even like you said, when they lose. I've seen her have like really good KDA, you know, still doing the damage, still giving that CC to the team, even if the team lost. They probably just didn't draft right with her, so they just didn't utilize her correctly. So, either way, she's usually an amazing job, and I would totally ban her out always. You're giving yourself a harder time.
One thing I know for sure that Alpha7 is not using that Zushin for the second time, the second ones here, and the next game, Infinity is allowed to use Zushin here. So it's gonna be very interesting how Infinity are going to work their draft for this second game here. But it's also it is a surprise for me in a positive way that we've seen an Infinity like playing aggressive, playing is as even as Alpha7. You know, I was like waiting more for Alpha7, like more aggressive, like more stomping Infinity. But Infinity in this first game, they surprised me very, very much. Not only with the draft private, but only with the mentality and the playstyle.
Yeah, that's been one thing that I feel has always been consistent for Alpha7 is their ability to kind of reply to changes that are coming out. Like I think I've talked before, I believe they were one of the ones that were able to draft a great counter to the glue when it came to having a Kalea and I believe it was the Lunux pickup, and absolutely decimated the enemy team's glue. Here we saw a great early game that came out from the side of Infinity, and Alpha7 had a little trouble at the beginning, but eventually they understood what their win win conditions were. It might have seemed a little slow and back and forth, and maybe allowing Infinity a little bit more room than most people would be comfortable with, but there was a plan behind it. We have to bait them out. We have to be patient. We'll just stand around the Lord, wait for them. They don't want the Lord. They want to fight us. And every single time they're going to come out to fight us, we're going to drag them away from the Lord. And I feel like that is the type of like expertise you get from a great synergy on a team, and a team that trusts each other and understands the win conditions and can be that I want to say that patient source to wait for those win conditions to come online.
Yes, they were able to change their strategy very well there, and then the fact that they had Cho trying to backdoor that time to kind of split the team apart and try to give, you know, a little bit more of a fighting chance there.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
they
makes
went
total
ahead and
sense.
scanned the Zushin right there.
Yeah. So yeah, so Alpha7 said, no, not in my watch. You're not using Zushin here at this time for Infinity. And it's going to be very interesting because now we are seeing Infinity banning Marcel. What a surprise. Now let's see what's next here for banning. But it's gonna be very interesting because I think that Infinity still have the mentality here for like avoiding much problems such as Freya, for example, or Kalia that is still open here, but I don't believe that's not for long. But now let's see how is Alpha7 working at this draft. Now that we're seeing a map feature, Dangerous Grass, that everything can happen. Even I can be hide on bush.
I've been waiting too long.
It's funny because we did talk about this before broadcast is how important and at what level or tier do we hold the different maps when it comes into like a drafting strategy. Is it one of those afterthoughts that you kind of just like, whatever, we're still gonna go with our normal draft? Or is it one of those things that is like the first thing you think of and you're like, all right, what goes well into Dangerous Grass, or when it comes into the river or broken borders or things like that? I think you talked a little bit about something I'd never even considered when it comes to the broken walls. A Ling pick would be terrible for something like that. So it is very interesting, and it does hold a lot more weight than I think a lot of people consider. Pretty standard bans out there so far. I want to say some very familiar faces, and a Fanny ban coming out from the side of Infinity.
Yes. The Fanny ban is one of... Is their jungle really good with Fanny? Do you know, Rico? I'm not sure.
It is a respect ban. You know.
Yeah, he actually, they did use it against I believe Entity 7, and Alpha7 lost. And I don't think that speaks to the skill of the Fanny, just the skill of Entity 7, who was able to overtake it, and then they immediately hunkered down into the purple buff to make sure that Fanny was always underfed and not able to get the buff that they want. But it does speak to be able to pull out a Fanny in a pro level like this, speaks about their skill, Rico.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense here because as we know that Flake is a very good jungler, especially with a Fanny as a private set. The game that they lost versus Entity 7, they were not like the most about a Fanny and Flick. It was most like Entity 7 knew how to read that situation and how to handle that. So by the time that they say, hey, there's a purple buff over there, so let's go get it, for neutralize Fanny's playstyle, who that was enough to take down Alpha7 versus Entity 7. But now here, they don't want to handle that situation, so they banned Fanny. But now we're seeing Harley and Lapu Lapu for Infinity.
Yeah, they got the Boxia on the side of Alpha7, so they don't...
I believe Boxia is sitting at just under like a 62% win rate. I wouldn't know it because I feel like Boxia, and this is probably my own bias when it comes to playing Boxia, he's just one of those that you have to be, he takes a bit more technical ability than it looks like. He's a big, tanky, supporty type of jungler. So you feel like he's like a Fredrin or a Glue, run at the enemy, be a nuisance. But he does take a little bit of finesse to get perfectly, to kind of get into those Lord pits, get that Tortoise Poosins down, make sure you're putting a lot of damage out there as well. I do like the little bit of the shades of the early game that we have coming out from Alpha Alpha 7 with that Khalid pickup to be able to kind of secure that early game. We're going to see, don't really have an early game secured just yet for the side of Infinity.
Yeah, we have Phobius here to deal with Lovely's dashes, right? Granger's dashes, trying to kind of help the team in some way to kind of make sure they stick with those dashy heroes. Winky.
Yeah. You're right. Even though that the Phobius here, they can take advantage for, especially to get a backline here in a team fight, for example, trying to neutralize this Granger. I think Harley is a way harder than that, but even though it is good to be to face against the possible chosen heroes here from Infinity, so that a Phobius here can be a very good pick, especially with Khalid guarantee like a more aggressive micro gaming here with the mobility that can come from this roaming, possibly in Paquito's hand.
For me, it's been a question before the Minotaur, because Minotaur actually did a really good job in the last game. It was a question because Fanboy's been so successful on a lot of his chip games, but has kind of left a little bit to be desired with some of his other tankier heroes. I think he even used Lolita, which was kind of a little bit of a surprise for me and didn't really work out as well as I would have imagined a Lolita. You think about, oh yeah, it can block a lot of the shots, but there's a reason Lolita is kind of out of the meta. They've nerfed my poor girl into the ground. Her shield is a little bit bigger, but even the Numenon Blast, I think I was joking about this before, the Numenon Blast is so small that it doesn't even cover a lot of ground for it. So
poor girl.
Yeah, she's taking a lot of nerfs there, so it's very rough for any type of Lolita players out there. So it's been a question for me, is what do we have in the pool when it comes to Fanboy with a lot of these roams to what he can support. I do like the Valentina pickup here as well. You're going to be able to copy the Zeshion. You're going to be able to get a lot of CC onto the team as well. There's a lot of engagement tools on the side of Alpha 7.
Yes, I'm wondering, would it be a roam that they're looking for here on the side of Infinity? They're very tanky here on the side of Alpha 7 right now. And have a little, Khalid is super tanky. The fact that he can heal himself with his, was it Raging Snatch? I don't remember what it's called. But that, you know, move where he gets all his life back with his sand. So, there's the Kufra. Okay.
Yeah, there's your answer, Private. You're wondering about like Fanny's possibly pool heroes. I think that Kufra here can be a good answer.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, you've got a lot of dashes on the side of Alpha 7 when it comes to the Valentina, the Moskov, even what Paquito provides on the Khalid as well. It's just, are they going to get zoned out? So many times now I've seen that the problem comes. The answer is in the pretense of, can we land those Tyrant Rages? Can we land those Tyrant Revenges? And if not, are we putting our team in harm's way?
Yeah, makes total sense here, my friend. But now we are going to see what is about to happen in the second game. Everybody will be so welcome to the Land of Dawn, to the second game here, Alpha 7 versus Infinity. And for me, the Fanboy roles a plan playing with a Kufra, especially to neutralize the possibly aggressive forms with Upatizi, with Moscow, for example, or even though with the Phobius, or even though like trying with the ultimate, trying to somehow neutralize Baxia, for example, for guaranteeing an objective. That could be very interesting. So Fanboy here has some ways, some keys to help his team to playing even once again with Alpha 7, especially now that we're seeing Leonel with the Zetian and ZZ with Harley. Zetian, as we know, that one of the buffs that can weaken the magic resistance every time that she spells a skill. So every time that she does that, he turns weak and he nerfs the magic resistance from the other side. So that could be very interesting for Harley here with the ZZ, at least in the early game, to burst damage to the magical one, to burst, I don't know, maybe Upatizi with Moskov, maybe a Hassel with Valvios, even though they would, even in the beginning that they don't have the items from resistance, for example, to do that. So maybe that could be very interesting for Infinity.
Big thing for me on the side of Infinity is there is a lot of communication that needs to happen here. You've got the Tyrant's Revenge that can come in, the Rage of the Phoenix, the Fury of the Phoenix, and then you also have Bravest Fighter form coming in from Rusi. A lot of CC on top of CC on top of CC with the possibility of damage coming in, but it is going to happen sequentially. If you've got everybody using their ultimates and their stuns together, you're just not going to get the best value out of it. So there is good win condition for them, and there's a lot of CC out there. If you catch them with one, potentially the rest of the team can just boom, 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 and you've got a team that's in a full coma while you're putting damage onto them.
Oh man. So what do you think about these drafts, guys? I'm not even sure which team I think has an upper hand here. Like the fact that Valentina is able to take Zensian's CC, so that gives that additional CC for the side of their team. So it like what are my options? I don't know. They have a great front line for sure on Alpha7 side, right? Was it Alpha7? The Valentina?
Yeah.
I forgot. Okay.
Yeah, and on one hand here for me, like Infinity has a very interesting hard engage with Gopher, playing with trying to do some play here for like before the objectives, or trying to pick off, trying to get a specific pick off for Alpha7, but even though we have Valentina with the pack ability that can copy the ultimate, for example, maybe that the communication can work, and it has to be almost perfect, especially with the follow-up to the damage with Zetian and Harley, for example, or something, trying to neutralize that full views that can come in the back line here. So they have to take the chance, even in the early game, while the heroes don't have the first items, especially for the resistance one to guarantee these objectives. So Infinity has to have a very interesting early game versus Alpha7, because in the other side we have Moskov, that we all know that after 3 or 4 items, Moskov is very, very annoying with the split push, with the damage, with the global ultimate, so everything can happen.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get into game 2 of our first series of the night. Alpha7 taking on Infinity. Infinity looking to reply in kind to bring us to our max games of the series. Let's see how these drafts compete against each other. Just kidding. With this, you guys did not see enough of our pretty faces up on the desk, so I'm pretty sure that we're going to see us again. But one thing that I did while we have the opportunity that I wanted to get into is that on the side of Alpha7, they have that duo pickup. They have that duo, one of the toxic duos that I've always been talking about, that you just don't want to give away. Valentina and Khalid, the early game that they can throw at an enemy is just, especially when it comes to the burst, when it comes to those, I think it's just the second abilities from both of them that basically can one-shot a mid laner. And on the side of Infinity, even though you do have a Zetian on your team, it's gonna be slowed down just a little, your rotations, because of the Kufra, who's not going to be able to provide a huge amount of clearing potential in that mid lane. So it will be interesting to see how that early game works, especially, like I said, I feel like Alpha7, that early game, there's a reason, and I feel like we're going to find out here in the early game why I kind of call that like a very toxic duo opening with the Khalid and with the Valentina.
Giving hearts to the community. Oh, I just do want to remind the community, make sure you like this stream, please like it, subscribe if you have not yet. Make sure you follow us on our social media, NA Esports, you know, MLBB NA Esports. We are everywhere, as you can see.
Yeah, we actually are everywhere, right? So make sure you follow us in the social networks and stay tuned for more information. You are able to know everything about the tournament, about what is coming next on MLBB scenario, the next tournament, the pack notes, the updates, the new heroes, you know, us talking to you guys not only in our social platforms, so everywhere. So you make sure you follow our social networks.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and jump right into it. Paquito actually taking a lot of damage, maybe bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Oh, an auto attack chases him down. First blood goes over to Infinity. ZZ gonna pick up that kill.
Private, if you ask me, does my auto attack do this a lot of damage, cause this damage? I would say no. It's only from a pro. Only from a pro here can work with Harley to ZZ, guaranteeing the first blood for the jungler for Infinity. So it's that's a good way to guarantee in an early game. Okay, it's not guaranteed yet the early game for Infinity, but it is also a good chance.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of pressure from Alpha7, maybe in the purple buff of Infinity, trying to get that information, while Khalid now goes up to the top to try to put some more pressure onto Zablotch on that Granger pickup as well. I always feel like instead of, we understood that Infinity was at the purple buff. We could have immediately rotated up to the top with the Valentina, with the Khalid to maybe get some pressure up there. I don't think we needed to linger too much on Infinity. I don't think they were really looking for a fight there. 4 down at the bottom, but unfortunately, it looks like they're going to find themselves an empty lane. Rusi and ZZ, good placement into the pixel bush as we start our first turtle. Now, 4 members of Infinity. You can see Fanboy trying to tune up the band. Ranger Spider Form comes out. A big Rage of the Phoenix comes out. ZZ still able to get the turtle on the back foot, trying to spray some cards onto the rest of Alpha7 as Infinity trying to look for an escape. Lionel might be in a little bit of trouble here. Fanboy doing the best he can to try to offset that and clear a pathway. ZZ still able to find a kill onto Hesu.
That could be worse for Infinity here because the Ruthie used the ultimate for nothing, but still they could guarantee Fanboy.
Second, too late for Fanboy. Went in, thought he had the Tyrant's Revenge or the Tyrant's Rage, was not able to get it. Upatizi read it very well, sidestepped it, and that is unfortunate for Infinity. Still up 2-0 on Alpha7 though.
Yeah, first of all, Private, I would like to say sorry for you because my brain is not faster enough to track this movement, you know, because I was talking and suddenly the Fanboy was using the Flake and using the ultimate to trying to surprise the Moskov in the top side. It was like, okay, I missed. And like, okay, so let me pass to Private, but they were so fast. So, okay, let's continue here. And now oops, we saw an ultimate here. Okay, it was wrong. Now we're seeing here a 2v2 with ZZ waiting for some opportunity. So they using a teleportation here to try and find someone, but that's okay. Paquito is aware, and Frost also. But now 2-0. Oops!
Oh, you said that Paquito is aware, but I don't think he was. Yeah, he crossed that dead zone in between the Elbush and their bushes, and there were 3 people waiting right there. Perfect little gank there coming from Fanboy, followed up by an ultimate. ZZ travels up to the top, finds himself a kill onto Upatizi as well. Man, does Deadly Magic even have a cooldown? I feel like ZZ's used that twice now. Nice Rage of the Phoenix comes out. Stun is out as the rest of the team, Alpha7, trying to set up on this bottom turtle. 3 members of Infinity kind of fighting it out here, while another fight happening at mid lane right there. You can see the Harley and Paquito trying to fight it out. ZZ's gonna have to use that teleport to get away. SOD is out, and Moskov, Upatizi. You weren't able to see it off screen, but the SOD connected onto ZZ, and Upatizi came in and finished the job. What a read on the minimap. I love seeing stuff like that because it just tells how much Alpha7 and all these teams are able to pay attention to all these little details on the map, even though there was a huge turtle fight happening at the bottom lane.
You are totally right, and these things happening always shows up how MLBB, how Mobile Legends can be so dynamic. We were tracking a chaotic situation in the bottom lane, but now we're seeing like Hasu and Paquito versus a ZZ, and letting Hasu here, not Hasu, sorry, Paquito guaranteeing the kill for Alpha7. So these things are like very, very surprising to happen, even though we're saying like Paquito being aware from Aziz's situation and burst damage, but even though he was surprised, he was bursted not only enough to get to be taken down, but once again Paquito is on the top side. Okay, 2v2, but now Kufra and ZTN maybe are heading up. Let's go.
Ooh, Fanboy was looking to tune up the bands there for a Tyrant's Revenge, but was not able to get... I don't think he had the distance he would have needed to be able to get in there. Ooh, 3 people on the bush. Flick thinks twice about going through the river there as well. Now 3 members starting to mount their offense. Paquito going to go ahead and... Oh, Zablot's going to be able to use that flicker, but on the backside gets caught by Flick. A great descent there coming in. Tyrant's Revenge comes in. Tyrant's Rage connecting. Paquito might be in a little bit of trouble here. Deadly Magic on him. And he almost gets away. Another count of the auto attack from ZZ, taking down Paquito.
Mom, can I stay with you, Mom? The auto attack gives me goosebumps or something like that. The nightmare from ZZ, 4 kills in Harley. But okay, they have to take care about that. They have to compensate this advantage from ZZ's hand for Infinity. And this is not happening private because this next turtle went for Alpha7. 2 turtles for versus only 1 for Infinity. Infinity is playing very good. The goal lead here, always 2k for Infinity. But hey, we were talking about Alpha7. They knew and they know how to handle situations like that.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You've got 2 turtles on the side of Alpha7, but Infinity is doing such a great job of macro that they do have gold on their side. Nice little rage of the Phoenix coming out there. Fanboy in a little bit of trouble trying to get himself an escape. Zablotch goes down. Oh, just narrowly misses the SOD. So we're not going to have an incoming Upatizi. And Fanboy does find himself an escape. 3-4 right now. Gold is even now for Alpha7 and Infinity. Alpha7 finally able to kind of match up when it comes to the macro. Might be in trouble. Lionel on the wrong side at the bottom lane gets caught by 3 members of Alpha7.
Surprise! 4 players from Alpha7 in the bottom lane here taking down Lionel. But now, as we were talking about private, a 4-4 for the both teams. We're seeing now Granger with Hunter Strike and Sky Pierce, and Moscow with Corrosion Sight and the Golden Staff. Infinity had an advantage, an interesting advantage, but now it's even. Alpha7 is back in the game. When we are talking always about that, Alpha7 is a very strong team. They know how to handle situations like that. Okay, Infinity still have many chances, but they have to do it right.
Yeah, nice big poke from the backside of Paquito, tries to find a stun onto the side of Alpha7, but they turn it around. Rusi finds a kill on the frost lane E. Zablotch finds a kill onto Hesu. Now Infinity trying to turn this around, trying to find something onto Flick. Oh, they do find a stun, now trying to rotate the aggro of this tower, find themselves a mid tower, and have opened up the map of Alpha7. Infinity doing a good job here of trying to maintain some of these fights. That's already going to be 2 down with the first Lord up, and Infinity look to take full advantage of that.
That's what I'm talking about. 2 kills here. Now letting advantage for guarantee the first Lord for Infinity. 6-4. The goal lead here heading almost to 2k for Infinity. They still have many things to do, but now 3v1.
Yeah, Rusi was trying the best he could to try to protect this tower, but Upatizi doing a great job. As soon as he was able to take down top, immediately rotated down to bottom, and that's going to be a tower down for the side of Infinity. However, they do have a Lord creeping its way up at the top lane.
Yeah, we have to keep an eye on Rusi here with the Lapu because he was very important in the last team fight to guarantee the kill. Oh, Fanboy is trying to do something.
Oh yeah, lands on the flick, looking for the Tyrant's Rage. A great response. Immediately, Paquito comes in with the Raging Sandstorms as soon as Fanboy lands. So that was a great read from Paquito to be able to stun him, so he wasn't able to get the combo that he wanted to be able to kind of upset the entire team there. A great read. Alpha7 going to be able to defend. Now they're going to go ahead and try to push onto the Fanboy goes down. Zablotch is next on the list. They're going to try to chase down ZZ, who uses that teleport to get himself away.
It's overextended. It was not even necessary, Infinity. You lost 2 players. The advantage was fair enough for you guys. But now with attempting for taking down the turret number 3 in the top side here, it wasn't good. That wasn't a good idea. But now let Alpha7 get back in the game once again. The focus can be.
Oh, yeah, they're going to go ahead and be able to clean up the mid. Nice little Rage of the Phoenix comes out there, does not find the stuns it wants. We did have the items up for a moment, and the interesting thing to me is that Zablotch, who is 58 gold behind Upatizi, still has 1 more item than Upatizi. So he's definitely kind of making more use of the gold that he has. I think we already got 400 now. I mean, he did finally pick up the Demon Hunter sword on the side of, for Alpha7 there. So before it started to tell you, like, when it comes to some of these gold, those little items make the difference. Being able to finish an item first, especially when you're a damage dealer, when you're a marksman, somebody who wants to be able to kind of put down suppressive fire for your team. And that's what's helping kind of keep Infinity in a lot of these games. But we've seen it before. There's great patience, great understanding that come from Alpha7 when it comes to these long games. They understand what they need to do. They don't, you're not going to catch them too often being impatient.
Yeah, I agree with you, Private, because even though the goalie for Upatizi, it seems that Zablotch is doing a lot more, right, with Granger. And now it's very important here that the goal line from Alpha7, he has to be on the same page from the rest with the rest of the team here to guarantee this victory. Okay, they have the lead. They are 1-0 in the best of 3, but now we're seeing Infinity playing aggressive, playing as far as even with Alpha7. But now the second Lord appearing in the upper side of the river. It started immediately by Infinity, but we are going to have a fight back from Alpha7.
Yeah, I feel like Alpha7 wants to slow play this. They want to wait until Upatizi can get to the mid side of bottom lane so that they can go ahead and maybe get back into this fight with the SOD. All right, he's already cleared up the bottom, so now a lot of pressure coming from Infinity on this Lord. Flick looking for a way to get in here. Hesu doing a great job trying to be the offense. Out comes the bravest fighter. He is looking for a stun. SOD connects. In comes Hesu. Rossi able to find the Lord. I don't know where Upatizi is on here. Oh, now I can see him there trying to put down a lot of damage. Does go ahead and push Rushi against the wall. Frostlane Eve able to get the final shot there. ZZ able to pick up Flick. It is a 1-2 lead right now when it comes to kills. Zablotch finds another 3rd kill onto Alpha7. Infinity looking to press their advantage.
That was a happy combo for Infinity, guaranteeing the Lord, guaranteeing kills. Now the second turret in the mid lane, pushing the waves. The Lord now heading in the topper side for Infinity, and now they have the chance to take down the turret. Oh, the both lanes here. The Lord is still heading up. Oh, that could be a very good chance for Infinity, my friend Private.
Yeah, and right now up at the top, Lord's starting to come in. I do feel like the rest of Infinity just going to go ahead, do what they need to, clear out the jungle of Alpha7 before retreating. Right now, pretty hard game for Alpha7. They are looking about 5K gold behind as we take a look at the items.
Yeah, okay. Infinity Glaive, we see Genius 1 with ZZ's hand, you know, so there's a lot of pressure, especially coming from the Harley here. He's a 5-1, the KDA from Harley, so the early game was very interesting for him, and now letting Infinity to a very interesting advantage. I would say that could be like I could say that the game is done for Alpha7, you know, but hey, we were talking about Alpha7, right? So they can shine and they can resurrect from the ashes here in this game. But now Infinity has a good chance, a very very big one here to finish the game, especially with Kufra, with Fanboy, with a hard engage here. If he can find a breach versus Alpha7, maybe focus Upatizi or Valentina, for example, the most squish ones, that could be a very good for Infinity to finish this game too.
Yeah, last game they had the security of the last Insanity from an export to kind of come in and try to Lord steal. I feel like here they're just a little bit more hesitant to let the Lord fight go to Infinity. I want to say last game they were more confident to kind of hide in the bushes, wait for it. And let Infinity kind of get a scare themselves out. They would be on the Lord and they'd be like, all right, it's taking too long for them to respawn. And then they would run out there to try to find Alpha7. Here, it feels like Alpha7, they're a little hesitant to let that Lord, the possibility of the Lord, go to the side of Infinity. So they're not giving Infinity the chance to try to chase them and try to kite them back. And that's because they've got a good amount of damage. They can actually take the Lord down pretty quickly. And not just that, but I want to say there's a huge amount of CC on the side of Infinity, down to 50%. You can see Zablat trying to lay on the suppressive fire with that Rhapsody. Hesu looking for a connection in there. Now going down to Rage of the Phoenix comes out, and ZZ able to pick up the Lord again. Down goes Paquito. SOD is out. Upatizi laying down the suppressive fire. Another dash. Down goes Rusi. Just kidding. He has the immortality, but Upatizi's going to go ahead, find himself a little bit of a push there as well. Now trying to rain the damage onto Fanboy, looking for an escape. ZZ trying his best to come in and put the damage. Frost Lane gets taken down, while Fanboy takes a lot of damage, and Upatizi able to find a kill, but directly after that finds himself on the wrong end of a deadly magic. That is all 5 members of Alpha7 down. A clean team wipe for Infinity, and game 2 ties it up.
Infinity claiming the victory here in the second game and letting everything draw. It's even now. 1-1 here in this best of 3. Xena, what a match once again.
I know, what a match. You never know whose game it will be. Infinity started off strong and making sure they got the kills in the early game, and then they started to struggle a little bit there in the mid as Alpha7 was, making sure that their marksman stayed down, like getting to kill him, making sure that he's not gonna have that late, but they still came up and was greedy with the Lord. They got all the Lords and was able to keep control of the map, and that's how they won that game, keeping that pressure on and making sure that they were able to get it all. So
yeah, that last fight was very interesting too. I felt like that was the most offense that Alpha7 was able to kind of give out, to trade back and forth there. And ultimately, even with the joining from the SOD coming in from Upatizi, who was actually able to do a ton of damage onto the side of Infinity, eventually Infinity just was able to kind of split them apart enough for ZZ to kind of be able to get that deadly magic on, to be able to kind of pick them off one by one. And when all the smoke and dust cleared, the entire team Alpha7 had been wiped, and Infinity still had to march down to the core.
Yeah, now we're seeing the stats here from Infinity guaranteeing the victory. We're seeing ZZ with 93% of team participation, 71% with Lionel here with ZTN, and 79 with the Fanboy. And I don't know, I'm not sure, but I'm quite sure that in the last team fight for the Lord, I think that a Fanboy was crucial because he stopped Flick right before trying to steal the Lord with the retribution. Like I'm almost sure that he did it, and it was very important for Infinity here, guarantee the Lord. But even though they guaranteed the Lord, we saw a very hard team fight from both two teams, because we were seeing, like, we were about to see Upatizi being a hero, but he was able to take down 2 players, but it wasn't enough for Alpha7 to guarantee the reverse sweep in the second game for the team. But even though we were seeing Infinity winning the second game, and now everything is even.
That highlight was the Moskov SOD that came in to clean the clock of ZZ right there off screen. It's almost like watching a cartoon. You saw the SOD and then we just change angles and it's like, you already know what happened here. We don't need to show you guys. and then I want to say like a great offense coming out from Alpha7. They tried to continue on with like a lot of that aggression, but I feel like Infinity just was doing a great job of being able to respond in kind. This has been a lot closer of a game, a series than I thought it would be between both of these teams. They're just doing such a great job when it comes to protecting the back line, juggling back and forth between a lot of these fights, even when the split pushing is kind of a big a threat for your teams. They're still able to kind of manage a lot of these fights, even when it came down to, I feel like managing, the best thing that Infinity was able to do was to manage the threat that was Upatizi too. Even though he was able to split push, even though he was able to get back in with a lot of those SODs, still able to kind of pick off around him to get the team down.
There was like a lot of assists for sure on the team. I saw on the Infinity side, a lot of them had massive assists, so they were able to, they were really great synergy, able to support each other. But big plays, smart decisions, and perfect timing, that's what earns you the MVP that we have for you today. Let's check out who it is. It is, of course, ZZ over here with 716 KDA, 69.4 total damage, and 858 golds per minute. He was a force to be reckoned with, and mostly unstoppable, except for that one time we just saw, but...
Yeah. But now ZZ, you know what that means, right? ZZ is the sound of every time that he used the ultimate from Harley here to get a burst damage and take down the enemies. You know, so that was enough for Infinity here, guaranteeing the victory and turn everything here draw even in this first match of the day. We're seeing now ZZ. As I was saying in the first game, guys, a ZZ with Harley, it is a very interesting choice, not only to guarantee an early game, but letting to the rest of his teammates to like be comfort, to be calm down, and guarantee a mid and late game for Infinity to let them to the victory. And that what happened. He chose a Harley, he went through it, guaranteed the objectives, and let Zablox and Lionel shine together to let them to the victory.
For me, the big thing is, I know we talked about that SOD, it was fun to watch. But the big thing, even though it was against ZZ, the big thing about ZZ was the stats when we saw in there. 94%, I believe that was, team participation. So that just says a lot about the team, the organization, the synergy, and ZZ doing the best he can to make sure that he was always a part of the team engagements. Not just that, but that also speaks about the team not getting into a lot of skirmishes without him until when he's not ready. So that's a great compound, a little stat there that comes, and a reason that he was able to secure that type of MVP as well.
Yeah, they had really great communication there, and I feel like probably ZZ was the one shot calling it all then, if that's the case. He was able to be there at the right moment, the right time, just to be able to get those picks off. He's like, wait, guys, wait, I'm almost there. Let me finish off, like, cleaning up this jungle real quick. I'll be there in, like, what, 2 seconds? So, you know, the fact that they do have that communication, that's big, that's key for sure.
Yeah, that's absolutely right here. Communication being the key to guarantee this a victory for Infinity, especially when we talk like ZZ, Lionel, and Zablox with the Trinity that can, they are, for me, they are the pillars from this team to like let them to not only to get an advantage, but also to play as even with the strong teams such as Alpha7, for example. So they were really good. They did an amazing job in the second game. They already did a good job in the first game. You know, like some point of the first game, they got lost and it wasn't enough to finish the first game. So in the second one, it was good, and they led them to the victory. Now the game is even.
I kind of feel like the beginning of this game, Alpha7 kind of got maybe a little frazzled. Right in the opening bit, I believe we had that pause, and then when we came in, we had, I believe it was Paquito immediately got killed in trying to invade. The only thing for me is that they kind of, I feel like that kind of upset the balance for them, especially because there was a lot of points that I was seeing that we really were not making use of the Khalid and Valentina early game. And that was probably because after you get that early death, kind of put a little bit of PTSD into the roam, just like, all right, I'm not going to be invading anymore. I'm just going to try to sit back. And unfortunately, it allowed Infinity to really kind of get stacked up to where they needed. It gave Harley a lot of free roam where he wanted to be able to go anywhere he needed to. Here, we're going to go ahead and start off with the second draft. A lot of familiar bands up there.
Oh, I was just about to say, I wonder if they'll leave Harley open for them. No, they're like, no, we saw what we did. So for sure, we're not going to leave that open for them to pick up. And again, they're banning out that Fanny, making sure that Alpha7 does not utilize that because they know that most likely that would be something that they cannot stop.
Yeah, now let's see what is about Alpha7 is about to ban. Ooh, Zushin. I was thinking about Zushin for Infinity as they didn't play in the first game here, so now it is time for Infinity. Guarantee a carry. Okay, so we have a point here, Private. Guaranteeing a goal laner so soon, that can give a chance for not only Alpha7 to readapt the draft, you know, but also to not give tankies in that composition to benefit carry.
Yeah, I want to say when it comes to carry, you kind of depending, you're looking for backline access, some type of burst that you can do to be able to kind of bring down the carry. Tankier ones, like you said, they don't fare well against it because she's got the dash, she's got ability to escape, and that just means that the tanks have to go further back to try to get her down. Yeah, I kind of saw the Zushin ban coming up there just because when you ban out Harley, you take out one of the big counters for the Zushin pickup there as well. We still do have a lot of space open for Infinity right now. I'm wondering if we're going to try to lock down possibly a mage pickup here or kind of suffer the wrath of Alpha7 trying to ban those out as we move into the second banning phase. Guinevere has been an interesting pick for me. It's something that's at this point can go in a lot of places. Ooh, the Uranus out there. I feel like Uranus is a good point here to try to stop I want to say a Fredrin pickup from the side of Alpha7.
Yeah, Uranus is extremely tanky. They picked up that Suyu. He's really great in the jungle. I guess the Guinevere is chosen to deal with the carry to be able to kind of like hide in the bush and try to ambush her, get her out of the picture, right? So sometimes I feel that it's not that great to choose the marksman first because, like you said, all the counters that they can decide to do against it, because that is your late game carry, right? So if it gets into that late game, what are you gonna do? Oh, Sora.
Yeah, so I believe that Sora here is gonna handle Uranus in the XP lane. But something interesting that I had in my mind is about the ZZ situation so far, because we saw ZZ play with Harley, so he's not allowed to use that again in this best of 3. So I was thinking another hero here that could be a very good for him to guarantee an interesting early game for Infinity. And I was thinking about like some assassin with a very interesting burst at damage. And one of these assassins that is prioritized in Armor South is just a Suyu. So he could guarantee with him, but once again they had to be careful with the respawn, for example, in the other side, because we also have Guinevere who can possibly go in a jungler or in a roaming, for example. So depending on the rest of the composition, that could be a very wombo combo situation for Alpha7, guaranteeing execution with the jump and the Requiem Violet and another follow-up from a damage here for Alpha7. So let's see what is going to happen. But because so far, Infinity is banning Insung now from the 4th banning, and Valentina is not coming from the Land of Dawn in this last game here, my friend Private.
Yeah, the Valentina's so that's not going to be a counter that they're going to be able to pick out for the Sora. Very interesting to pick out a Uranus too, because that also kind of hinders a lot of the marksman pickup they can go with. You're probably not going to want to go with something like a Claude or something. I'm sorry?
Atlas.
Atlas? Ooh, Atlas?
Yeah, that's I'm not sure. I mean, maybe they're kind of honing in on the types of junk or the roam pickups that you have coming out from Alpha7. I feel like you still have a good amount of roams out there without banning the Atlas. I feel like that's very interesting coming out from Alpha7. Here they're going to go with the Claude pickup, which I was just talking about. I don't know how well that will work into a Uranus, just because you kind of come out there and then you're going to feed Uranus the max stacks that he needs to start hurdling himself into your team. So it'll be very interesting to see how we start and set up with a lot of these engagements. We've got enough CC to really kind of get it off there.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Right now they're trying to pick up that mage, right? Like you said, they should have tried to pick it up sooner. Now that Valentina is kind of out of the picture, what will they have?
Yeah, and talking about like Claude here, not only about that situation that Private said, but also with Upatizi's performance so far. You know, like I think that he didn't show up in this match just to help Alpha7. I believe that would be one of the reasons. No. Am I seeing right? Am I dreaming? No,
you're not seeing it right. You gotta rub those eyes.
Do not attempt to adjust your YouTube screens, ladies and gentlemen. That is a Eudora on your screen. I would be a little questionable of it if it wasn't paired up with Fanboy's Chip. Fanboy, who has had, I want to say Chip, if it's not one of his favorite heroes, it needs to be, because he always has an absolutely stellar performance on the Chip. He's so aggressive with it. His map presence is just huge. He takes full advantage of what Chip provides when it comes to CC, map pressure, and things like that. Still waiting on the last jungle pickup, possibly? No, so we're gonna have a Roam Bedang, a jungle Guinevere, and an XP Sora, if I'm reading this correctly.
Yeah.
Interesting. This is gonna be fun to see for sure. The fact that they have that Eudora. Woo!
Now it's so hot in here after I saw Eudora in my screen from this composition. Infinity, I love you. Mwah. This composition is like so good, and so it's gonna be very interesting here. Eudora versus Farsa, and now we're seeing like I believe there is some kind of way to neutralize maybe the entrance that Guinevere can do, or a Sora with the tanky ultimate, for example, with the Cloud one. Or even Upatizi with the Cloud here with the ultimate. So let's see what is going to happen. But even though that kind of things can happen, I'm still excited to see what is going to happen next.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to game point for both Alpha7 and Infinity. Winner here will get their placement in the playoffs as well. Like I said, both these teams, they've tasted the bitter taste of defeat, now looking to put their best foot forward.
Yeah, and now, surprise, we are back.
You guys can't get enough of our faces, you know?
Yeah, so yeah, I'm so...
Private snazzy jacket here. And Rico,
look at Private.
Pink that
Look
does
at
not
Private.
match us, but it's okay. I'm just kidding.
Okay, that's okay. I'm used to it. That's okay. Okay.
Let's talk about that Eudora, though. Eudora, she's able... I mean, if she gets momentum, she would be able to get, you know, just like those ganks in, right? She can hide in the bush, kind of like be very sneaky if she's strong enough. If they keep her like from farming or anything like that, from getting any type of gold, then she's not gonna be much of a factor.
Yeah, you know, and that's the point, because I used to see Eldora in the dangerous grass in my ranked games, you know, not in the pro one. But now we're seeing here, and I was like trying to figure out like this idea for bringing Eldora here, because I was waiting a Fanny, for example, but she was banned. I was waiting a Link, for example, to bring Eldora to neutralize these assassins and these junglers. But now we're seeing like a Guinevere in the jungler, we're seeing Sora in the XP lane, you know, like from Eldora here. Not only about the stun to neutralize one of these heroes, but also for the burst damage that can be very interesting from the first skill and the ultimate here. So
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. Maybe, not maybe, they have a plan. They are pro and they know that, you know. But I'm so excited to see. I can't wait to see how it's gonna work in that compositions idea.
Eudora is basically the mage's mage. It's the very typical hide, stun, and use all of your abilities at once, and then get away because you have nothing left. For me, the question isn't just about can we make Eudora work out here. It is how Chip and Eudora are going to be able to synergize into a lot of these fights. We don't necessarily have to wait in bushes to utilize this Eudora. We can have Chip roaming around the map looking for anybody who's left alone, tries to get the stun, immediate teleport, you have Eudora there with the stun and blowing them up, nuclear style. So that is what is going to be the big thing for me, is that can we execute that properly? Also, Eudora, if she goes ahead, maybe gets a if they're going to lead her with a purify here, that might also help out too, because now you have the ability to bait in the Gwen to try to get the Violet Requiem, purify out, stun, and immediate explosion there as well. So we have some uses. There are some bright spots for it. I know we don't usually see Eudora a lot here, and the big thing is because there's just people who can do the same thing that she does and have an escape, a way to get away, which Eudora doesn't have stock. So you're kind of looking at like, okay, she's gonna get caught at some point, and are they gonna make it meaningful? Here, I feel like if Infinity can keep the aggression and make it their game for aggression, Eudora is really going to shine here. If we're on our back foot, I think that's where we're going to have the most trouble utilizing this pickup.
I feel that Infinity, like we said, we've seen it, they have really great communication. So the fact that they have that Chip and Eudora combo, I feel like they can make it work and utilize it correctly, because of that. Just all in all, we've seen it happen. They just do well together. They know how to talk to each other, and they know how to get things done.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. And even though that when we see about like a burst damage, and we've seen a Guinevere from one side, and we've seen Eldora, for example. Like Guinevere has the ability to stun, and with the jump and the Requiem Violet here, like guaranteeing a kill, but it is not so fast. Not faster as Eldora, for example. Okay, we still have Farsa in the Alpha7 composition, so that can be another way of burst damage, as we are talking about mage versus mage, you know. But everything is possible.
Just in case you guys forgot what a pause screen looks like, we're just gonna go ahead and give you a little snapshot of it right there as we return ourselves back to the desk here for these guys. Unfortunately, like we said, we do want to make sure and keep the games professional, even for both teams. So that means sometimes when somebody's having an issue, we need to make sure that is cleared out and put right, so that both of these teams, especially with the game that's really important here, like I said, both of these guys have a 1-1 record, looking for their placement in the playoffs here. A victory here could get some good, solid momentum for them leading into the next weeks. I think we've covered about the Eudora and their ability to kind of move forward with that type of pickup. The only thing that kind of I want to say, like with some of the other pickups that we have out there, I'm wondering where do we see the success of the draft coming out from Alpha7 here?
Do you have any opinions on that, Rico? Alpha
I believe-
7's draft.
I believe that even maybe now, because we like to see, and we are used to see Paquito playing aggressive with certain heroes. You know, sometimes it can work very well, like with a show not so good enough, because they have he has an idea how to use show, maybe trying to find someone, trying to find a specific pick out for Alpha7's composition, for example, where also with another kind of a roaming with Khalid, for example, that they were trying to make a follow-up, especially with the damage and controlling the mid lane and the pressure. But now we have good news, Zena.
Yes, remember guys, the longer you stay in the stream, the more chance that you have to get in on those diamond drops right there. But let's get back to the game.
For real this time, I think we
Okay.
got it.
Wait.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get right into it. Another thing to kind of factor up as we lead. First of all, let's just go ahead. Like I said, last game for the Alpha7 taking on Infinity. Winner here set themselves up with some great amount of momentum when it comes to the playoffs next week. But for me, see, already getting a little taste of that damage coming out from Lionel on the Eudora, but I don't think it's going to be able to help them to pick up this Little Wanderer.
Yeah, Lionel here was level 2, so it means that Eudora also have the stun, so Alpha7 has to be aware about that situation. But now they're heading back, trying to play safe. It's good to see here. It's so good to see Flake using Guinevere with the Octinus skin. But oh, Fanboy! Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Fanboy came in, got himself, I think he used his little teleport to get himself up there quickly. A big thing for me, though, I was going to say, I feel like that Infinity, they're giving up a really big, important spot, which is the early game, that Lionel and this Eudora just is not going to shine with. Frostlane is going to have a pretty decent, clear ability to kind of take out some of those minions and then use the wings by wings to get onto the side. You can say here already, Frostlane Eve going to get to the top, Paquito following them, but a great job by Fanboy, fed that information to Infinity. Rusi doing a good job of backing up.
Yeah, it's a 4v2 here in the top lane for Alpha7, and while the two players, while Lionel and Fanboy are like pressing the mid lane here, and now they're heading on the upper side because the first turtle is here, and both teams are dancing around it.
Yeah, Lionel really putting the boots there. Frostlight is going to come in here onto the Pixel Bush for this. Are they going to be able to kind of come in there looking to get on the Flick? Flick is able to get the turtle. We do have a feathered airstrike raining down damage, but Frostlight is able to find a kill onto Zablotch. We did see a Violet Requiem come out, but not able to find the kill. Big Blazing Duet is out. Flick finds a kill onto Rusi. 2-0 right now. ZZ might be in trouble here. And with a nice fist crack coming in from, or no, that wasn't a fist crack. That was Hesu with on the Sora. That confused me there. They kind of look the same there, but yes, Hesu able to come in there to put on some a bunch of damage there. So it's now going to be 1-3 in Alpha's favor.
Yeah, and it wasn't even worse for Infinity here because because at least Lionel guaranteeing a kill against Paquito. So that could be interesting for Eudora. But we are seeing here now that maybe Infinity is not in they are not having an easy way, you know, with that composition, because now we're seeing killing spree for Flake Private.
Yeah, the only thing is what I am seeing is Lionel executing his stuns and damage alone. What you need to do is you need to have him executing his stuns and damage followed up by the rest of Infinity coming in to finish the job. You can't just have one man trying to go in there, put out the damage while the rest of the team is kind of sitting on the back line. We need to kind of line up these ultimates, line up this damage so that we can kind of find some of those quick kills.
Yeah, but now Carry here can be surprised. Paquito is heading down. Flake also, but now the rest of the teams for Infinity is also... Oh, Eudora is taken down.
Yeah, unfortunate for the side of Infinity. That's going to be another kill for Frostlane Eve, sitting at 2-0-2. Finds a kill onto Lionel, hiding in the bush. Eudora having not the greatest game so far. One kill on there, but one death as well. 1-5 in favor of Alpha7.
Yeah, now the next turtle is on the river in the up bottom side, and apparently it won't have a fight back because we are seeing ZZ once again being taken down. Hasu can be the next victim.
Lionel came in with the hope and a dream to try to take down even unloaded the full damage of their kit on that Eudora, but eventually got cleaned up while Frostlane Eve rained down damage with the feathered airstrike. And fortunate for Infinity, this early game is really they're having a very rough time with this early game right now.
It is so far not able to do something. He had now Hunter Strike in Suyo's hand, but I don't think that, okay, maybe he can do something, but it's very, very hard because now Eudora doesn't have an away, doesn't have a breach here to burst someone, you know, to find an opportunity for Infinity. And now we're seeing Alpha7 like playing together using the macro style here. Now we're seeing the items Demon Hunter for Claude so far and Corrosion side for carry. So Alpha7 now has an unusual advantage that they are not used to have in this match so far in this best of 3. So we can see and we know what Alpha7 can do with this kind of advantage. So Infinity here can be in a very much trouble.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what Fanboy right now is being very passive. I feel like that is kind of our key to victory for Infinity, is to be able to kind of really utilize that roam, the chip, the map presence that we have, and we just are not at that point right now. And now we do see the rotation coming down to the bottom. Ooh, Zabloch reads that perfectly all the way back to the tier 2 tower here. Unfortunately, is going to have to let that tower go without much, I want to say, reply coming out from Zabloch. Paquito looking for an angle, but I want to say Zabloch very wisely reading the map, doesn't know where anybody is, so makes the assumption that there's somebody in their bushes.
Yeah, that was one of the rules here for a gold lane. Never face check up in the bush. Oops, feather strike. Only to zoom Lionel here. Okay. Yeah,
perfect example of what they are looking for and why this mid lane is going to be so tipped in the favor of Alpha7. You have a feathered airstrike that can basically zone out the Eudora while you're going ahead and pressing I want to say a lot of offense on there. Nice fist crack comes in there on the Fanboy. Is going to try to use, he lays down the portals. Now the rest of the team trying to come in here. We do have Upatizi with a blazing duet to get away. Hasu is right there as well. Feather airstrike down. Fanboy and ZZ get taken out immediately. That's going to be a double kill for Frostlane Eve, and just picked up the Genius Wand as well.
Yeah, for the first time that Fanboy was trying to do something to Infinity here, the response from Alpha7 was like immediately guarantee 2 more kills for Frost Laneve with Farsa. The situation for Infinity could not be worse so far. 9-1. The gold lead here, Private, it's almost 6K for Alpha7. It's going to be a nightmare for Infinity so far.
I feel like maybe we put a lot of eggs into the Eudora basket here.
Yeah.
We gave up a lot for the early game. Now we're getting kind of zoned out by that feathered airstrike. As we take a look here at the items. Oh, God, look at that gold lead.
Look at the major situation, like with the Queen's wings here and the Genius Wand. Oops.
Yeah, big feather airstrike trying to rain down damage onto Infinity. In the back line, Rusi coming in with a big, or Upatizi with a blazing duet as well. I believe I saw, was there another? No, that was just him alone there with the blazing duet there. Rusi in trouble here, gets popped up underneath his tower. Flick able to find the kill as the rest of Alpha7 gonna go ahead, complete the tier tower, or the tier 2 tower up at the top lane. And man, 2-12 right now. If I'm Alpha7, I could not have asked for a more dominant opening.
Yeah, you want a dominance? There it is. Alpha7 dominating the pace, dominating the game so far. The Lord is heading in the upper side of the river. 12 kills versus only 2 from Infinity. Now we're seeing Upatizi and Hasu playing together in the bottom lane. There's so much advantage for Alpha7, not only the goal lead, the map domination also. And now Infinity, they have to do some magic here to get back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of looking down at it too. I believe Upatizi already has the Trinity build too. So once he goes back with that Blazing Duet, he's really going to be shredding Infinity. Now they're going to go ahead, start on this Lord and the rest of Infinity. I think they've already kind of written it in stone. They know that they're not going to be able to kind of get a lot of these team fights. So they're doing the best they can to try to macro onto those side lanes.
I saw Golden Staff and Demon Hunter in the replay here in the broadcast, so you're waiting for the third item for the Trinity. They're now, oops, Flick here trying to jump. Okay, he found nothing, but now he's seeing easy to...
Oh, ZZ gets eaten alive by a feathered airstrike. And that's another thing too. The longer some of these fights last where you're trying to use a melee hero and get CC'd down, Frostlane Eve's gonna be right there on that Farja. They did use that feathered airstrike, so they're not gonna be able to zone out here. But speaking of zoning out, a big pop-up lands followed up by the shifting skies from Hesu to come in there. Blazing Duet onto the back line, finds itself a kill onto Zablotch.
Now here comes here, they're continuing here this time. Triple kill for Upatizi so far. Yeah, Claude is on fire, Alpha7 is on fire. 10 minutes here, and now they are coming for the victory, Private.
Yeah, it's only 11 minutes, and Infinity found themselves on the wrong end of this game, and that's going to be Alpha7 with a very quick Game 3 victory.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Alpha7 in this third game, as the usual game that we have seen so far in this best of 3. But now they won, Xena, 2-1 for Alpha7. Oops. Yeah. I agree,
Sorry.
I agree, Xena.
Yes. You know, I thought you could read lips. I was just trying to help you guys. But anyway,
Okay, yeah.
Flick and Frostlane Eve turning things around in the early and showing them that they can dominate too, right? And as a reply, Infinity was trying to come back there, but it seems like their oddball pick, the Eudora, was not able to make a difference, or it was not the right choice in this sense. But that mid and jungle duo, Flick and Frostlane, they had it in the vault. They did not die. They got the most kills, and they were just on point. Their whole team was dominating that field right there.
I want to say that the Eudora, I feel like what we traded to the value of the Eudora was just too much. The early game that we get, the range that you give up for the Eudora, not just that, but then when the damage was kicking off, especially in the early game, it didn't feel like the rest of the team was on board with them as well. I mean, she did chunk, and I want to say she got down to like, she got a lot of them down to like 70%. There just was no follow-up coming from Infinity with that, and eventually they were able to back up and find their rhythm in this game was Alpha7.
Yeah, you're totally right. As we see now the stats here so far, 16 kills for Alpha7 versus only 2 from Infinity. And we can discuss about like the Infinity's idea bringing Ship and Eudora here in this composition. The idea could be very interesting, but execution, like one thing is a theory, another thing is a real life, as we say, the practical one. And we didn't see something like that because we didn't see like Lionel was like proactive in an early game, but we didn't see the same from a Fanboy. Because if the idea was like Fanboy trying to find a breach or trying to find a chance to bring Eudora together to burst the damage and take down one of the enemies or 2, for example, they didn't do that. Even in the early game, they didn't do that. Maybe because they didn't find the chance, they didn't find the breach, you know. But it wasn't good enough for bringing Infinity to play, even as the same page from Alpha7. So there was a stomp from Alpha7 in this third game.
Yeah, and I felt like we didn't really have an opportunity for any engagement on the side of Infinity. We had Uranus on the team, but that's just tankiness. We don't have any way to actually set. We don't have any good stuns to really kind of get in there, except for Fanboy, who right from the beginning just did not have the same amount of aggression that you would like to see in a chip in that early game. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was a setting potentials galore.
All right. But now it's time to highlight the player who made the biggest impact. Our MVP was Flick with 507 KDA, 21.5 total damage, and 754 golds per minute. I didn't know who would get the MVP here because both of them did an amazing job. Frost Lane Eve and Flick both did wonderfully there, and so it was like a even matchup. They were 75% both of them, and like team participation, so it was tossed in the air there for sure.
Yeah, you're right. Hashtag Team Frost here, man, because he played very well using the far side, especially in the Fed airstrike. So, okay, Flick also played very well with Guinevere so far. So the whole team from Alpha7 was very good in this third game. Even Upatizi, that wasn't like that he was like hiding the first two games. In this game here, his performance was very interesting so far with the Claude also. So guaranteed a victory for Alpha7. So we're seeing more like than Flick. With Flick, playing with Guinevere, especially with the jump and the Requiem Violet here being so effective in the most part of the fight, and the most part of the tries for Infinity to trying to do someone, and the response for Alpha7 was very interesting, especially with Flick.
Yeah, and you saw even in that fight from that highlight, Flick was he was actually very low, went to the bush, kind of hung out for a bit, got a little healing on him, still was kind of trying to make sure that he had some type of impact on that fight, since he wasn't able to get close anymore because he was very low, still trying to use those ranged attacks to get the get a couple of pickoffs, get a little range on them, and then finally you saw him, he was able to kind of jump in at the last moment to be able to take down the Suyu. So I mean, a great job of being able to read the map, understand that maybe I don't need to go back to base even though I'm lone. We have this fight underway. The Far's just able to kind of pick everybody down very low where I can be a threat and try to get some of those finishing blows in.
Yeah, that CC from that Sora and the Guinevere both combined helped Farsa be able to shine, right? She was able to position herself and get in those massive hits. That damage was insane. The fact that she can do, you know, she had that team front line to help her was the reason why she could have been the MVP as well.
Yeah, it was so massive. With so many like damage coming from the Alpha7's composition. When we talk about Sora and then add the first strike from Farsa, you know, the Requiem Violet from Guinevere. So even with the Blazing Duet from Claude, oh my goodness, there is like no breath for Infinity's composition so far for bringing the victory for Alpha7. So that was it. 2-1 for Alpha7. It was not a reverse because they won the first game. You know, it was like a very interesting match to see versus Infinity. So that's it. Alpha7 now leading to the top 2-1 so far.
Yeah, so I mean, amazing game here. Great for Alpha7. I want to say that's a big ego and confidence boost for them to be able to kind of come away with this victory. And like I said, now they have a little bit of momentum on their heels to be able to kind of walk into the next week as well. Like I said, there was a lot of pressure already on Alpha7 to be able to do some amazing things here. Had a pretty stiff amount of competition here, especially, I mean, the loss that they had to Entity 7. That's not a shabby team right there. So kind of like the cream of the crop that they lost to, and now able to kind of show that back here with a dominating victory here on the third game.
Wonderful job they did there. They're taking that win right here. Best of 3. We went the whole full thing. That was really fun to see the fact that everybody was able to go back and forth, and it could have been anyone's. And I was just mind blown that how dominating that last game was, though. That threw me off.
Yeah, you're totally right. And are always reminding you guys that both teams here, they came from 1-1, 1 win and 1 loss. Now Alpha7 has 2 wins, and Infinity, they are eliminated so far. They still have a chance now. They had it from the bottom side, 1 victory, 2 losses, and they are waiting for the next opponent. And now the next match there it is. Is the match for the survival in the competition. So they have to be very, very careful now, because the last match could be the last one for them, and of course they don't want it. So let's see what the future can hold for us in the next games.
Yeah, I mean, for here right now, I want to say this was actually a lot more competitive than I thought it would be. I thought maybe Alpha7 would be very, very, very dominant here. Infinity held their own, especially that first game was pretty even for a little bit. The second game, they were able to actually answer back. I feel like it's a little unfortunate in that third game for Infinity 7. It felt like right from the beginning, the draft kind of what they had in their heads on paper or whatever just did not work out properly to what transpired out there. And especially, and that might not be so much for the skill level of the draft, but mostly on Alpha7 with how dominant, how well they took apart their enemies with that draft that they did have. So great, hats off to both teams, but
Yes.
Alpha7's going to walk away with that victory.
For sure. Hats off to Alpha7. And speaking of Alpha7, we have our MVP here with us today. Let's chat with the Flick.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
we hear you, Flick. Hi.
Um,
Hello.
How are you? Yeah, having fun?
I'm good. Tudo bem.
Oh, nice.
So in this, I want to say the first week, I want to say there was a lot of pressure onto you guys. You guys went 1-1 apiece. How does it feel now, right now, that you guys were able to kind of get that victory over Infinity now, especially after, I want to say, a very rough game against Entity 7, where you guys unfortunately took a loss?
I think when we lost last week, it's more of us just being complacent, like we need to be we need to respect the enemy, like more.
All right.
Okay.
You had a standout performance in that last match. What was going through your mind that whole time? Like, what do you think about the match?
Like for me, I'm just focusing on how to win the game. I'm just thinking on like one by one objectives and trusting my teammates 100%.
Okay.
All
taking it
right,
Step by
okay.
step. Mhm.
Yeah. Flick, let's talk about this last game versus Infinity. So I really want to know, what was the communication of you guys when you saw an Eldora in Infinity's composition? Like, did you understand the idea? It was a surprise for you. So how was the communication?
For us, there's not really surprising because they pick a lot of like non-meta heroes. Like we just focus on our like composition objective. Yeah.
Nice.
Basically being able to show them why the meta is the meta, which is pretty, but things that have come up with the caster's desk before when it comes to strategy. Another question that has come up when it comes to strategy that I've been waiting to ask is, when it comes to drafting, how important would you say is the specific map when it comes to choosing what heroes you're going to use, like Broken Walls or the Clouds or things like that? How important would you say is the map? Or is it kind of like an afterthought? You think you can make any heroes work on any map?
Yeah, like that. Like we can make any hero work with any other map, but when there's like a specific map, like you cannot invade. Like I cannot tell what map is that, but it's hard to invade with that map. But mostly any hero will work on any map.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, if you had to choose, which one of your players do you feel that you can rely on the most in your team?
For me, I can rely on 4 of them. Like all of them
Oh,
is
okay.
reliable.
All right, you gotta do the safe way. All right. Good
Okay.
answer. Good answer.
Yeah.
I mean, 5 of them. Our 6-man also.
Okay.
Flick, I have another question for you. You know that Alpha7 is considered one of the best teams in the region. You know, like when Alpha7 comes to a tournament, you always get high expectations for Alpha7, like leading to be the champions or getting to the top. You know, so how do you handle this with this kind of pressure? For you, is that normal, or are you trying to work your mentality? You know, trying to not to like think or not to overthinking about that.
For me, and I think for my team, we don't care about that kind of thing. Like we just focus on ourselves. Of course, the mindset we need to think that we are better than any other team in Latam. Yeah,
Good. Nice.
yeah, that's all.
I know you talked about complacency with your first map with Entity 7. Is there anything else that you've kind of, is there anything else quickly that you guys have been working on to kind of up your game up that you thought maybe was a little bit of a disappointment for you guys that you guys are working on now?
There's not really, like nothing. Like we just focus on ourselves. We don't think much about our losses, and we try to move on, so our mental will not be affected.
Okay. Just keep it
Nice.
positive. I think when we interviewed one of the other ones on your team, they said also positivity. That's really good that you guys keep that. But do you want to give a shout out to anybody before we say bye?
Shout out to my family, to Alpha7 fans, and to my girlfriend.
Oh, okay,
Nice.
Mm.
Well, thank you so much for being here and talking with us, Flick.
Thank you guys.
Bye, Flick. Congratulations. Ooh, that was it, guys. That was it. The Fanny guy, the Fanny boy.
It's always kind of refreshing to, especially with Alpha7. It's always kind of like a big, like Xena brought up, it's always a big ball of positivity that comes out of that team. Not just that, but the trust that they have for everybody else on there as well. So it's always a great to hear from them when it comes to, and also when it comes to some of the victories that they have.
All right, and just a quick thing, guys. We got those diamond drops. I know you guys really want those diamonds. So the longer you are here on the stream, the more engaging you are, you have a bigger chance at getting these diamond drops, okay? It's diamonds. So something I'm sure everybody wants. You want those new skins, right?
Yeah, I still need, guys. I still need the diamonds here for a change my name, you know? Because the last time that I talked here, everybody was like, oh, what? Yeah, is niggas Fisher is on the house. That is all I can say to you guys. That's all I can say. Is niggas Fisher. So, but I have to change my name.
It's based on how active you guys are in chat, especially I think when we go to breaks and stuff like that, they do a lot of the diamond giveaways as well. So make sure that you guys are sticking throughout the entirety of the show to find out when those giveaways happen as well. Just a little way for the broadcast for Munson to go ahead and give back to you guys, the viewers.
Yes, it was nice talking to Flick. I feel like there was so much more that we could have asked him.
Yeah, no, you're right. So especially when we are talking about like the team synergy, you know, because from what I said in this last match, I can say that maybe 4 players are on the same page, and Upatizi is like is still climbing these steps, you know, to be on the same page of the team, because we're seeing like at least on the first and the second game they were not so well. His performance was not so like very high and solid. For example, in the third game he was on fire. He with the Cloud, with the blazing duet, causing so much damage. He was crucial for Alpha7's victory. But in the first 2 games, this thing didn't happen, you know. And we are talking about a very strong tournament, you know. So you don't have to wait. You cannot wait a player, like for example, a wake up in the second or the third game, because that can be too late for the tournament. So they have to be on the same page as faster as they can to still winning the competition and maybe be the champion, as of the high expectation that they always get to from the people, from the fan, when they start the tournament.
A big thing for me that was kind of pointed out by Flick is kind of when it comes, I know we talk a lot sometimes when it comes to the meta. Are we slaves to the meta? Does it always have to go based off of the meta? And I think there is a place for outside the box picks, things that are outside the meta, but it does first take a good amount, a good structure that is understanding the meta and why it is there, so that we can understand why some of these counters work, why some of them can be successful. Certain things just, I mean, we can't just, especially at this level, start just throwing things at the wall and be like, all right, let's see how this works. And unfortunately, like, that doesn't always work. And maybe it has to come down to, for some of these teams, to go back to that point, go back to take a look at some of these drafts, go back to take a look at the meta and understand why certain things are so strong for them.
Yes, exactly. I feel that it is hard, like the fact that they used it at for their last match was kind of rough, but thank you guys for being here. Make sure you stick around because we will be back after a short little break.
Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook.
Five first and then 1. Top 5 is Thanatos. Top 4, Gatoko ka. Top 3, Jotun. Top 2, Hyde. My top 1 is Kayo.
Welcome back, guys. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our Indonesian and Philippines watchers out there, we are happy to have you. Thank you guys so much for watching the North American tournament. It is, let me say, salamat and terima kasih. I think you had something to say too, didn't you? When they're
You're mean. You're so mean. But thank you, guys. Thank you for all that are watching us from Philippines, from Indonesia, from all across the globe. Across the globe. So sorry. So thank you very much for watching us. This MCT AMER South.
And yes, we are getting into our next matches, guys. It is Black Sentence against 9Z Globant, and we are gonna see who is on the roster. We for 9Z Globant on the EXP lane. We got Chino, Jungle, Luisino, and mid lane Fission, gold lane Gusta Lugusta, and for our roam Alboro Crazy.
Yeah, an impressive lineup from 9Z Globant. Unfortunate for the team. They have gone through the ringer a bit here. 0-2 yet in these games. Now looking to go ahead and put a W up on the board. Like I said, we've seen a lot of impressiveness from them, but let's go ahead and toss it off to see what they had to say.
Vou começar pelo do mid, vou colocar aí rotação Paquito, que foi um jogador incrível no ano passado. Eu já tinha comentado também várias vezes na live que eu achava ele muito bom. E que foi o MVP, inclusive, de 2025. Ele não pode estar fora, com certeza. Em segundo, eu vou colocar o Shin no mid. No caso, seria Paquito e Shin. Porque o Shin também foi o Finals MVP da última MPL, jogou muito. E pra mim foi a revelação do ano de 2025. Na Gold, Upa. Upa jogou a primeira metade, jogou muito, foi campeão. Pra mim foi, de Gold Lane, individualmente, foi a melhor atuação comparado aos outros. Na XP, baseado na performance, passado eu acho que... Na XP eu vou colocar o Resu, porque foi campeão no começo do ano, na segunda metade também jogou muito bem, ficou em terceiro, foi um ótimo jogador o ano inteiro, então Resu, Paquito, Shin e Upa, mais um jungler, eu vou colocar o Kingão. Já falei diversas vezes, eu acho King o melhor jungler da América Latina e o jungler a ser batido.
And it was a joy to hear from that team. But let's see the other teams lineup here. We got Black Sentence with Papa Dog, Aurora, Sky, Joel Crew, and Erwin.
Yeah, that comes with the Black Sentence lineup here with Papa Dog, the only remaining player from the last lineup. They're a team that was champion last season, so now they're facing some problems. They're facing some struggles to continue in this MCT AMER South.
Yes, let's hear what Sky has to say about it.
E para mim, os top 5 mid lanes desse MCT são Syndra, Shin, Shai, Frost e Fechin. São mid laners que eu gosto muito de ver jogar e admiro muito seu estilo de jogo.
Yeah, big words coming out from the team there. I know there's a lot of hope for them to go ahead and try to finally get that synergy that they need to be that cohesive unit, that cohesive bit of machinery that will be able to get the victory here tonight. Like we said, it's been very tough road for both of these teams. Black Sentence themselves they're undergoing with basically a brand new roster. So it takes time to build that trust, to build that synergy, to build that cohesiveness that you need to be able to get through a lot of these drafts, through the games and everything as well.
Yes, we're starting off this draft here with Eve band. Like Private was saying though, these two teams are kind of the underdogs at the moment. And we will see today if one of them can come on top, right?
Yeah, And it's actually interesting when we say like about the both team situation. One team that Private well said about like it's a new team, it's a new roster. There was a champion last season, but now it's totally different. Now they're facing some issues, you know, but it takes time to get on the same page, get the synergy. On the other side, we have a team with so many good players, you know, but the maybe the personality can be so different. So it also takes time to be on the same page here because we have aggressive players such as Fei-Shin, for example, and Crazy. Other players who likes to calm down, dominate it, a calm rhythm, for example, like Gustav, which prefers a late game, a solid late game, you know. So 9Z Globant, they have a strong team on the paper, but they have to get that synergy to everybody be on the same page. As we see now in the first level of banning here, first banning level, Ivy, Carry, and Glue being banned for a 9Z Globant. And so far we have Freya and Zunshin for a black sentence.
We've got a lot of things open right now, actually. We've got Marcel, I think Zeshion, Boxia still out there as well, Harley, Valentina, just a Sora. There's a lot of options out there. And I'm not going to lie, when it comes to the use of some of these, I wouldn't mind if Marcel kind of gets left off completely. I feel like both of these teams have kind of, they're a little... they've had their issues when it comes to Marcel, especially 9Z Globant. I believe they picked up Marcel before. And like I've said, he's just one of those heroes that you need a very specific draft to make work out here. Not just that, Gusta Lagusta, you've talked about a lot of these, they're great players. They have history. They know what it takes to be successful. The problem is they just might not be on the same wavelength. Gusta Lagusta is one of those that kind of sticks out to me because even in the losses, still has some pretty decent games with 9Z Globant. So I'll be looking at him to go ahead and try to have some of those and maybe work if they can protect him and get him. Yeah, I saw it. I'm trying to move it along without. We're gonna see what else they have on the side of Black Sense to deal with it and what we go with on the side of 9Z to complement the Marcel pick as well.
We're gonna see double Marcels on the field, basically. And viewers like, I don't know, they both didn't do really well with them, but now we're gonna see two of them at it, right? With the golden hour happening on both sides here.
Yeah, you're totally right. There's too much gold in my screen here. We're gonna be rich with the golden time, with the golden hour here, both from Marcel and possibly from Valentina. But now waiting for the second choice, Claude, guaranteeing the goal lane for black sentence here early. Can be very interesting, but now it gives 9Z Globus chance to counter this pick, Private.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing here about this match that we didn't really discuss before. Now is that this is a best of 5, so that's something that needs to go into both of these teams' heads when it comes even when it comes into the early draft, because you have the possibility of what is it, like 60, almost 60, 40 heroes that are going to be off of by the end of this series that you're not going to be able to choose. So you're going to need to make sure that you understand what you're using in. Do we quote unquote waste good picks when there's the thought that we have probably a losing draft out here? Right now, pretty thick in the fields of the meta here, as we have the Guinevere and Yusen Shin pickup.
Yes, they're picking Guinevere and Yusen Shin right now. They have open for black sentence. They still are gonna need there we go, a jungle. And they picked that up real quick because they're like, oh, we need to pick something up real fast so they don't ban it out. So they still need to pick up their roam here as well as their EXP laner.
Yeah, but now checking out the composition so far from 9Z Globant. That Insunshin here can be possibly for a goal lane or a jungler, or maybe Guinevere can be on the roaming or a jungler as well. So we have to wait just a little bit to see what is going to happen. But now we're seeing ZTN being banned for a black sentence, waiting now for the fourth one, but bringing a little more here for black sentence. It gives a chance to even Claude and what's next is gonna be here on XP laner. They have to be stronger. They have to be able to handle themselves. You know, just to let and wait Leomore do something during the team fights, especially to guarantee the objective. So for bringing in Leomore here, both sides has to be very, very solid. Has to be very, very aggressive and very confident to do that so far. We now see Sora being banned from 9Z Globant.
What I do like about the side of 9Z Globant is the Guinevere and Yusunshin, they are kind of flexible. So you don't exactly know where they're gonna go. If he goes, however, I like the answer coming from Black Sentence as well, because the Leomord kind of staves off the possibility of Yusunshin being in the jungle position and then another marksman being in the gold lane, because Leomord does very good against marksman compositions because they're so squishy. He's able to dive into them and really upset their pathing and everything like that. So a lot of good answers coming from both sides here. Right now, I'm kind of favoring, I want to say 9Z just because of the flexibility that's overall on the team. The only thing that's kind of holding me off is the Marcel. However, with Marcel, Guinevere, good. It's a good play into that type of pickup. So I'm not completely writing off 9Z just yet. I think we have the beginnings of a good composition that will work with that new hero.
Yeah, it does seem like a smart play on their side for sure. And they went ahead and 9Z went ahead and banned out that Yuzong. They didn't want to deal with him trying to get to their back line, right? So we'll have to see what they decide to choose for their EXP lane. Or what is still open for their lineup? 9Z.
Yeah, maybe a Lapu Lapu could be very interesting for Black Sentence here, or even Alice, which I didn't show up. Okay, so far Hilda, probably for the roaming. Okay, so let's wait for the XP lane.
Yeah, right now too, and I feel like that's gonna kind of push away the Guinevere. They're trying to isolate where a lot of these picks are gonna go. Now we're saying with the Hilda pickup, we're saying basically I dare you to pick something squishy that's gonna be your jungler. So Yusunshin, maybe we don't really kind of go with that. We're gonna have to push him down to the gold lane. Still good scaling there on the gold lane. Guinevere, maybe we do have to push that to the XP lane. It's not gonna be able to go into the roam position just because we do have the Marcel out there as well. So it will be very interesting. Still have some options for the early game answer coming out from them. You can go with the Gatakacha to slow down the Hilda. You can go with the Khalid to match what the Hilda provides.
Okay.
Or we can go with a
Oh.
Hear me out.
What do you guys say?
Marcel, Guinevere to Rizla. We've been seeing this before. It's been successful every single time we've seen it here in the South.
You are right that that trio combo, both teams that played it did amazing with it, and they won each match. So I think they're trying to prove that here again with 9Z Globant picking it up.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is very, very interesting, you know, and it's very awesome. But it has to be on when it comes to Golden Hour, when it comes to the jump for Guinevere, plus the Requiem Violet, you know. So everything has to be on a complete harmony, on the same page. But now we're seeing Alice and the last pick here for a Black Sentence.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to step into our last series of the night. It's going to be game one of this best of 5. 9Z Globant going up against Black Sentence. The winner of this looking to find their spot in our playoffs.
Yeah, so let's see, guys. Let's see here. 9Z Globant versus a Black Sentence is a best of 5. Not a best of 1, not a best of 3. It's a best of 5. It's a battle for survival. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna take a breath in a competition? Who's gonna be the seed number 8 here? That answers can be answered just a little bit later. So let's go, guys. Let's go, everyone. Welcome to the land of dawn. Or not.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. One big thing that's sticking out to me when it comes to this early game, when I'm seeing this composition, I feel like 9Z Globant sacrificed. They had an idea of the draft that they wanted without kind of taking into account what Black Sentence was going to draft at all. You drafted 2 marksmen. Traditionally, that's kind of really not what you want against a Leomord as well, who does surprisingly well. Even with the marksmen who have disengaged tools, Leomord is just able to close the distance very well onto it. Marcel does do well. That golden hour goes very well, especially when it comes to the ultimate that comes out from Leomord as the Phantom Steed, because you throw on the golden hour as soon as he executes the Phantom Steed, then you're ticking down time. That Leomord cannot use it, and then by the time it ends, he's got 1 second left, and he hasn't really dived onto the back of your team yet as well. I feel like we have two competing strategies that didn't take into account the other side at all. So it's basically on the teams to lose. Who executes their strategy perfect to be able to get the victory here?
Yeah, I know we were talking about, the golden hour, right? So the fact that they have the Valentina on the other team, you think that's gonna mess up with that trio, like the Guinevere, the Terizla, and that combination for winning. So this may not work out in their favor in that sense.
Yeah, I believe that is that was one of the ideas when they choose the Valentina, because Marcel was the first pick, so they had time to readapt this draft composition so far. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lair of Dawn. It is the first game, the best of 5, Black Sentence versus 9Z Globant. Let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, I definitely want to see how much of a nuisance that Irwin can be on this Hilda. You already see a little bit of a freeze happening there. Pop-up lands, and Hilda's going to take a lot of damage. Irwin, zigzagging back and forth, is going to be able to find an escape. But I want to say you're going to have that passive that comes out of Burrow Crazy on this Marcel that is going to be able to get a lot of CC, and that's a big factor when it comes to playing a Hilda who wants to be able to kind of get in and out of the jungle without being threatened too much there.
Yeah, but you know what? I want to see more about that composition from 9Z Globant. Not only about the composition, but the idea and the communication, because as we saw in the last matches, in the last games from 9Z Globant, there is a reason. Oops, let's say in the middle. Oh!
Ooh, yeah, nice little pop-up. The flicker comes out, but Luisenho still able to get that first blood for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, I was about to say there is a reason to have a crazy in Alboro Crazy's nickname, because he's crazy playing. He's aggressive. He likes to play forward. So this communication has to be clean when it comes to time for execution. Now 9Z Globant has the first skill here. Okay, the players is back in the game. So the first turtle here, he started. Last we have fight back maybe. Papa Dog is coming.
Yeah, still don't have that ultimate for Burrow Crazy yet, so we're just going to wait. Luisenho going to be very smooth. Very easy and smooth turtle pickup there for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, that was it. First turtle for 9Z Globant. Black Sentence is still trying. Oops! Here comes. Okay. Oh, the jump!
Yeah, now we do have the Phantom Steed coming out, and there is the Golden Hour. I believe that was an IMU Golden Hour that came out from Sky, because you saw that they were still able to move around inside of it once they had the shield as well. So very interesting there from Black Sand, still able to use it defensively to be able to protect their teammates.
Yeah, but we saw one try for, oops, here comes the jump for, okay, Irwin now it is able to survive, to play safe, and now we see 9Z Globant causing the pressure in the jungler from Black Sentence.
Yeah, now Luisenho comes in with a jump, and the Violet Requiem does take down Aurora. Erwin on the backside trying to get away, gets taken out by Gusta Lagusta. Joel Crew on the side is powerless, but to watch his jungle being taken. Gusta Lagusta trying to come in with more damage there, trying to see if they can try to find this outplay from them at the bottom. And Big Pop-Up lands on to Papa Dogs, trying to find himself an escape.
Yeah, Papadog was able to survive, but even though 3-0, oops, here comes more action maybe. 9Z Globant is continuing the pressure.
Yeah, we do have a Phantom Steed comes out. Big pop-up with the Violet Requiem. Aurora is down. We do have a Golden Hour out as well for the side of 9Z Globant. That's going to go ahead and help secure their escape. And Papa Dog's going to have to go ahead, find a quick ride back home. 4-0 right now for Black Sentence.
I was about to say in the last team fight that Gusta Mucho taking kills for the team. It guarantees one more advantage for a 9Z Globant so far. Turtle Cam on your screen is the second one. Both teams knows that, but 9Z Globant has an interesting advantage so far. Not only the goal lead here, almost 3K, but now all the turtles that apparently, yeah, there will now be fight back for a Black Sentence.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to. You can already see a little bit of an engagement here. Gusta Lagusta and Alburo Crazy here facing off against Erwin, who's just having a big problem up at top. Papa Dog gets caught in a pop-up and a Violet Requiem. That's going to be another kill for Luisenho. 4 kills already. Luisenho cannot be stopped.
Luizinho is on fire here with this Guinevere 4 kills. I was about to say 4 in Portuguese, so sorry. Oh, in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah, another engagement comes in here. Sky taking a lot of damage there from Chino. Erwin's looking for Anna. Escape getting slowed down a little bit from Alburo Crazy. And they're kind of a little bit of a hello back and forth between them as they continue on with this engagement.
Hello, it's me. Oh, unstoppable once again for Luizinho in the orange buff. Okay, here comes the Papa Dog, but only trying to defend the buff, but no, it wasn't good enough. It wasn't enough to protect because Luizinho comes.
Oh! What a great Golden Hour onto the backside there. Sky might be a little bit in trouble. 2 Golden Hours out for both of these teams. Luisino is going to be able to kind of put some damage on the Sky, looking to try to get that last bit on to the side of Joel Crew. He does, I believe, use a Purified to get away from the jump that comes in, but still, right now, a dominant 6-0 lead for 9Z Globant.
You were talking about Purifying here. We can see the spells from 9Z Globant only flicker. The only retribution from Luizinho's hand. Now we're seeing the items here. Hunter Strike for Instant Machine, while we have Demon Hunter for Joel Crew so far. But Gusta Lagusta is way ahead. Okay, the goal lead is almost at 300. That could be apparently, that seems not only a big deal, not a big deal for the goal lane, but still it's a very good one for 9Z Globant with the mad domination, dominating the pace. Alburo Crazy is heading once again. The next turtle is in the downside of the river.
Yeah, they have the top lane pressure as well. You're going to see that Joel Crew's going to have to go up there to try to kill some of those minions. Meanwhile, 9Z Globant going to have themselves another free objective here for that turtle. 9Z Globant looking for a little bit of an engagement at mid. Just going to go ahead and clear up mid, clear up the lanes. They're doing a good job. Already have all of the tier 1s down for Black Sentence.
Yeah, now we see Papa Dog once again could be in trouble, but now he was forced to use the flick. My goodness, Private. I think that in this game here, if you really see the goal lead also like oh, my math is on 23.
Yeah, we're looking at about a 7K gold lead.
Thank you so much.
9Z Globant. A big advantage coming up here. Golden Hour has been out there for the side of Black Sentence to stave off 9Z Globant's advance, but it's going to leave the tier 2 tower up at mid open. Erwin in a good position trying to look. Another Violet Requiem comes in. Papa Dog goes down. Gusta Lagusta with another kill. 2-0 for 9Z's gold laner. Erwin's going to look for an escape up at top, while the rest of 9Z Globant looking to put the pressure onto the mid lane turret. Erwin, a little bit of trouble, gets shot down. A lot of damage coming out. Erwin gonna have to use that flicker. A zigzag does not save him from Feshin and his auto attacks.
Yeah, you see now the goal lane. I'm not dumb, guys. I swear to God. But now the goal lane here, the goal lane is easier for me to guarantee almost as 8k for 9Z Globant. But jokes aside, that's the solid performance from Gusta Lagusta that was talking about. You know, so he likes to take it easy. Oops, here comes the dive.
Oh, yeah. Great big dive there. Alberto Crazy, very aggressive. Went in under the tower, looked for the stun, but it did look like Black Sentence had to use their flicker to get out of the way so that they didn't get caught. Right now, there's only 4 towers left for Black Sentence. Irwin gets caught. Out comes the Phantom Steed. The Golden Hour is out as well. Look at the damage. Another Golden Hour comes out. I believe this one came out for Black Sentence. Fashion is right there to find the kills there. Aurora down. Sky down. Irwin down. 3 members of Black Sentence who have remained killless so far. 9Z Globant 11-0 at the 9-minute mark are now knocking on the enemy's door.
2 different golden hours here. One is ally, one worked very much. Another one was like, oh my goodness, are you seriously? But now the situation is that 9Z Globant has a very good advantage. Guaranteed super minions in the bottom lane here. They decided to head back. They don't want to take any kind of risks here with a very dominated game so far. 11 kills versus 0 from Black Sentence.
Yeah, and now we're looking, you just said 11k gold lead for the side of 9Z Globant. That's more than 1,000 gold per minute right now that 9Z Globant is able to actuate in this game. You want to talk about early game lead, keeping up with that momentum and using that momentum to kind of give you that advantage. Phantom Steed coming out, fight at the purple buff. Irwin does get frozen down. Golden Hour is out. That's going to keep Irwin down for a moment. And in comes the damage. Irwin down immediately as that Golden Hour ended, bringing this kill lead to 12.
Yeah, once again here, Alberto Crazy, it is up to do something, but now he heads back once again while the Lord is heading on the bottom lane for 9Z Globant. 12 kills versus 0 so far. Here they come.
Oh, a big freeze looking on the 2 members there. Out comes the Phantom Steed. Golden Hour underneath the tower. Alberto Crazy very low, but down goes Papa Dog. Violet on there as well. Aurora down. That is almost a complete team wipe for 9Z Globant, and that will be the game.
1-0 for 9Z Globant, 70 kills versus 1. Hey, one player from 9Z Globant is gonna buy the pizza for everyone because he died. I don't know who went. I don't know who was it. One is about to take the pizza. One's about to pay the pizza.
We'll find out soon, but
yeah,
yes.
let's find out.
9Z Globant was showcasing a powerful lead there, finding 4 kills right before the 4-minute mark. And Louise and Ho was a tyrant, claiming 5 kills to himself at the 5-minute mark. Total domination of the map, objectives, everything, the whole match. But then, like you said, there was 1 kill. I was about to say that they had no deaths at all except for that one.
Yeah, I want to say, I think I mistakenly said it. I have been corrected. I have seen the light. It is Luisino, not Luis and Ho. A little bit of that English coming out of me, the American side of the English, Luisino. So, yeah, a great job there. Him, Gusta Lagusta did a great job too as well. As we go ahead, take a look at some of these stats.
I found the guilty, Private. I found the guilty. That was him! Alberto Crazy! Alberto Crazy, you are in trouble, my friend.
It's okay, it was the roamer though. It was the roamer doing his job,
No, defend him. No, don't defend him. Don't protect him. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But Alberto Crazy, he surprised me a lot in this game, you know, because in the last games we were talking about like how aggressive Alberto Crazy was, and sometimes he was way too aggressive that he was kind of lost in the game. He like was giving some kills from the enemy to the enemy, you know. But now in this game, he was so solid. He was so calm down. He was so clever playing with Marcel, you know, that maybe it is changing my mind about Marcel here because he was well played with Alberto Crazy. But now he's seeing the highlights here. Full domination from 9Z Globant from the first minute, Private.
Yeah, for me, I want to say one of the biggest notes I had for 9Z Globant was the aggressiveness of Alburo Crazy. Their first matches, especially against Alpha7, did not go very well for them because of the aggressiveness of Alburo Crazy, and the rest of the team was not on the same page. I believe it was the glue game that I really kind of set them apart, where they just got completely countered on that glue. But Alburo, that doesn't change the fact of Alburo Crazy, who I think only knows one speed, which is just full force ahead. And unfortunately, that didn't work out when the rest of the team was not on the same page. Here, it felt like everybody understood the assignment. Alburo goes in, gets a little bit of the CC, finds that golden hour, the rest of the team right there to immediately follow up. So I feel like this is a team that understands where they were lacking and have found some of those improvements to start cleaning up the kinks in their armor.
Yes, they were putting in that practice for sure, getting that communication in. But before we go on, every match has a standout, and this one is no exception. Let's take a look at our MVP.
Alburo Crazy.
And the MVP
Alburo
is,
no.
Louisenholm with 608, 35.5k total damage, 771 gold per minute. Louisenholm did an amazing job starting out that game strong with 5 kills in his belt right off the start, right? So,
Yeah.
Wonderful play, wonderful.
Louisenholm, the hero of the match here with the Guinevere 6 kills so far. But here is hashtag team Alburo Crazy. But he was very crucial also here playing with the Guinevere, especially the early game guarantee. This advantage for 9Z Globant. And that was a very good bait though from Alburo Crazy. Because I believe that when everybody thought that Alburo Crazy was like playing aggressive and like making the golden hour to engage something, no, he was like, "Hey, I'm here. No, I'm not. Hey, I'm here. No, I'm not." And every time that the enemy was trying to do something, the golden hour came in the perfect time. Especially with the Phantom's team with Leomord, that private brought so well noticed here. So everything went perfectly in the first game for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, and especially when it came into a lot of those people, I feel like underestimates how well a Guinevere melds with a Terizla, because Terizla can throw out his penalty zone, which does give a little bit of a pop-up, which is something that a Guinevere can take advantage of to get that Violet Requiem stun onto the team. So it does meld very well together. You add in with that the possibility of the stuns that you bring with the Marcel pickup there. You basically have sitting ducks that immediately, as soon as they get stunned, they're a huge target for you to be able to capitalize on. So this is what we've been talking about. This is what I've been talking about. It might be one of the more OP compositions that you run into, especially because I feel like this has been the most dominant composition that we've been seeing with Marcel over and over again. And I don't think anybody's been able to find a counter for it. Even Alpha7, who used this composition the day before and then the day after, it felt like they were completely, they had to face the same composition and were completely unprepared for it, which just kind of tells me the strength of it.
Yes, it's an undefeated trio for sure. That Guinevere, Terizla, and Marcel, they have been going strong, and we have not seen any yet that can find out how to answer to it.
Yeah, you're totally right when you see this Trinity working so well, especially with 9Z Globant. You know, that we were talking about like these two teams and the play styles that could be different, you know, and we were talking about like personalities in the 9Z Globant's composition, the lineup, the roster, that we many players with different thoughts, but maybe matched so well in the first game here, especially with Marcel, with the Alburo Crazy, and Guinevere and Terizla also. So the first game was a very a good sign for what 9Z Globant can bring more to the tournament, you know, because so far they lost, okay, yeah, but in my opinion, in my experience, watching these teams, especially from the South region, 9Z Globant has so much potential to show us to still continue in the tournament. You know, Black Sentence also have this this quality too, but they need more time because it's literally a brand new roster. It's about like 1 month and a half, maybe 2 months. They are like together, you know, so they still need more time to show us their potential. But now 9Z Globant, at least in the first game, they were like on fire. They completely dominated. But we have a say here in my country that says that a winning team, we don't change, you know. So far you're winning, you keep the same. But we are talking about global bans, so 9Z Globant is not allowed to repeat that composition.
Yes.
That was actually going to be something interesting that I was going to bring up, is because we were talking about the difference in possibly strategies or personalities when it comes to some a more aggressive roam that maybe you have other members that aren't as aggressive, like to wait, like to kind of get a perfect synergy or a perfect stun or something. That's what they're kind of waiting for. I feel like that kind of is what Marcel is able to sew together with it. It's like, okay, you don't like me being aggressive, I can be aggressive and I can give you like 4-5 seconds of a stun that, I mean, I don't care how aggressive you don't want to be. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, that's a long time for the enemy to kind of just be sitting there, and you'd be like, all right, I guess I can come in with a Gwen jump, or I can come in with Terizla, get the positioning on there. And Marcel kind of, I want to say, opens that up. Another thing too, you brought up when it comes to teams sticking together and things like that, it's very important. And this is something that I've kind of stressed when it comes to North America, because we always have a lot of teams that will not do as well as they had hoped. And then they'll juggle members. And then basically the next season, you have a completely new team again. You're starting over. I know this has been rough for Black Sentence, but it only gets easier from here. You have a brand new team that you're building synergy with, that you're gonna have some downs with, especially in the first season. But if you can keep the faith along with that team, if you keep practicing, don't get at each other's throats, don't start blaming each other, start continually work on what you're losing, that team can become unstoppable because you have that history. A lot of people underestimate what synergy does for a team, to understand how my roam likes to go in, when my gold laner is going to be ready, not having to worry about that type of stuff because you've been playing with these guys for so long. So this is kind of just a little bit of a shout out for a lot of those teams that are feeling the pressure, are feeling the frustrations. Stick with it. Work on those little things, and I'm sure you're going to be the monster that you want to be as long as you continue down that path together.
Yes, great pep talk right there from Private. But yes.
Private.
And take a page out of Alpha7's book, right? They're a ball of positivity. Their communication is great. They always lift each other up. And I think that's the best way for a team, right? To make sure they have that communication, have that like reliance on each other, and that is what helps you make it, for sure.
Yeah, you're totally right. And when it comes to a Black Sentence, one more thing that can that it helps to they need more time, but not even the roster that it was completely different. Even the coaching staff was like it is different. The last season was a Tsubasa, a Brazilian coach, which is very, very good. That I think that maybe now he is one of the coaches from the Nations Cup who's coming up. So a Black Sentence had a huge and a very good coaching staff. Plus the roster, you know, the players that played so well together. They came through the MDL, which is today is the ADT South. You know, they came through the MDL. They were the champion. They were like riding the golden path in MPL Latam Season 4. So they were through the champions, winning a 4-1 with Influence Rage in the grand finals. You know, so now it's totally different because the roster, not only the roster, but even the coaching staff, at least at Tsubasa, is not there as I know for sure. So not only the roster, but all the ideas, all the structure and how they can think, it is different. Okay, we're seeing teams here that they don't have coach yet, and maybe can help or maybe not, but even though communication can be one of the best of one of the most important things here, not only to get the synergy, but only to show to the rosters, show to the teammates how long we can be and how long we can stay with no fight, with no hard engage, and with no situation that can possibly guarantee the win for us. So yeah, it's not a private dance pep talk, but it is a situation also here.
Full on pep talk.
Oh, definitely private, definitely. No.
I mean, I'm very impressed here. 9Z Globant for I like the adjustments that they've made here, and especially when it comes to the draft. It made a believer out of me. I was a little iffy when I saw the Marcel being picked up first, especially here when we got a best of 5 coming up where you got a lot of picks that are going to be off the board possibly by the end, unless 9Z Globant's able to sweep it at like only 3 games. But Black Sentence, we're gonna see if they can kind of wipe dust off their shoulders and kind of come back here. They are, I believe, are they going to be? Yeah, they're going to be on the blue side here as well. So they're going to have that priority pickup. So we'll see how well that kind of suits them here as we start the second game draft with an Eve ban.
Yes, and I wouldn't be surprised that 9Z Globant's going to ban out that trio combo just because they know they do not want to deal with it. They know how great it could be, and it's been amazing thus far in this tournament. So we're going ahead and banning the Yve here and the Freya to start out. Always that 100% Freya ban for sure.
Yeah. So what you said makes total sense. Maybe like maybe 9Z was not able to handle that situation with the Trinity, for example. But if they ban the Trinity here, it will let Freya open, Baxia open, or Zunshin open, for example. So maybe it's not the kind of situation that they want to handle, they want to face against. So, okay, so maybe we can continue with the formal banning, with the formal draft, let them pick, let them choose the Trinity, for example. I don't think that will be the same, the same idea, the same composition, the same execution that we did with the Borough Crazy and the rest of the teams, So maybe it is easier for them to handle the Trinity that they used in the first game than let Freya open, let Baxia open, Zunshin open. So it comes to very, very mentality here to form the draft, to complete the composition, to see what is best and what is worst for both teams.
I was gonna say, I feel like the Marcel ban has to come out just because if you leave him open, there's so much that you have to deal with that isn't usually a priority. Gwen and Terizla, you don't want to waste a ban on any of those, and they aren't always the most successful, especially Terizla by himself or without a Fredrin on the opposite team. He doesn't really pay off as well. So the easiest thing, go ahead and ban Marcel if you're not feeling it. I was gonna say on the side of a Black Sense, it's a good read on them that they no longer have the ability to use the Valentina, which is a great counter for the Sora. So they're gonna take Sora off the table there because that could have been a huge thing for 9Z to be able to pick up as well. Waiting on that last ban coming out from 9Z Globant, and they're gonna go ahead, take off the Kimmy.
All right, they're taking off the Kimmy, but what will they start with first here? Well, for sure, Sora was a ban that they needed to get out. Yeah, just taking apart the at least one factor into that Trinity build, which is the Marcel. It's the biggest thing for sure. So just one moving piece that just ends the whole composition for sure. We're still waiting on what they're gonna end up thinking will be the first pick here.
Maybe Zunshin, or maybe trying to guarantee like a Harley, for example, to get a strong early game, or carry, like to secure the goal lane with the true damage and a very strong late game also. So many options here, so many strategies, so many ideas. Oh no, Zunshin, okay.
Yeah, I'm
forgot
expecting the
about
Harley to come out here from the side of 9Z Globant just because that's going to be the immediate answer to try to close the distance on Azushin and take her down. Maybe something else to kind of assist with the early game as well. You still have a lot of great answers there. Oh, Boxia comes out. So it's not going to be the Harley. Lucina's going to go with the Boxia. It does provide, as we've talked about before, the stock magic defense that you get with Boxia, anti-heal. It's something that can possibly offset what you have to deal with when you're facing a Zeusin. It's gonna be very interesting because we don't really have any way just yet to get to that back line to be able to shut down Zeusin, and this has been my major complaint of people who let Zeusin through. I feel like the South is very confident that they can deal with the Zeusin, but every single time I see it, it's very dominant, and I don't feel like the game was played in a way that negated what Zeusin had brought.
Yeah, Zeusin does bring a huge winning factor to the team, even if those losses were bad, for sure. She's really unstoppable, and I also would feel she should have been a priority ban. They're going ahead and picking up the Fredrin and the Bruno here.
Yeah, not only trying to get in the back line versus against a Zeusin, you know, but they still have to wait the perfect time because Zeusin can move with the lantern, she can move the ultimate, so it's not gonna be easy. Even though you can choose a hero who can easily access, for example, the back line, especially now with Fredrin and Bruno. Gusta here is not gonna be is not gonna have a good life versus a Bruno here, so he has to be patient. He has to call the protection from his friends because Bruno, especially with the early in the mid game here, can let a very interesting advantage versus carry. Okay, we know that in late game carry melt down everyone in the Land of Dawn, you know. So now he comes with Vexana in 9Z's Globant composition.
For me, I don't know. Vexana's kind of a little tricky for me. I've talked about this before. She's got a lot of damage, a lot of AoE that she can cover, which is something that probably will offset the Fredrin while he's inside the mid, especially because when you get the Frighten on the Fredrin, it can be very beneficial when he's about to kind of try to use that Retribution and the Appraiser's Wrath as well to try to get a turtle, to try to get a Lord. So that can be go in their favor. The problem is you trade that for the immobility that you have as a Vexana. You can't get away from a lot of these fights. You're not going to be able to create a lot of distance. And for me, when you have a carry taking on a Bruno, you want something that in the early game can help rotate there very quickly to start making to start making the Bruno afraid and pushing him back, to start getting carry who needs a ton of items. I mean, we talk about the Trinity build for a lot of these marksmen, but add to that carry usually wants to get the Malefic gun as well, so that she can have the distance and the range that she needs. I feel like you're putting a lot on the side of Gusta Lagusta to try to be successful here.
Yeah, Vexana is very immobile, and the fact that later on Bruno's gonna shred her down. And Zushin CC on her. I don't know that's the pick here for sure. They went ahead and banned out the Lapu Lapu and the Kalea. They are trying to pick up on the side of 9Z, it would be their Roam and their EXP laner. And then we have on the side of Black Sentence, they're going to need, their EXP lane. And is it the same thing? They're doing the same thing, so they're going to be banning some things out right here for that.
Yeah, when it comes to Vexana here, one of the things that comes to my mind, it is not only to find like someone in a roaming with a hard engage, for example, or with crowd control to benefit the AoE from the Ancient Guard from Vexana, for example, but also if they can bring a very interesting XP laner, such as Yusong, for example, using the Black Dragon and after the other skills, you know, to grant more damage and even helping Vexana with this damage, you know. So it comes with Instant with Black Dragon, it comes Vexana with the Asian Guard, for example, to follow this damage, you know, guarantee like more time for maybe a carry or Boxer, for example, who doing the front line, can be very interesting for 9Z Globant. But so far, banning from a Glue in Black Sentence's role and Khalid for 9Z Globant.
So I was just kind of meandering through some of the stats. Vexana has had a single appearance so far in the AMER tournament and is at 0% win rate.
Oh,
so
okay.
like I said, it's one of those things that there's a reason. I mean, I can see the greatness. You have to be very great when it comes to your placement. For me, I think we're at a point in the meta, like I said, you're gonna get caught. You have to put that into your effect when it comes to these mages and stuff. Eventually, you're gonna get caught. They're gonna be able to close the distance. So you need to be able to have an answer for that. I do like the Grok pick because it's gonna open up some early game. It's gonna help out with some clear. It's gonna allow Vexana possibly the time that she needs to be able to kind of get some of those rotations. Maybe be a little bit of a frustrating part for Bruno on the other side, on the side of Black Sense, to kind of force him back to his tower and allow carry to kind of get the items that they need and always be like one of those threats. We're going to see how well this works out. Still waiting for that last pick. I believe what we said, we're waiting on an XP lane and a roam for the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah, what roams are open right now? What EXPs are open right now?
You know, for me, that was a huge response for 9Z Globant bringing the Grok here, especially through Wall and Tectonic Charge, but now finishing the composition for... Okay, Marsha here coming from the XP lane versus who we are about to know, but I thought that Marsha was heading for the gold lane, but we already have Bruno, so that's not possible. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
It's very interesting to me. I wonder if we're kind of using it as something to kind of, yeah, there's not much CC on the side of 9Z Globant, so I guess we're kind of assuming that we're gonna be able to use Masha to just run through everybody to close the distance onto a Vexana. We'll see how well that works out there. I don't like Masha kind of going against the Tortoise Nuisance from Boxia. It's going to be able to stop a lot of that healing as well. Alice, another one that you really don't want to be in melee distance of. So we'll see how well this composition comes out. I think this is the first Masha of the AMER tournament.
Yeah, I'm thinking Masha here would be chosen to kind of help maybe split push. I don't know. That's the only reason I would think. But anyway.
Yeah, I used to see some Marsha heading to the gold lane because of his burst of damage, you know, like his ability to burst a gold lane or Moskman, for example, especially in the first levels. But now we're seeing a Papa Dog here with Marsha in his XP lane versus Alice, which is going to be very interesting matchup here to see who's going to take advantage. But the rest of the composition here, especially with like bringing Boxia and Grok with this very hard engage with the wall and the tectonic charge, I'm sorry, that could be very interesting, not only for Vexana, but just to trying to buy more time for Gusa with carry to get not only the Trinity but also the Malefic Gun, you know, to get more party spike for this Marksman so far, Private.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to me. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on game 2 of Black Sentence taking on 9Z Globant. Black Sentence are looking to answer back with a reply of their own, looking for a victory here tonight, and we're going to see how well they can come together.
Yeah, my friend, well noticed. So call all your friends, call your family. So send the like in the broadcast, share the broadcast for everyone. So welcome everybody to the Land of Dawn. It is a second game. It is a best of 5. 9Z Globant versus a Black Sentence. 2v2 in the mid lane here. Fashin with level 2. Let's go, my friend.
Yeah, we're gonna see Erwin. I mean, we've already talked about this. I feel like Chip is a big factor when it comes to AMER South right now. I don't remember seeing too many of him in the North, but what he provides, especially if he can get that aggression that he needs, constantly being in the jungle, constantly having those portals out, constantly harassing with the rest of the team, it could be a great game for Black Sentence here. Like I said, my big issue is going to be kind of the rotations on the side of 9Z Globant. It's actually 9Z Globant. Yeah, that's right. So I was gonna say it's gonna be the rotations when it comes to having a Vexana on your team. Are we gonna be able to protect it? Sky's gonna go ahead and take a little bit of the sun there as well, and Luisino does find a kill onto Sky.
Luisino with Boxia here takes down, guaranteeing the first kill against the Sky. Oh, 9Z Globant winning and guaranteeing like it's a perfect beginning for 9Z Globant. And now we're seeing Chino with level 4 with Alice in XP lane. And now we're seeing also the first turtle in the top side of the river.
Yeah, that's one thing, a good value that you get is you get that big burst damage coming immediately from Fashion. You immediately trap with a wall there and a swing that stuns the Sky, and before she knows it, there's a huge amount of damage that they are taking at the hands of Fashion, who just unloads. Now we do have a little bit of damage coming up. Oh, and we do have a big engagement underneath the tower. 9Z Globant able to answer back with 2 more kills. 3-0 now against Black Sentence.
That's what I talked about, my friend Private. You're seeing the wall coming up through the oh, it's so hard. Tectonic Charge and the Ancient Guard from Vexana. Not only bursting the damage, but the control with a huge crowd control, guaranteeing more kills for 9Z Globant. Maybe we can say that we can feel a lack of damage in the 9Z Globant's composition, only getting the hope for Gusta Lagusta with all the damage with carry. But we are seeing 9Z Globant playing forward, playing aggressive, trying to find these breaches, these loopholes to guarantee a very strong early game.
Yeah, there's still, I mean, even with, I feel like the lack of damage is kind of as we move to the mid and late game. But right now, when we're talking about not just damage, but CC that will allow the damage to come out, you hit the nail on the head. Burrow Crazy is able to get that wall behind Tectonic Charge to pop them up. You've got another pop-up coming with the Eternal Guardian from Feshin on that Vexana as well. All the while, Luisino's right there laying down damage on them as well. It's a perfect storm of CC and damage that the side of 9Z Globant is able to dish out. And Black Sentence, I mean, when it comes to being shocked, I mean, they're having a very rough time of it. Another wall comes out. Ooh, a swing as Joel Crew reads the situation, and they didn't know that Erwin was up there feeding up that information, so he was definitely ready for that gank.
They were sensing the danger somehow. That's why they didn't continue, you know, the execution through the wall after the Tectonic Charge, or maybe the chakram, the fast chakram from carry. But now we're seeing a situation on the river once again, but both teams are heading for the turtle.
Yeah, Luisino's going to go ahead and start this as the rest of the team likes it and starting to get into position. Erwin from the side, Sky looking to come in, and it's going to be an easy turtle for the side of 9Z Globant.
Another turtle for 9Z Globant. We can check the goal lead also, almost a 3K for 9Z Globant so far. Another game that they are playing forward and they are playing aggressive. To be honest, I'm missing Erwin here proactiveness, you know. He is playing with the chip. Of course, we know that it's not every time that he is able to try something. Even calling his teammates for a kickoff, for example, or engage, for example, you know. But I'm missing more from Erwin here playing with the chip.
And this is kind of one of the falters you get when you are behind on a chip. It becomes a little bit less useful. Actually, here, Erwin, it did lock on to Chino, but I see like the rest of the team just not wanting to have, not wanting this fight. Chino's now going to go ahead and invade on there. Lucino comes in, steals the purple buff right away from Black Sentence, and that is unfortunate. About a 3K gold lead and 3-0 right now for 9Z Globant. Going on to the tier 2 towers coming in. Tectonic charge followed by the Throne of Ruin. Feshin finds the damage, takes down Aurora. Sky is down as well. Feshin goes down the backside. Papa Dog with the kill there, but is going to pay with it with his life. 1-6 right now for 9Z Globant.
Black Sentence, I came to bargain. No, it's not a loop from Doctor Strange. It's another execution from the Wombo combo that comes from 9Z Globant. Here comes the wall, the Tectonic Charge, the AoE, the Ancient Guard from Vexana, and it worked perfectly once again. More advantage for 9Z Globant. To take down the first turret here in the mid lane. Okay, in the bottom lane, it is already taken down, but it's more advantage for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and start on this turtle. Oh, up at the mid lane, it does look like they are trying to chase down Alburo Crazy. A little damage coming down there. Feshin doing a great job trying to provide that suppressive fire. All the while, Luisino for 9Z Globant very free to pick up a turtle without reply from the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah, now we're seeing some kind of a cross mapping here for 9Z Globant. Black Sentence took down the turret #1 in the top side, but even oh no, come on!
Yeah, big pop-up does land. Throne of Rune is out as well. You see the damage coming down from the Eternal Guardian of Feshin. Now the rest of Black Sentence trying to get away. They don't even have enough to be able to protect this tower. 9Z Globant see the minions coming up at the bottom, and unfortunate for the side of Black Sentence, not going to be able to stop these minions. It's going to be another tower down on the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah, but I believe this macro isn't working well for Black Sentence. You know, they a turret #1 for a turret #2 in the back line, in the bottom line. Okay, I think that is the only kind of a response that Black Sentence was able to do. You know, but even though it's far enough to be good for them. You know, even though now. Another turret for 9Z Globant. Oh, Chino!
Oh, Throne of Rune catches two. Sky and Joel Crew, and Sky, unfortunately, does not live to tell the story. 9Z Globant right there to find the damage, and that's going to bring this score to 1-7.
Oh, my friend. Now we are having 7-1, which doesn't bring good memory for us. The goal lead here heading for almost 8K for 9Z Globant. We see Papa Dog here taking down the turret in the bottom lane, but now he can be trouble. He's a Marshal, he has a very, he can buy more time, but now he's in trouble. He can be killed.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Papa Dog's going to be able to. Oh. I was going to say, Alburo Crazy came up. He's like, I'm about to go. Oh, you got that. Let me go back to mid. and eventually they were able to find the kill now. Now Alburo Crazy, the rest of 9Z Globant setting up for this first Lord. Nobody from Black Sentence even in a good width to be able to stop that. Up at the top, Black Sentence trying their best to try to macro up and maybe get a little bit of a push up at the top lane.
Yeah, but somehow Black Sentence is trying to respond in the, especially deny jungler in the top side. You know, but when as I said before, sorry, even though it is way too far from what 9Z Globant created here, you know, you're seeing Erwin in the top side, in the jungler, it is up to do something, but you know, the rest of the teams of 9Z Globant, they're playing together, you know, so they're losing so much time over there. He is waiting for some opportunity, you know, but I think that 9Z Globant is not going to give the chance.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Sky on the Zushin, there really is no protection for the Zushin. You see down comes the wall again. Every single time they want to try to get close, you're dealing with a tectonic charge. You're dealing with Chino, who can basically just appear behind you. There's so much CC, so much coming out of the side of 9Z Globant when it comes to offensive ability that you're not even able to lay down a lot of the damage that you want to as a mid. You see the tower making short work of the Lord up at the top as well. Damage coming down, but ooh, they're actually going to be coming in on the backside. We do have the Throne of Rune coming in. We have to have a flicker out for Papa Dog. Wall comes out, but Aurora flickers or actually dashes over it. Sky still trying to lay on some of that damage. Oh, in comes Irwin. In comes Aurora, but are they going to be able to capitalize on that? Still, 9Z Globe does disengage while the Eternal Guardian is out.
You know that they were very lucky this time because the combo from 9Z Globant came very early. You know, when they appeared, the combo was like already done. Because if they showed up right before the combo, that could be very, very bad for Black Sentence. But even though this situation didn't happen, we also see 9Z Globant causing so much pressure now in the mid lane. Okay, the turret is with a very high HP so far, but now here comes a dive.
Yeah, what a big Throne of Rune combo with the tech charge and the Eternal Guardian. Just CC after CC after CC. Black Sentence can do nothing to try to protect these towers. Ooh, we're actually going to try something here. Sky on the back end, trying to lay on the damage. Aurora coming in. The rest of the team trying to close the distance onto the mage. From the back end, Papa Dog finds a kill onto Feshin. Aurora coming in as well. Oh, down comes an Appraiser's Wrath, and 9Z disengage after Feshin goes down.
All right, 2 kills now for Black Sentence. They take a breath, but not even though it is even far from what they need to get back in this game. The Lord now it's once again in the bottom side of the river. They have superior numbers for a Black Sentence, but Feishin is already heading back to the game once again, and both teams.
Oh, yeah, they're going to go ahead and try to get this aggression. We do have the Throne of Rune coming out from Chino, trying to protect his team on the back end. Papa Dog tried to create that distance, but got taken up. Another death there as well. Irwin goes down. The rest of 9Z Globant in tow, trying to chase down Sky and Joel Crew. Big pop-up, a wall almost seals Sky out of the base. Aurora on the side. Ooh, big pop-up does land there. Chino is going to have to find and create that distance as the Eternal Guardian gets kited and pushed down at the mid tower. This is going to open it up for 9Z and the Lord.
Here comes the boom from 9Z Globant once again, but now the Lord is easy guaranteed for 9Z Globant. No fight back, superior in numbers for the team, and now I believe here, my friend Private, we're seeing the items once again. Malefic Gun for Bruno. Winds of Nature for Gusta Lagusta. He's very solid, you know. He's like, okay, I prefer to stay immune and buy more time for my team than taking a risk for being killed, for example. No, that is a Gusta Lagusta. But even though 9Z Globant has so great... Oh, here comes Irwin.
Yeah, Eternal Guardian comes out there on the backside. Irwin is surrounded. We do have a wall. Tech charge goes up. Aurora in trouble. Down goes Irwin. Gusta Lagusta with the kill there. Aurora looking for an escape as they chase down Sky. They do find themselves a Throne of a Ruin. Sky going to have to use that ultimate to get out of harm's way. The rest of 9Z Globant closing in around, looking for the kill. Joel Crew putting on the damage. Lucino gets taken out as Sky finds a kill. Papa Dog answering back. Chino is down, but Black Sentence have to answer this Lord swinging away at their base. 9Z Globant, Gusta Lagusta finds a kill onto Sky, and that is going to be the second game for 9Z Globant.
When it comes the trouble, you just call Gusta Lagusta to solve all your problems, and that's what happened here. 2-0 for 9Z Globant, Zena.
9Z Globant again taking the win. This is their second win right here. The added CC from Vex helped prove prove my doubts wrong. With helping them gain 3 kills in the start, and then Black Sentence was a bit spooked, so they kind of tried to back up, and then at the end they tried to give a little bit of a fight back, but it was a little too late for that. So again, 9Z Globant taking control of the map and dominating this round.
I feel like the composition here with the Vexana basically made this unstoppable sieging potential from that team. You had the Eternal Guardian come down, pop them up. Then you had a wall and a tech charge come in. Then you had the Throne of Ruin. It's like, no matter how, you could not protect your tower because you were just going to be in this this like 5-8 second CC combination coming out from 9Z Globant. And I mean, you saw it there. When it was outside of that, you did see that the side of Black Sentence were able to find some kills, able to kind of get in there once the entirety of like 9Z Globant's combo was used. But I mean, when it comes, I mean, macro is like that game-winning strategy. It doesn't matter how many kills you can get on a loose stage. If you can push your way in through towers in a way that the enemy team is not going to be able to counter, you've got a game-winning strategy.
Yeah. So we're seeing the stats here. Now we're heading for the highlights. More than the execution from 9Z Globant's composition with Luizinho, Feishin, Alboro Crazy. I still want to talk about Chino, right? Because look at his initiations. It was very, very important also for 9Z Globant. Not only for like a start, the wombo combo, but for gain confidence, for gain more powerful for 9Z's composition, 9Z Globant's composition. So he was very crucial for this idea, for this execution also. I don't think that he's going to be the MVP, to be honest, but he was very important. And at the end of the game, we saw Gusta la Gusta. Gusta mucho win very much games here, especially when he is playing with a very strong late game carry as he did in this game.
Yeah, another great strategy coming out. Oh man, you're talking about those flickers coming out from Chino there, finding some great positioning to find a great Throne of Ruins, those great stuns on the enemy team.
Yes, consistency, impact, and clutch moments. This player had it all. The MVP of the match is Alboro Crazy. Woo! The Grok. 2-0-10, 31.8k total damage, 620 gold per minute. This Rome had it all.
We're gonna never survive unless Alboro Crazy. Here is Crazy. Alboro Crazy once again playing very solid, and now with a Grok to guarantee the victory for a 9Z Globant. We were talking about like many people were saying like, hey, why are you saying that Vexana's pick is very bad? I don't think that we said something like that. Okay, maybe Vexana could be something way too out of the box for our idea of composition here, and I'm frozen. Okay, I'm back. I think I'm back. Okay. But even though Vexana here, like she fit so well in that composition, it was very, very important for 9Z Globant.
Yes.
I mean, a great MVP there too as well. Like right from the opening start, those walls into the tech charges absolutely helped synergize the Vexana pickup and the Alice pickup as well. So it slowed them down. You even saw like when those tech charges, even people who managed to flicker and get on the opposite side of the wall, they still got popped up and stunned. So it provided a great amount of CC and setting potential for the rest of this composition to come down very well. There really wasn't a point where that Black Sentence had the advantage to be even able to press on the Vexana. That was going to be my big concern, is once you're on your back foot, once the Vexana is getting threatened, how are we going to be able to protect it? we didn't even need to answer that question because I don't think there was a point at all where 9Z Globant wasn't pushing the offensive. And as a team, that is the answer that you want, to constantly push, go, being successful with that, pushing into these towers. And I mean, 9Z Globant putting on a clinic here when it comes to, I want to say, some great synergy in a draft.
It was a deserved win for sure. Their teamwork was impeccable there. Grok being able to actually protect his team and letting them actually come back and do something about it, giving Vexana the time to shine, to actually be able to do something in that map, that in itself showed great teamwork and synergy.
Yeah, the synergy was so good, and I have to tell you guys, is one thing that I know almost 100% here is that one of these ideas, I'm feeling that Cabral, the coach from 9Z Globant, is doing his job. Is starting to putting his ideas in this roster, because he is a very good coach. He was a former champion with the old RRQ Akita, so he knows a lot of these players. He knows the golden path, the golden way, especially with Gusta, which was the goal laner from that team. So he knows him very well. So maybe he's talking something about like, guys, let's just work it out, for like letting Gusta being strong, guaranteeing a late game for him, because we know his potential, we know that what he can do, and we can guarantee a solid performance and a very solid late game for him. And that's what we saw in the first game, and now we're seeing in the second game, because we were talking about like carry and his range issues, but this whole thing was compensating from like this whole composition from range, because you see a wall from Grok, a tectonic charge, and the Eternal Guardian, like many, not only to guarantee this crowd control, but also to guarantee that Chino could work very well, that Agusta could grow up, getting these items to be strong in the late game, and that it works very well.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Black Sentence. I mean, these were some great drafts coming out from 9Z Globant. And we're kind of at game 3 right now, at a point where I want to say the meta still kind of sticks in there. There's not really too many crazy picks that usually come out. Like, I just feel like 9Z Globant right now is able to find the drafts that they need, doing a good job of sticking with a plan and understanding what their win conditions are and executing that as well. We are on to game 3 though. Entire row of heroes kind of taken off the board. Of course, it's going to be a Freya ban on the side of Black Sense. That's one of those, I don't think we've seen a single game here in the south of Freya. Just too strong. And I think we've actually had a few interviews where they've talked about, oh yeah, that's the one hero that really needs to have a nerf.
Yeah,
maybe in the north?
The north,
Sorry,
they said that
Okay.
no, it's okay. They said that they had it in the north. They said they had a Freya show up a few times over there, but we have yet to see Freya. I would love to see her played here for sure.
Yeah. So let's see now the draft here from this third game. As we were talking about like 9Z Globant's situation, and we have to talk about Black Sentence situation. As we always used to say here, that is a new roster. The only remaining is Papa Dog. Even the coach is not at Tsubasa anymore. So maybe for a Black Sentence, maybe to I don't know, but maybe prioritize the experience from Papa Dog. Like not letting Papa Dog kind of alone in the XP lane. Like okay, Papa Dog, you stand in the XP lane and you figured out what to do in the rest of the composition. Maybe if the team rotate more for Papa Dog's performance and experience, maybe Black Sentence could find a way to guarantee a stronger composition and naturally the win, because all the teams are new, they need more time. But I think that Papa Dog here, even I believe that if Papa Dog gets this a focus, I believe that Erwin will be more like will feel not less responsible, but he will feel free, to play like lighter, to play like more confident, as we didn't see in the last game, because we saw him playing with Chip, but what play did he do? I think that I saw once. Oh, there was once that they could kill 2 players in the bottom lane. I remember that, but okay. Besides that, what else? So Erwin, I think that if Black Sentence can rotate with Papa Dog experience, I think that Erwin and even Joe Crew, the gold laner, could get more confidence.
Yeah, as we go into the first, or at least waiting for the first pick here from the side of 9Z Globant. They do take Marcel off the map as well. It does look like Black Scent are going to go ahead and take down the Fanny and the Zushin. That's going to leave Eve open, and I'm wondering from the side of Black Sentence, do we look for possibility of picking or banning out that Hylos? I've talked about that when it comes to like those disgusting pairs that can be put together. That's almost cheesy. Hylos is one of those because you can provide that glorious pathway inside the Eve ults that absolutely slows them down to a crawl.
Yeah, the double slow would be... Oh, well, they didn't pick up that Hylos though, so they're giving them that if they were to choose that for sure. They took out the Fanny here. They have Marcel taken out, like you said. The hero pool is getting lower, so I wonder if 9Z can keep this up, right? Like, can they keep it up? This is a best of 5, so maybe Black Sentence can start to see some momentum here. Maybe, I'm trying to give him a little
maybe.
Nephew. So
yeah, maybe. But even though Zina, even though like we are dealing with the global ban and we are about to see more unusual heroes, but we still have some options for 9Z Global. For example, they still can guarantee Claude for Gusta Lagusta, for example, in a gold lane, So I believe that is one of the reasons that they picked Leomord here in the jungler and a Sora for XP lane, with both sides stronger here. Not 9Z Global, it doesn't have to work with the weak side, because if you choose a Sora from XP lane, and if you choose a gold lane, a very strong one, could be Claude with a very strong late game here, so Leomar has more freedom to make plays, to play more free in the map.
I was gonna say this is one of the bans that kind of happened last game, where it seems like Black Sentence, they banned out the Sora because they no longer had the Valentina that would be able to counter it. Here they're gonna have to try to deal with it with the Phoveus. I almost kind of would rather have a Black Dragon or something out there. Phoveus does all right as well. It's just certain when it comes to trying to match what the Sora can bring to your team as well. This can be a little rough. I like the composition coming out from the side of 9Z Globant. We're on the second set of the banning phase. You have the real world manipulation that can kind of come down, and the punishment that can come out from Leomord, the punishment that can come out from Sora to be able to close the distance on those heroes that are stuck inside that ultimate or trying to get away. It's going to be huge, and it's something that I want to say Black Sentence needs to have on their mind. Do we have the tools that we need for a disengagement? Phoveus is one of those heroes that just once he's in on a fight. It's 110%, and unless he dies, he's not going to be coming out of that. Suyu and Grok, I do like their abilities to be able to kind of escape something like that, to create distance. So we'll see how well it goes as these fights progress.
yes, for sure. Sora's CC is going to help Yi get down her real world manipulation, like you said. Having those two front lines will be very helpful for her in positioning.
I am vengeance incarnate.
I don't know.
I believe that... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I believe that with 9Z Globant here, picking Leomord and Sora, for example. Leomord, okay, he doesn't have this like hard engage of the trains, but It allows the 9Z Globant to choose a roamer here that can play more aggressive, you know. So I think that one of the reasons the Black Sentinels already banned Khalid, for example, I believe that they can ban Hilda. That could be another roamer here that could cause so much pressure in the jungler. But Bruno was the last ban here for Black Sentinels, focusing on Gusta La Gusta. Okay, that's a good ban, you know, but I believe that I thought that it would continue focusing on the roamer, you know, that can cause so much pressure, such as Hilda, such as Khalid that they already banned because of the Leomord. So now we are ready for the last ban here for 9Z Globant, assuming there is still goal laner lacking and the mid lane.
It does look like they're going to go ahead and probably focus on possibly the marksman lane. They still have some good picks out there when it comes to marksman. The only thing is like you're kind of looking to try to veer away from a lot of dashes, so that crosses off Herald, that crosses off the Granger. Yeah, Carry's another one that kind of crosses off. Phoveus just has a field day with heroes that have a lot of dashes. Now, rounding the corner, we're trying to see what's the first pick for so they pick up the Herald because they have the Phoveus. And there it is.
Ranger, those are the last two. I wonder what if there's a next match. What marksman's doing Johnson. But anyway, there they go. You got your Hylos and the Eve on the same team, and the Sora. That's a monster of a team. I'm so.
Yeah.
Man.
Now analyzing here 9Z Globant's composition with the Hylos, with the the glorious path, like assisting and helping Eevee and even Leomord, for example, or Sora to get faster in a team fight, or heading possibly in the back line here could be very interesting, especially with the ultimate in a tanky form. Could be a very interesting way of engage or disengage for a 9Z Globant with Hylos. Granger. Okay, I have seen Augusta playing so many times with Granger, you know, so let's see how he can perform with a hero which has to needs a skill shot improve. And now Selena is the last pick for Black Sentinels.
All right, but with the rosters and the characters locked in for this possible game point for 9Z Globant, Black Sentinels fighting for their survival in this series, looking to bring this at the very least to a game 4. A very mobile draft coming out of Black Sentinels, very much leaning on their ability to dodge, their ability to maybe get that poke, get in, get some damage, and be able to get out. But will it be enough to take down this very strong, very CC heavy composition of 9Z Globant?
Hey yo, Dressray, hey yo, GM Kilua, hey yo, everyone in the chat. Remember, send the like, share the live, call your friends to keep tracking and stay tuned. That could be probably the last game of the night. 9Z Globant versus Black Sentinels, the best of 5, 2-0 for 9Z Globant so far. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna take a breath? Who's gonna survive in the competition, my friend Private? And who's gonna be the 8th number seed in the Armor South?
Yeah, and another big shout out to, I want to say, our PH and Indo fans who are probably just waking up to be able to support us. We do appreciate all the love and the thanks. So a big shout out to you guys for that support. Like I said, this is a brand and monumental new thing that's happening in North and South America, where we join in the AMER tournaments to combine all of these regions into one competitive scene. Just waiting now to see when these, speaking of competitive scene, trying to get these two teams ready for their matchup. This could be the game point, like I said, for 9Z Globant, who have been very dominant with their drafts, with their picks, and with their gameplay as well.
Yeah, analyzing this draft here now with the Selena in the mid lane. Okay, the Absol arrow here could be very interesting, but I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, even in the early game, it could be very effective with against Ivy or Granger, for example. You know, when they still don't have the first items. But I don't know, maybe in the middle late game, that could be a not very interesting for Selena. And we are back.
And we're back.
Surprise!
Hello, everyone. I do want to talk about Selena pick here. Do you think that she can do much? Like, I know her thing is she stuns people from far away. She's pretty good at escaping as well. But they're so CC heavy and they're very tanky. I wonder if this can help Black Sentence in any way.
I want to say that for this composition to be successful, there is going to need to be a level of communication and synergy coming from Black Sentence that we have yet to see. Hopefully this game is is how they have grown and they can show that off.
Yeah. So welcome everybody once again to the Land of Dawn of 9Z Globant versus a Black Sentence. 2-0 for 9Z Globant so far. That could be the last game, but we hope not. So let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, and I want to see how much aggression we're going to be able to kind of output here too as well. We do. Oh, so Selena is. I'm dumb too. Yeah, we have Selena. So Selena's going to be in the mid lane. We're going to still have Brock. We're going to come in there already. Nice, a lot of damage coming in there onto Alberto Crazy. He's going to activate that healing as well. Sky comes in for a little bit more added damage as well for the team. No loss of life yet there. So a little bit aggressive in the early start of this match.
Yeah, now Alberto Crazy is trying to respond or something, like to guarantee some info for 9Z Globant so far, but now the focus can be the pressure in the mid lane so far to reach the level 4 as faster as they can to fight the first turtle, especially the jungler. Luizinho is already on level 4, but now, oops, here comes the very action here in the top side.
Yeah, Chino might be in a little bit of trouble here. We have two members who have the Phantom Steed out. Papa Dog uses the flicker to get away, and both teams no worse for wear. We do have a wall out there as well. Irwin is level 2, so he's not going to have that tech charge to be able to kind of charge into 9Z Globant. Fesh in a little bit of trouble. Does sidestep an Abyssal Arrow coming from Sky.
Yeah, but now the turtle here is immediately started by Black Sentence. Will we have a fight back from 9Z Globant?
Yeah, Chino gets a little bit of a knockback there. Aurora able to scoop up that first turtle. Chino on the backside looking for some damage. Gets caught by an Abyssal Arrow. That's going to stop him from putting on the offense he needs to on Aurora. So far, no worse for wear. Black Sentence get themselves a turtle. And 9Z not able to kind of contest that. But here, Joel Crew able to find an escape from Luisino. Wall goes into that bush to show him out.
I thought that Gusta Lagusta would make would use the ultimate to guarantee the kill for against the Joe crew, but I think that the minions they were in a way ahead. They didn't allow to use that, but even though 9Z Globant and Black Sentence, they were play even. The first total for a Black Sentence, that is a very interesting situation for them, but they have to do more than that, you know, because we see here that 9Z Globant has Sora, they have Ivy, they have Granger, you know. Okay, Harriet has a strong late game also, but 9Z Globant's composition can be very hard in the late game.
Yeah, Chino going to go ahead putting on some damage on here on the Papa Dog. The punch is raining down. Aurora on the side. Looking for, we do have Fashion coming in with that real world manipulation, but Papa Dog able to find himself his escape. No, I mean, I want to say a very low killing game at this point. Usually we've had a decent amount of offense coming out from the side of 9Z Globant. So this is just looking good for Black Sentence right now. And especially now that we have all of this pressure onto the bottom tower as well. 4 members down here surrounding around Alberto Crazy. He does miss an Abyssal Arrow though.
Yeah, he could be in trouble versus 4 players, but now he senses the danger. He heads back, but now Gusta. Oh!
Yeah, Jolcool did lay down that Zaman Force, dashing into danger. Gusta Lagusta very smartly finding that the safety of his tower, backed up very well.
I felt kind of a loss about the turtle cam getting in the middle of the fight. But now that's okay because the second turtle here is in the upside of the river. Both teams now are in a chaotic situation.
Yeah, I think I just saw Death Sonata coming out from Gusta Lagusta to try to press Joel Crew away from this fight. 9Z Globant in a good position. Oh, a nice tech charge lands on 3 members. Lucino is able to go ahead and find the Lord. Papa Dog finds a kill as well. That's going to be Feshin down. Lucino able to find the Lord, but now his team is suffering on the back end, looking for the dashes. Papa Dog in problems. Lucino able to find the kill onto Sky from the back end. Papa Dog raining down damage with that demonic force. Burrow Crazy doing what he needs to be that front line for his team. 1-1 apiece, and that turtle goes over to 9Z Globant.
Unbelievable what I saw Chino doing here in the last team fight. He was able to buy so much time for 9Z Globant. Not only assisting his jungler to steal the turtle, but also to not get killed because he was with a very low HP and buying more time for 9Z Globant. 1 turtle for each team. The last one is gonna appear on the bottom side of the river just a few seconds after. So let's see what is going to happen.
Ooh, I was about to say, we saw a little bit of a stun land on the Chino. Now, a tech charge saves Irwin's life. Still at 1-1 apiece, but very close there. A much better start for Black Sentence. This one seems a lot more even. They've got the aggression, they're getting objectives, and they have a lot of macro still mounting up onto these side lanes. Ooh, nice little Abyssal Arrow. Alburo Crazy does go wide of it. You see that mine just gets picked up by Alburo. Joel Cruel has to create some distance between him and Gusta Lagusta.
No, I'm talking about something that is like almost has nothing to do with the game. What a beautiful Granger skin. It's the top side.
Yeah, the wings coming out there. Oh, gets caught underneath tower, gets caught with an Abyssal Arrow from Sky. The rest of the team, Aurora and Irwin, right there to be able to scoop up that victory. Well, Crazy lays down the glorious pathway. Out comes the real world manipulation. The rest of the team trying to find themselves a disengagement. Alburo Crazy, very low. Zaman Force laid down on the ground. Lucino in trouble. Does get taken out by Papa Dog. Great amount of damage coming out from Joel Crew on this Harith.
Yeah, so we were talking about Papa Dog's situation. Now Pobios has 2 kills. A Black Sentence with a very... Oh, on the top side here, 2v1.
Yeah, Gusta Lagusta in trouble, gets taken down by the auto attack from Joel Crew after laying down that Zaman Force. I mean, I was talking about it. It's going to take a lot of teamwork, but I've been seeing that here thus far from Black Sentence. Abyssal Arrow comes in. The rest of Black Sentence is right there to be able to capitalize. Now, Joel Crew underneath the tower. Flicker from Chino. Sky's right there looking to see if he can get the pick off there. Chino goes down. He had nowhere to run except for underneath the tower. 2-6 right now in the favor of Black Sentence.
We saw Chino heading back in the turret trying to take Irving down, but he wasn't enough. But here, there's a funny situation because we're seeing 9Z Globant. The execution is very interesting. It's working, but it's still missing a damage. It's still lacking with the damage to take the enemies down. And Black Sentence is responding that so well. They're getting the kills, they're getting the objectives, the turtles, the turret so far. It's a completely different third game for Black Sentence.
Yeah, and for me right now, a big difference too is we're laying down these glorious pathways, and we're not actually... Ooh, we do have a Phantom Steed going out too as well. Irwin in a little bit of trouble, uses that tech charge, gets caught by Gusta Lagusta, and a beautiful Death Sonata to be able to find that kill. 3-6 right now, still in favor of Black Sentence, and only a 1K gold lead so far.
Yeah, we still have a game here, my friend. They're not dead yet. 2-0 for 9Z Globant. You're back in the game.
Yeah, I want to say these off picks are actually kind of crazy right now, especially because Sky has been mildly successful on this Selena. But we're going to go ahead, take a look at some of these items. Oh, or not.
Oh, that's okay. I'm going to see in a delay here and a replay. No, don't worry about that.
Yeah, but as we go ahead, starting up on this Lord, you can see 9Z Globant trying to get themselves in a good position. Black Sentence has all five members here looking for an angle to get. We did see the Abyssal Arrow just narrowly go out of bounds there. Papa Dog comes in. Zaman Force laid down. In comes the Phantom Steed. Tech Charge lands onto two members. Lucino finds himself a kill. Aurora answers back immediately. Down goes Joel Crew. 2 down for the side of Black Sentence. Alburo Crazy down for the side of 9Z Globant. And that is a good fight for 9Z Globant. Able to find 2 down and take down the biggest source of frustration for them when it comes to Joel Crew on this Harith.
You don't want to give 9Z Globants a chance. Oh, now we're seeing once again the glowing wand and now the bouquet, the interest for Selena so far with the magic bolt also. So 2 items in the boat here for Selena. It's quite interesting for that. But now, once again, a Black Sentence is making some mistake that can be very crucial.
Yeah, and that's kind of crazy to me that Sky is out farming Fashion on this Eve so far. Already has 2 items, and Eve just had that 1 item to be here picked up just yet. So it doesn't really have the amount of damage that you would be expecting. They've been doing a great job of shutting her down, making sure that they aren't able to farm up. Now, a lot of pressure up onto this first Lord, down to 50%. You can see Irwin waiting for a tech charge possibly to come out. The glorious pathway has been laid out. Irwin in a little bit of trouble. Sky looking for an angle to maybe shoot off an Abyssal Arrow and find a kill. Lord has been reset. Alburo Crazy doing a good job of making sure to clear out those mines, and Irwin goes in, misses the tech charge. The rest of the team goes in. Chino with the damage. Another Phantom Steed and a real world manipulation. Sky finds a kill onto Fashion immediately. On the back end, Papa Dog finds Gusta La Gusta. 2 down for 9Z Globant. That's going to be 3 down, 6-10 for Black Sentence.
I believe that Papa Dog was something to say about trust in the father, trust here in the veteran of this roster, because even now, so far, 4 kills for Papa Dog, guaranteed advantage for a Black Sentence. The Lord comes away. Everything was good for Black Sentence, but I'll have to say something. Erwin, you have to thank Papa Dog, because almost you gave up this game.
It's pretty interesting to me too that Sky was the one to immediately get the kill onto Fashion while they were in real world manipulation, which tells me that Sky's doing a great job of waiting for that real world manipulation to come down and then immediately sending out an Abyssal Arrow to catch them and then go in for the combo to take them down. Now, 9Z Globant on the back foot for the first time this entire series, have to deal with the pressure at mid and the Lord coming up at the top lane. Alburo Crazy on the side here, trying to hold off Irwin and Papa Dog. The rest of 9Z Globant fighting off the Lord up at the top lane. This is going to give an opportunity for the tier 2 or the tier 1 tower up at the mid to be taken down. Joel Crew right there. Alburo Crazy on the top side trying to protect his team. And that's going to be, I want to say 1 tower down for the side of 9Z Globant, but they only have 4 towers left.
Yeah, the goal lead now comes very interesting for a Black Sentence. We're seeing items once again. Only 2 items so far for Ivy, while the Genius Wand guaranteed by Selena. Magic Crystal, Heaven's Feather, and the Starlium side for Harriet. While the Hunter Strike, Sky Pierce, and another one that I forgot there. Not that I forgot, I didn't see it to be honest. But even though we see here a very interesting advantage for a Black Sentence, the goal lead heading almost 5k for a Black Sentence. Not only that, Papa Dog with 4 kills, Aurora playing very well with Suyo, and Sky here, even so far with a very high performance than facing with Ivy.
Yeah, it's just so interesting how well that Black Sentence is doing. They all seem to be on the same page, whether it comes into being able to reply to a lot of these ganks coming from 9Z Globant. The one thing too that I feel like I haven't seen from 9Z Globant is utilizing the combination that I was talking about, where you have the real world manipulation and the glorious pathway. So many times from engagements, I see, I believe it was the Hylos getting caught, uses the glorious pathway to get himself out of harm's way. Fight continues, and then you have the real world manipulation coming out, but never together. And I feel like that's a big problem for the side of 9Z Globant.
It does seem like they're having a hard time finding the exact moment to use it at exactly the same time, but it could be because Black Sentence is giving them that enormous amount of pressure, right? So they have to find and use it whenever they can at this moment.
Yeah, it is depression caused by Erwin here with the Grok. It is depression caused by Papadog with full views so far with 4 kills, and with this ability to get in the back line, stacking, you know, against Ivy, against Granger with Gusta Lagusta also. So there are some strong keys for Black Sentence, not only to guarantee this advantage, but in sequence guarantee this probably victory, this first victory here in this best of 5. One thing that I can feel, and I have the impression maybe Gusta Lagusta is not so comfortable with Granger, you know, because even though we are seeing a very strong hero with a very high DPS, you know, he isn't with a high damage, high continuous damage, you know, like with you have to get the skill shot, we have to use the Death Sonata at the right time, you know. So there are so many situations that is able to let Gusta Lagusta shine.
Great, but those 7 assists are really kind of talking about the amount of damage that he's putting down. Ooh, Chino takes a lot, speaking of damage there, against that wall as well. 6-10 right now. Black Sentence in the lead with about a 3K gold lead.
Yeah, we're heading out the gold lead once again, almost a 4 and just a little bit for Black Sentence. Now the real situation is Papadog is really strong, you know, like a 9Z Globant. They don't feel comfortable. Oops, here they come.
Oh, yeah, Chino goes in there. That actually might have cost him. We do have the real world manipulation followed by the Phantom Steed and a glorious pathway out there as well. But the rest of Black Sentence immediately disengaged from the fight. Now they're in a really bad position where Erwin is doing a great job of zoning out the team while Black Sentence finish off the Lord.
Yeah, that's it. No lore for 9Z Globant. The Black Sentence doesn't allow to do that. The only thing that it is left for 9Z here is trying to farm the mini wave that comes from the side, that comes from the mid lane here, and just wait for the Lord, which is heading. Just a few moments to see which way is he heading, if it will be in the top side or in the bottom side, which doesn't have the turret number 2 anymore. Once again, the items Infinite Glaive for Harriet. He is really strong. There comes a lot of damage coming from this mage and a gold lane here. Cloud is even stronger, but not with a high performance as Harriet in this game so far. But here they come once again, my friend Private, with the Lord in the bottom lane.
Yeah, 9Z Globant have had some difficulty here. Dude, Black Sentence have been in this position before, and I feel like they just need to continually understand what is their win condition, keep fighting for that, because this isn't so different than what they had in the first game last week, where they had the Zushin on their team, and eventually at the end, big tech charge lands on the backside too. We do have the real world manipulation on underneath the tower. Black Sentence is fighting. Erwin is down. Papa Dog is down as well. They are able to eventually take down the tower, but 3 kills on the side of Black Sentence. Caster Curse be darned. I should not have said anything about that. And here, turning it around, Black Sentence on their back foot.
Okay, here's a funny situation. There is no Lord. They guarantee super minions in the bottom lane and the top side for a Black Sentence. Okay, they lost 3 players, but it's not the end of the world. But one thing for sure, they are not allowed to let 9Z Globant get back in this game because they feel confident, they feel powerful for doing that. Once again, the items here are full build for Harriet and also for Granger with the halberd and the blade of despair. Eve here has 4 items of 3 items so far versus 4 with against Selena. So both teams are still working to be a full build on this game.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I still feel like this is definitely in Black Sentence's in their favor, because that last fight, the reason that fight went out of their hands is because for some reason they dove underneath the tower of 9Z Globant to try to get those kills, and 9Z immediately laid down the glorious pathway, immediately had the Phantom Steed and the real world manipulation, so they had the bunch of healing underneath there, and Black Sentence severely overestimated how fast they could take them down, and they ended up taking a lot of turret shots that ended up crippling their team. Now, a big engagement coming out. Phantom Steed onto the backside. Pop-up lands onto a Burrow Crazy. Papa Dog looking for the demonic force. A great Abyssal Arrow does a land to take down Chino. Irwin with the flicker onto the backside. Zaman Force laid down. You can see Joel Crew laying down the damage as El Burrow Crazy is the next one to fall.
That was a close call once again, 2-for-1, but it's still a good advantage for a Black Sentence. Luisinho, what are you doing there? Joey Crew comes for the chase. Oh, almost.
Yeah, I want to say maybe overestimating the distance he had with that Phantom Steed to be able to kind of get him. He almost got hit with the Abyssal Arrow coming from Sky as well. This is going to be another Lord for the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah, another Lord here for Black Sentence. Things are coming up to an end. 10 kills for 12 for a Black Sentence so far. At this point of the game, we see once again the items. Everyone, no, Fashin is not full build yet. But even though Sky, now he comes Immortality for Aurora, so as more time for a Black Sentence in a possible team fight. But now the Lord is heading on the top side once again. That could be the end for a Black Sentence, but they have to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Black Sentence still starting to feel it. They've got the synergy. They got the wind on their back, a Lord up at top, and only a singular high ground tower separating them from their first win of the series. A big wall pulls back all Burrow Crazy, now starting to set their attention onto this mid tower. From the bottom, flanked by Aurora, Lord now trying to swing away on the tower. 9Z Globant trying to set off. We do have the ultimates coming out. The real world manipulation, a tech charge comes out from Black Sentence, but Black Sentence secure themselves their first victory of the series.
Or Black Sentence is not over yet. What a good composition. What a great match. Xena is 2-1.
Black Sentence says, nope, we are not going out this way. Early game, they started off very shaky, well, slow there, right? No kills. They're really good at being defensive and farming up. Then after that, Black Sentence was not going out without a fight, so they went in there, got in their kills, showed their force, and that was it. They got all the Lords, made sure they took full map control, and there you go. They were able to take it all.
We're at a point right now where we're starting to distance ourselves from the meta, where we've kind of had the same 3 rounds of picks, and we're starting to get out to that point where we might start reaching out for some of those different outside to start testing people's hero pools in there. Sky I could be the first to admit Sky did 1,000% better than I thought they were going to do, and was 1,000% more useful on the Selena. Even being able to out farm Fashion on this Eve as well, to the point that I want to say Sky was pretty much a part. You see there 75% of team fight participation. Every single time there was an engagement, you had an astral arrow coming out there, stunning that front line. It was pretty much the bane of Chino's existence as well. A great game put together here, and I feel like kind of an unorthodox kind of almost like a catch style composition. Like there really wasn't a great front line. You had the tech charges coming from Irwin, but you also had like to watch out for the abyssal arrows, and Joel Crew, I want to say a big one here too, who provided just an immense amount of damage and support for his team.
Checking out the stats here from this third game, guaranteeing the victory for a Black Sentence. There's so many things to talk about, especially with this kind of composition. One topic here is Gusta. When I talked before, I think like one point is Gusta not being comfortable playing with Granger, and Joe Crew here playing with Harriet. To be honest, I thought that Gusta would choose Harriet in this game, but maybe because of the composition, because not to let too much magic damage, he was not allowed to choose Harriet. For example, and he was able to choose a Granger, which was not a good idea for that composition. But also for Sky, guarantees so much pressure with Selena. When facing with Ivy, he was not allowed to do much more because of the hero being so static. You know, there's a lot of damage coming from Ivy, but okay, that's it, because she doesn't have a mobility, she doesn't have an escape, you know, so they have to be very careful about working that composition, playing through Ivy or Granger, for example, which it also needs a skill shot. You know, it's not automatic. It's not like on the base auto attack, for example. So for Black Sentence was really cool, was really interesting, and gives them a confidence and a hope to reverse that sweep so far.
Yeah, and here we can see a lot of these fights. I mean, I was talking about it before during cast, is that you had kind of a little bit of a separation when it came to the real world manipulation, except for right here. This was the great real world manipulation, glorious pathway, held
and guaranteed the win for a Black Sentence so far with this Harriet. We also know the Harriet's potential for late game, the magical damage, you know, the ability using dashes to evade attacks, to evade skill shots that coming up from all the teams, from the enemy, for example. That was the case from Gusto, for example, using the Rhapsody or even the Death Sonata. So he was able to do much more with Harriet in this third game. Guarantee won the first victory, actually, for a Black Sentence.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Gusta Lagusta. Why didn't he choose the Harith? In my mind, I'm like, maybe he doesn't want to deal with the demonic force coming out from those players there. But when you pick up the Granger, I'm like, oh well, that doesn't make any sense, because he's actually a little bit slower when it comes to the dashing. So obviously, we weren't afraid of the demonic force coming out from Phoveus. There had to have been something else on the mind to pick that. Like I said, so far, Granger has pretty consistently been picked against the Harith. I forgot, maybe it's just that people have a lot of trust in their ability for a lot of those skill shots. For me personally, I feel like if you're facing a skill shot against somebody whose entire kit revolves around dashing back and forth, I feel like you're just putting a lot on the shoulders of your marksman. Not just that, but also, like I said, I don't want to speak too illy of Gusta Lagusta, but the entire team, there was just a lot of points where it just felt like they were all on different wavelengths when it came to a lot of these engagements. Unfortunately, a great read from Black Sentence when it came to, it always felt like for some reason Hylos was just putting himself just a little too far out there, getting caught, and he would have to use his glorious pathway defensively before the rest of the team was able to kind of get in there. Then suddenly, once the engagement starts, you have a real world manipulation and the Phantom Steed, but you don't have the healing and the rest of the slow that really would have sunk in this composition.
You were saying that that combination wasn't used correctly here, and you said having them both down together would be a force to be reckoned with. But like I was saying before, Black Sentence just was really good at making sure that they didn't do that. And Selena's, what was it? Her making sure she stunned everybody out of everything and making sure that they were scared of it and having to deal with it coming from anywhere, right? So. And that in itself was hard for them to kind of deal with.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. And analyzing that composition from 9Z Globant, maybe it brought some ghosts from the past that they reused to talk about, like, their different personalities. While Oboro Crazy was like, heading forward, play aggressive, you know, like, Feixin was not playing so aggressive because he was playing with the Ivy, you know, which is a static. Gusta needed more time to farm, to get more items, you know, and he was playing with Granger, which is not the best hero from him so far. So this game wasn't easy for the whole team, you know, the whole roster for 9Z Globant handling that situation. But there is a thing that we have to talk about. It is not only a single victory for a Black Sentence, you know, it's the light at the end of the tunnel, it's the hope, you know, it's the spark that they needed, and this is the confidence that they needed to maybe reverse that situation. So 9Z Globant has to finish this game now, because if they lose again, I believe that Black Sentence will reverse this sweep.
That's actually an interesting call too. Once you start losing that little bit of momentum, especially once you start getting into the point of a lot of these drafts where you're not able to lean onto the meta, and you really have to start reaching. The Matrix is trying to take Rico back.
They want to take him.
But yeah, like you have a lot on the line. The further and further this game goes, I think a lot of our best of fives have gone to the distance, have gone to the game 4, even on the north side as well. So we'll see how well Black Sentence, if they can start putting it together, especially when it comes to some of these more uncommon compositions that we see coming out from them.
Yeah, and they seem to be running low on their hero pool. Just as Rico was saying, he's not great with the Granger, right? But he wanted to pick it up because it was one of the meta heroes right now, or the ones chosen at the moment. I wonder if they can bring out like more marksmen out there. Does he know any other marksmen that can actually do justice to their team?
Well, we're gonna have to find out. As you can see here, this is probably my favorite spot when it comes to these longer series, is when you've got that second row of heroes that are not available for both of these teams, where now we're gonna have to see what a lot of these hero pools are made of, and maybe this is where we start seeing some of those looser pickups.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale.
Yes, they may be able to turn it back around. Just the fact that all these heroes here are banned, so it's going to be harder for them to kind of keep this momentum up. So it's anyone's game at this point. Like Rico was saying earlier, but Black Sentence may be able to sweep this at this point. We've got Freya banned here, the Fanny and the Harith. They are making sure 9Z does not pick up any more marksmen. They're trying to see what marksman hero pool does our gold laner here have.
Yeah, with that Harith ban, we've talked about this before. Harith is a very strong gold laner. He's had a couple of adjustments too, just recently, when it comes to his kit and to I believe the Starlium Scythe is a little bit easier now as well. So a lot of people were kind of surprised he's kind of at this point. A lot of people were predicting that, oh, we could maybe bring back Harith Jungler with how the changes were going to take over. We're still at kind of that sweet spot. The changes just came out, so teams are still trying to get adjusted. but I think right now it's kind of been established. He's very strong in that gold lane right now. Some normal bans that we continue to see, the Freya, the Fanny, Zushin's taken off the board as well. Looking for that last ban on the side of 9Z Globant that will round out the banning session here.
Yes, it's looking like they there's a lot of people banned right now, but it looks like Toriza is still open for them to also pick up on the side of Black Sentence. There are a few heroes out here that are still meta that they can really get a hold of right here. We're still trying to see the last ban they have here for the side of 9Z. I guess they don't want Black Sentence to be able to come back in anyway or get another. Oh, there we go. They banned out that Boxia, and now we got Papa Dog about to pick up his the first pick here.
Yeah, we're gonna see what Black Sentence. I mean, the pressure kind of starting to mount on them. They've got that first pickup on the red side. You're gonna be able to counter with 2 shots here. I'm very interested. Do we go with that mid lane priority that we've been seeing, or possibly with the carry pickup? I believe carry is still open for their side. And I want to say a lot of teams have been prioritizing that gold lane when all else basically fails. I want to say you still have the Marcel that can be picked up as well. Yeah, I think, yeah, is Marcel open?
Break all the rules.
They picked up that carry here. Marcel's not open for the side of 9Z though, but it was open for Black Sentence, but they didn't want to pick it up.
Yeah, and I talked about this before. I'm kind of at a point where, I mean, if you're not 1,000% confident with Marcel, let it slide. Just go ahead and keep it off onto the. We're gonna go ahead and put it up on our little cabinet. We're gonna save that for later. We're gonna practice with that, but we don't need to treat him as a priority here. And a good thing too, like they let it go through the draft. They're not gonna prioritize it as well. Carry's gonna be the prio for them. 9Z Globant here looking for. We're looking for their reply to see what they're gonna go against this carry with.
Here we go. All right. Here we go. They picked up Harley and Valentina. Harley that would be great to kind of pick off the carry in the early game. So maybe they're trying to make sure they shut her down before she can gain that momentum to take out their heavy hitters, right? Their front liners. And then Valentina here, able to steal other people's ultimate. Hello, welcome back, Rico. Oh, I thought you froze again. He was
been itching for a real fight.
Oh man.
No guys, I'm back for real now. It was good for me because I'm taller than you guys. Oh, that's good.
Hold on.
Oh, I can't
let
see
me like
it.
sit up
from here. I can't see from here. Jokes aside.
You did it on purpose. I'm just kidding.
Jokes aside, guys. Analyzing now. Oh, Kalia for a Black Sentence. I don't think that was a good idea for 9Z Globant allowing this pick. You know, but so far, okay. We still have to see the rest of the composition because I'm not seeing the execution for this this Kalia. You know, so far. Okay, they have carry, but I think that we are about to see a mage with a burst damage in the mid lane, for example, to compensate for bringing Kalia to that composition. Harley to the early game for 9Z Globant could be a very interesting. Oh, Valentina to copy here, especially Kalia's Tsunami. Interesting.
Yeah, you still have, I mean, you picked up Gatakacha, so that kind of takes the Khalid off of the board when it comes to having a roam on the side of 9Z Globant. But what the Gatakacha kind of tells me is that once we go for that Tsunami Slam, you'll have to answering an Avatar of the Guardian coming down for Gatakacha. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Black Sentence can kind of play around that. Uranus, another pickup. I wonder if this Uranus was more used as I'm actually kind of curious as to the Uranus pickup there as well, just because maybe it's just a solid roam / EXP laner that doesn't have an ultimate that Valentina can really benefit off of.
Yeah, and that could be the case. He is a tanky boy. Harley can't really burst him down so quickly for the fact that he is tanky. They went ahead and banned out the Lancelot here. And the Bruno. They are making sure to take out any marksmen for the side of Nizy Globant. They're like, let's see what you got.
Yeah, and you're right, Zin, about like Harley and his needed for burst damage here in the early game to give advantage for our 9Z Globant. But I think that we can work very well with this Trinity, Gatoch Kaka, Harley, and Valentina, especially with Harley and Valentina to trying to cause this damage. You know, you have the ultimate from Harley, you have the second one from Valentina also causing much more damage. So that could be very interesting for 9Z Globant to fight anyone lost in the jungle, you know, from a Black Sentence. So that could be a very, very interesting. We have still the avatar of Guardian here to Gatoch Kaka to get a backline to try and neutralize a carry, for example. So that could be very interesting too. So now we're waiting for the fourth choice of 9Z Globant. Mid lane is already.
Yeah, I see that they took off the Linux, so maybe going with something engagement. I believe glue is still an option. Ooh, they got an Arlo. We haven't seen Arlo in a while. I want to say I'm not sure if he's been as successful when he's been picked up.
Oh, Arlot. Okay. He's good with his CC here. They're still trying to pick up a mage on the side of Black Sentence here. And Kadita, okay. And Gwen, the Gwen.
Wow, Kadita.
1-1.
Gusta La Gusta. 1-1. No, wait. Gusta La Gusta playing 1-1. This is gold, my friends. This is almost NFT here that we are seeing now. Okay. We know that 1-1, that she received the buff in the last patch notes, you know, the last update. So that could be very interesting for Gusta La Gusta here, especially when you have, for example, the ultimate from Sky, the ultimate from Aurora with this Guinevere. So the ultimate from 1-1 that makes her invulnerable. That could be a very good a good chance for Gusta La Gusta to improve their playing style so far.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting for me too, as well, to see how well this goes in. I'm definitely curious to see how Black Sentence and 9Z Globant stack up against each other. See how many purifies I see on the side of 9Z Globant once we start. There is a lot of a CC potential coming from the side of Black Sentence. Even if you are going to come down with that avatar, the Guardian, you still have, I want to say, the ultimate coming out from Sky, the ultimate coming out from Aurora to jump. There's a lot that you have to watch out for. So it's going to be very interesting as we move into game 4.
Yeah, it is so good to be here. It's so good to see all these things happening once again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the 4th game, the Best of 5, 9Z Globant versus Black Sentence. The battle for survival on MCT AMER South. Let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, you can see right now. I mean, both the teams kind of starting with a very specific start. On the side of Black Sentence already trying to invade, as well as 9Z Globant at the bottom. The only difference is Black Sentence right here to try to offset that big pop-up lance. And it looks like Lewison, I think he retreated that, so he was able to secure it at least.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the jump.
Yeah, we were talking about that already. The jump and the pop-up that caught them from Sky. So good synergy, good attention in the early game. Irwin might be in a little bit of trouble. Has the command question right there to get the kill.
Irwin, what were you doing there, my friend? You guaranteed the first kill, but now a Burrow Crazy could be in trouble. That could be via 2v1.
Oh, yeah. Actually, Aurora takes a lot of damage. Is going to have to back up. Alberto Crazy going in there from the side. Irwin comes in to help secure and adds a little bit of teamwork there as well. Gusta La Gusta taking some damage there. Takes a decent amount of damage. Joel Crew comes in. The rest of the side there. Alberto Crazy going to fend off Irwin.
Yeah, Gusta still doesn't have the level 4 here to play more safe as we speak. But now 9Z Global has the first kill and the first turtle hiding in the upper side of the river. Both teams are aware of that. Who's gonna take the first objective?
Yeah, right now 9Z Globant in a good position. Irwin on the side. He uses the jump to try to readjust. So this is going to be an easy pickup for 9Z Globant. And Luis, we're just going to call him that, is able to go ahead and claim that. 1-0 right now for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, now you see Papa Dog versus Chino. Oh, versus Papa Dog here, causing so much damage. It's a 1v1. Oh!
Yeah, Papa Dog actually, my people want to be very careful. Gets taken out by Chino. I was going to say, are the stacks coming up? He's going to be able to find that health, but no, does not come up fast enough. And that is going to be another kill for 9Z Globant.
Man, what a view one here. He was totally sold by Chino here, guaranteeing one more kill for 9Z Globant. We saw that coming. No, not that coming. So sorry. We saw something similar in the last few games to 9Z Globant. So Black Sentence has to do something right now to get back in this game.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough start for them. When it comes to the aggression that you were looking to try to have in this early game, the CC right now, I mean, still trying to see, can they line it up? Do they have the synergy once we start getting into some of these objective fights? 38 seconds left on this first turtle to see, or the second turtle to see if we can kind of claim that up. Papa Dog takes a deadly magic. It is able to get away.
Yeah, he still survives. He's still here on the top side here versus Chino. But now 9Z Globant is trying to using the macro in their favor so far, especially with Harley and Valentina played together. And now in the bottom lane here, Burrow Crazy and Gusta versus Joru Crew. Yeah, just a Burrow Crazy protecting Gusta and guaranteeing that he can farm. But also,
oh, they actually tried to go in on Gusta Lagusta. Down comes the AOV. Did see a little bit of a tiny crossbow attack coming out. Down goes Aurora. Luis able to find another kill onto Irwin as well, bringing it to a 4-0 lead for 9Z Globant.
that was we were talking about, that couldn't happen for Black Sentence. Letting Gusta Lagusta play with the 1-1 here, that he feels so comfortable. He is one of his main heroes so far. But now once again, Chino versus Papa Dog. It's a very interesting 1v1 here.
Yeah, Papa Dog actually does have a lot of damage that he took earlier and did not have his stacks up properly. That's part of the problem with playing Uranus, is trying to juggle around those stacks, continually making sure that people are attacking you, to make sure that you're staying at the 20, have that max amount of healing, because when you don't, it's almost like a completely different type of tank that you're playing, where you're so squishy, no regen to be able to help you out through a lot of these fights. So it's going to be very interesting to see if this can kind of continue here. 4-0 right now. Just over a 1K gold lead for 9Z Globant as we start another fight into there. Irwin goes down, completely surrounded by 9Z Globant.
While we were saying, the mid lane is still continues. Oh, cameraman, no, not getting the kill. No, Greenaver was able to survive, but now in the bottom lane here, Joey Crew is still survives. One thing that I was about to say, that Gusta Lagusta was farming the minion waves in mid lane. Like, everybody was saying, like, okay, let him farm. Let him get in the items for a 1-1. That was also very, very interesting to see something like that. But 9Z Global continues focusing, continues causing the pressure now in the bottom lane to take down this turret.
Yeah, the one thing that I haven't seen from Black Sentence is a successful engagement that came out. We saw them hiding up here in the bush, but they completely missed Alburo Crazy and Gusta Lagusta with a jump. And that's going to be very unfortunate. You need to kind of be on the same page. Another jump that goes high and does not connect with anybody on 9Z Globant. And that is unfortunate. It might be a little bit of, now they're going to go ahead by that elbow. They do have an IMU Tsunami Slam,
What?
which is gonna clean the clock of Irwin. Sky doesn't find a kill onto
Who is
Gusta
he?
Lagusta. The rest of Black Sense in chase. 9Z Globant in trouble as the enemy starts pointing, looking for an engagement in their jungle. The rest of Black Sentence now starting to focus onto this turtle. Papa Dog taking a lot of damage on the back end. Aurora finds the turtle. The rest of Black Sentence looking to turn this around onto 9Z Globant. Papa Dog goes down due to a final slash. A big pop off and a Tsunami Slam lands onto Fashion as the rest of 9Z Globant disengage.
All right, okay, I was confused. The first Tsunami Slam was like, I have the impression there was in oops. The mid lane here, 2v2, Irwin can be in trouble, but now he survives. The first Tsunami Slam, I think that there was in the wrong position, you know, the wrong sense, the wrong direction. I'm so sorry about that. But now he was in the right direction to the turret and in the mid lane. But 9Z Globant has nothing to do with it. But one funny thing that I saw in the last team fight, Aurora simply forgot, like he simply decided to leave their teammates and guarantee the turtle. The rest of the teammates was fighting around the purple buff, and they said, you know, forget it. I'm going to secure the turtle, so let the rest of the teammates. But it's still, they were able to survive. But 9Z Globant 7 kills versus 1.
Oh, Papa Dog takes a huge amount of damage and down he goes. A beautiful tsunami, or it was actually a final slash into an IMU Tsunami Slam, and then came out the deadly magic from Luis. So a great combination coming out from 9Z Globant, bringing them to a 1-8 lead. Still, like I said, gold still very close, but just the engagements coming out from 9Z Globant are showing a synergy that is beyond a Black Sentence right now, who have not been able to find that same magic, that same understanding, that same teamwork that they had in the last game. Oh, a nice pop-up that lands onto a Burrow Crazy, followed by a Violet Requiem. Is it going to be enough? A Burrow Crazy finally goes down. Irwin able to bring him down. Luis comes in, finds the damage onto Aurora. Next is Irwin, who goes down. That's 3 down. Globant looking for another kill. Papa Dog goes down. 4 down for the side of Black Sentence, while Sky alone to tell the story, alone to try to protect that mid-tier 2 tower.
Yeah, man, I have to say to you, oh, here comes Fashin with, oh, Sky here is able to survive. You know the difference now with Fashin playing the last game with Ivy and now with Valentina, but he was surprised.
Oh, yeah,
so
Fisher
clever.
was able to get away. Had that IMU ultimate from the Kadita, able to find themselves and escape. Ooh, Luis, Pop Dog coming in. Ooh, might take a deadly magic. Couple of cards flowing in his direction. He does have a little bit of that healing kind of coming up from the stacks. And Aurora disengages up at the top.
Yeah, but now on the topper side here, 9Z Globant trying to respond some kind of attempt for Black Sentence to take down maybe the second turret in the top side, but now they're heading back. But now the fact is, 9Z Globant secured the Lord, you know, like with Gusta Lagusta playing very well with 1-1. And now the Lord is heading in the mid lane that can cause more pressure. Ice dominance in Chino's hands. And now here comes the boom from 9Z Globant.
Yeah, you have the Lord kind of closing the distance. You talked about Gusta Lagusta. Has 8 assists. So it doesn't really look like an Avatar. The Guardian comes out, lands on the 2 members. We do have a Tsunami Slam underneath the tower, but that is not going to protect the tier 2. 9Z Globant take it down very quickly. Sky in trouble, gets taken down by Gusta Lagusta as the rest of 9Z Globant with pressure on to the rest of the high ground towers. Now looking to put some pressure on the mid. The rest of Black Sentence is right here to try to stop this offense from coming. A big pop-up lands onto a Burrow Crazy, and now another pop-up onto the rest of the team. Irwin has to disengage. A nice Violet Requiem coming out from Aurora, but Fashion comes in with the final damage to find a kill.
Tsunami Slam once again with Chino. He was able to survive, but Sky comes from the chase. Oh, he buys more time. Unstoppable. Here comes 9Z Globant once again, my friend Private.
Yeah, Alberto Crazy comes in. Luis finds himself a tower. Erwin is down. Papa Dog taking a big crossbow of Tang there as well. He is down. It's just Joel Crew alone to fight. He's out of there. He's taking the cloud. He's going home. He's going to try to fight this off. But ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the series, 9Z Globant with a dominant 2-17 victory.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, after just a little bit chalking in the third game, 9Z Globant guarantee their stronger side and still survive in the competition, Zena.
9Z Globant was doing an amazing job, still showing their dominance here, right? They're like, you know what? We gave you that game. We're going to show you what it is about this time around. Even if you're banning out our 1-1, we're still going to show you what's up. 9Z, even if they banned out all the gold lane, Juan was like, besides, that's my main. 1-1, I got this. Don't worry. So they found their footing towards the end, and that's how it went. They ended up taking it all and dominating. A dominating force.
Oh, man, a great game here for 9Z. Immediately right from the early game, able to really enforce their will here. And you could see there from the stats, around 73% team fight participation for all members. That just shows the synergy that this team was under too. Chino on the Arlet, 2-0-12. A great game for him. Feshin at 7-0-8. Even Alberto Crazy, a 0-1-14 game for him as well. Gusta La Gusta, while it didn't seem like Gusta La Gusta, you didn't see his name like up in the rafters flashing with a lot of those kills, but 12 assists on something like a Wanwan is pretty incredible with the fact that how close it has to get and to be able to lay down some of that suppressive fire. Indeed, it seems like this is a comfortable pick for him because he was able to do amazingly on it.
Yeah, checking out the stats here, we can say that, okay, Gusta La Gusta didn't have so many kills, you know, but when it comes to a 1-1, some people say that Gusta La Gusta doesn't play 1-1. It's 1-1 playing Gusta La Gusta, right? Because it's one of the strongest hero of these gold laner. You know, it's something like, I'm not stuck with you guys. You are stuck with me here. So Gusta La Gusta showed me a high performance here with a 1-1, guaranteeing the victory for 9Z Global. But not only Gusta La Gusta, we've seen Feshin that we used to say that he likes to play aggressive. The last game he was playing with Eevee, and he was like, okay, he was not so confident to play forward, and he was not able to do so many things. But now playing with Valentina, with the dash, with the damage that he was able to cause, he was more confident to guarantee another victory for 9Z Globant. But now 3-1 here in this best of 5. Chino playing perfectly with Arlot, knocking out the players all the time we need, and a Burrow Crazy with a Gato Touch. So everything was very good for 9Z Globant so far.
Yes, and standing above the rest, this player turned the game into their team's favor. It was Feshin, the Valentina here, 708 KDA, 55.3k total damage, 678 golds per minute. Did an amazing job taking Kalea's ultimate and using it in their team's favor.
Yeah, I was almost about to say too, like the score doesn't even tell the story of how well he was able to use that tsunami slam to really catch them off guard. And once you had them back on to your team and you had Avatar the Guardian come down, there was enough damage for them to absolutely get mollywopped here. As we take a look at some of these, the CC. See, here's where I thought they kind of had a little bit of a problem for the side of Black Ascendants. They're going to keep on, they kept on with the pushing, did a great job through it. Even here with that the Winter Crown and the Violet Requiem, they still got bursted down, and a great job on Feshin with this Valentina.
Yeah, and maybe not maybe, but probably want to let like the dashes ability from Valentina here was able to evade the jumps from Guinevere, as you well noticed, Private. That was one of the win conditions from 9Z Globant here, guaranteeing this a victory for the team. Especially when we were talking about this idea of execution, and we heard like Private say maybe twice or three times say, oh, the jump for Guinevere was for nothing because he was like not hitting the enemy, you know. So that the idea was good, but execution was not so well.
Yeah, it's not on his A game this time around for sure. And speaking of, Erwin was kind of not doing well on the Hilda when he was Hilda, and was it any other games? I'm talking about these right games, right? They were wrong. There's too many heroes being chosen right now. My mind is like, whoa, there's so many global bans.
Honestly, for this, it felt like I can kind of I want to say feel for the Gwen when it comes to that. That's kind of how I get sometimes when it comes to Gwen. The Gwen pick came out. There was a lot of mobility on the side of 9Z Globant for you to be able to catch that, and not just the mobility, but you also had purifies out there as well. I feel like we were really leaning on to that tsunami slam, and then to possibly come in after that as well. We've been seeing a lot of focus when it comes to Gwen, the Terizla, the Marcel. Maybe that's something that I want to say Black Sentence can kind of start investigating to have something else, something to add to their repertoire when it comes to getting into this far into 4 games. I felt like you called it with the last game when it came to a 9Z Globant, and maybe they weren't as comfortable on the Granger pickup, and it seemed like something was off here for the side of Black Sense. It did seem like they were a little bit uncomfortable on some of these picks as well.
Yeah, makes total sense when it comes to 9Z Global's performance so far. As we used to say, that is a very interesting roster, it's a very interesting team. So that's it. 9Z Global, it is still in the competition.
And let us talk to Lagusta today, guys. Let's go talk to our Wanwan player.
Good night, guys.
Beautiful.
Hello, Lagusta. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm really happy.
You're really happy.
All right, I know that you're kind of beaming high on this. A great 1-1 game too. I'm sure you're happy. They said it was like one of your favorite picks to play as well. I do want to ask though, the game before you were playing the Granger against the Harley, and you seemed to be having a lot of trouble with that. You want to walk us through what happened during that game?
I think I did a mistake in the game. That was a problem. I think it was a misrotation, and then for me that's everything. I just said that for the future.
All right, so what's one thing that you think your team needed to improve in this match? I know you guys really dominated, or the game that you lost. What did you think was the key factor that you guys lost that one match to Black Sentence?
We have some miscommunication. I think we did some bad executions on our objectives, but I saw some mistake about me that I fixed it for the final game, and it was really good for me because now I know what I was making wrong, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. So Gusta, welcome, buddy. Welcome here to the chat. Welcome to the MCT AMER South. So you were talking about a few mistakes from 9Z Globant, right? Like the team roster. We were talking about like this team. It's it's a how can I say, it's very curious because it's a very good roster, you know, with the champion players, with aggressive ones, but maybe the difference from mentality, you know, the personality can can sometimes mix it up. So how do you guys work together now to be on the same page? You know, like to get everyone play together and not make so many mistakes in the game, for example.
We are like working so hard and watching so many reviews. It is a new roster. We're playing together, I think, 3 months, and our jungler is playing with us, I think, 1 month, and we are like trying to do some reviews and talk each other and try to know the players and the peoples, because it's not all, everything about the MLBB. We need to know about the players outside of the game to build a chemistry and do some bonding, something like this. And it's been like really funny. We had a bad first week, really bad first week, but I think the improve comes with the progression and the hard work. And I'm happy that we won today, and I hope we can do better for the next week.
Nice.
This has to be a nice relief for you. Like you said, your first week was it didn't go as planned for you guys. Took 2 losses here. Finally, kind of reclaimed it, especially in a game, 5 game. What was supposed to be a best of 5 here. You guys were able to win it in 4, kind of stretching out some of those hero pools for you guys. How has it been competing? I know you guys. I think you guys already have experience with the global ban. Is that correct? So you guys have been able to do this before. I was gonna ask, like, are you guys? Does this have a good sense of relief? You guys have identified some good things that you guys were able to do successfully here.
Yes, we had the Globant the past season, and we are like playing with some heroes on screens, different heroes, to have a good champion pool for that type of match, like MD5 or even the MD7. For that matches, you need to have a good champion pool and good heroes that you can use and coaches can draft. But we're okay with that. You know, I use it 1-1 today.
You sound so excited. 1-1, yay! But it was nice to see 1-1 there for sure. Do you think this shows your team's kind of full potential in this match, in this series of matches?
I think we have much things to get better, to improve. We are only on a start. We have time, not much, but we have time to improve and get better and compete with the best teams on MCT. And I hope it.
Okay, Gusta, we have to talk about the new addition for 9Z Globant and the roster. That is the coach, right? Cabral, which is a very interesting addition to the crew, especially that he used to work with you, a champion coach, with a champion, a goal laner in the back in the old RRQ Akira. So how is working with him again, to you and to the rest of the crew?
We are really excited for it because we had a lot of experience on the past, and we are using it now. Even with BL, we have 2 coaches, Cabral and BL,
okay.
and I think they are really good each other, and I really like their work, and the work are really improving me. I'm improving and learning more about the game, more about the rotations, the macro, and that's really good. That's really important for me because I'm a good laner and I need to do everything perfect. It's been a good season for me. I think I can show for you guys a lot of things.
Nice, very nice.
Well, we're all very excited to see what 9Z Globant can show us in the future here. You are one of those teams that seems, had a bad first week, but continually begin to improve, especially through these series that we saw today. Some great compositions that we saw from you, some great synergy between your team that seems to be getting better and better as we go on with some of the seasons. So it's going to be very amazing to see what else you guys have in store. Is there any teams that you guys are looking forward to testing your metal against?
For me, probably Alpha7 and E7. That's two teams.
Nice, very nice.
Yes, those teams are pretty strong right now out there in the leagues for sure. I don't know if you want to give it up, but what other heroes is your favorite? I know Wanwan was for sure your number one. You seem super excited to use her, but what other gold lane heroes is your second?
Beatrix.
Oh, Beatrix. Okay.
Yes.
Why Beatrix?
Beatrix outside 1-1 is my second favorite hero in my comfort zone, and I hope I can use it on MCT.
Which one of her weapons are you most the one that you use the most on her? I know she switches right between them all.
Henner, my favorite one.
Yeah, there was one thing that I was thinking about to ask Augusta, but not like a spoiler, because I was about to ask him if we were able to see much more surprises that we saw today with 1-1 and maybe another hero, but he already said that his favorite is Beatrix. Yeah, and we know very well. But Gustav, talking about like this new roster in 9Z Globant, what do you think it is the most difficult thing that you have to fix, have to solve as a team?
I think the chemistry, because it is a new team. I said before, we are playing together only 3 months, and our jungler is a new jungler. We weren't playing with him, and he's new on our roster, and we are trying to adapt the game with him and the calls, everything, and know better the person to build a better team. I think it's that the chemistry. We need some more chemistry.
Nice.
Yes. And we saw it here today. You guys started to show that chemistry is growing. Like you said, you guys only been doing it for 3 months or a month or however long you guys were practicing. You said those 2-3 bit. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Your chemistry is growing and we can see it for sure. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
I'll give it for my family. My father and my mother, they are watching me. I love you guys.
I'm sure they're very proud. Well, thank you so much, Gusta Lagusta, for chatting with us. We appreciate it.
Sure.
Bye, Gusta. Congratulations for the victory on 9Z Globant. That's it, guys. 3-1 for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, a big thing there is to find out that they too are kind of I don't want to say struggling, but they are on that pathway of trying to learn synergy with their team, trying to open the communication lines, grow as a team. So, and that probably is why they've had a lot of trouble, especially in the first week. I've talked about this before. It takes a lot of synergy with the team to kind of come together and be victorious.
Yes, and that pep talk from Private was correct, but let us check again the schedule that we had today. Let's go over kind of what happened here. We had Alpha7 going against Infinity, Alpha7 coming up strong there, and Black Sentence losing to 9Z Globant. But, they can live to see another day. It's only the Swiss round, right? So the Swiss stage. So there's still a chance.
Yeah. So the first match here, Alpha7 guaranteeing the victory versus Infinity. There's a very important for them, but to Alpha7, I believe, and I'm almost sure that it's far from being good enough for them, because They are considered one of the best teams in the region, one of the favorites to win the MCT AMER South. So I think that inside they are talking about a lot of things that they have to fix, to solve, to get on the same page to guarantee this championship.
Yeah, it's some great and exciting matches that happened.
Yes, for sure. But remember, guys, be sure to follow us and be part of the community. We're at MLBB Esports. Be sure to check those out. Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. Check us out. We're everywhere. And also, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channels that we have. Wherever we're streaming it from, show us the support so we can grow and have us NA be a part of the other communities.
Yeah, and a big shout out to our sponsors as well, Xena.
All right, we got Runestone here. If you're trying to up your game, make sure to check out Runestone. They'll up your analytical data and everything like that. You should check them out. So
yeah.
Runestone.
Yeah, if you're looking to get better at a game, looking for information about everything that's going on with it, choose an organization that has the same amount of intensity and love for the game that you do, and that would be runestone.gg.
Yeah, do it better, do it with a Runestone, okay, to level your game up.
Yeah, and I do want to go ahead before we close, send a big shout out to our PH and Indo fans who have been joining us. I know it's probably early in the morning for you guys as well. So thank you guys so much for the support. We really appreciate it here. Like we said, this is the first season of the MCT AMER, and looks like things are going off with a bang. Some great matches, some great intensity, and some great excitement that we have seen here tonight.
And then what else? Rico, do you have any closing things to say before we end it off?
Yeah, so good to be back, guys. Once again here, things were very wild today with Alpha7 beating Infinity, and now we're seeing 9Z Globant versus a Black Sentence. You know what's best? It's not even, it is so far to be the end, So next weekend, we are back with so much more here on MCT AMER South. And I'm so sorry about my teammates from the other regions, but here are the best, Xena and my friend Private. So let's go, guys. Let's have a wonderful week.
Yes, they are the best. But all right, guys, we are just getting started, and stay tuned for everything as we keep going forward. We're going to be back on Thursday with the North Side, so be sure to check us out then, and we will see you and catch you guys later.
Yeah, have a great night.